I'll be dead if I don't make it back at dawn? Lin Yun looked at the cliff with his brows knitted. He had already guessed the plump old man's identity, but he didn't expect that the old man to be so heartless. The old man had clearly helped him to comprehend the 10th sword, but he also gave him such a challenge. I heard that the pavilion master is hardly seen and that his mood fluctuates easily. It looks like the rumors are true, said Lin Yun as he looked at the old man. If he was right, this old man was the Sword Firmament Pavilion's pavilion master, Jian Xuanhe. Aside from him, no one would dare to be so wanton. Stop wasting time here and think about how you're going to get back up. Ha, the boy who doesn't regret his killings. I do have to remind you that Lil Plum won't be able to save you if you're discovered to be gone. Lil Plum? Was that Guardian Plum's nickname? Then again, this old man was probably the only one who dared to call Guardian Plum by that nickname. Lin Yun no longer bothered with the old man and jumped back to the lake. He took a rough look at the cliff. He could only see 1,000 meters before the cliff was covered in clouds. He might be able to give it a try if he used the 7 profound steps to climb the wall. Turning into a streak of light, Lin Yun flashed and grabbed onto the cliff. But to his realization, he wasn't able to leave any marks on the cliff. How is this possible? Lin Yun's face changed. He practiced the Dracophant battle physique, which made his fingers as powerful as a profound artifact. Suddenly, Lin Yun recalled how the mountain shook from his palm, but it didn't leave any marks behind. He finally understood that the cliff had an array and that it was practically impossible to leave any marks on it. The cliff was smooth like a mirror, and it was too unrealistic trying to find somewhere he could use as his footing. Executing the 7 profound steps once more, the golden crow seal appeared behind his back and he soared into the sky like a golden crow. However, he lost momentum halfway up the cliff. With reluctance flashing in his eyes, Lin Yun stepped on the air and left behind 9 afterimages, with each afterimages throwing out a palm. When Lin Yun's afterimages overlapped together, Lin Yun took a deep breath and his figure became blurred in the sky. In the next second, he radiated like a sun as he soared into the sky. When the old man saw Lin Yun disappearing from his view, he muttered to himself, "The higher you climb, the harder you fall." When Lin Yun entered the clouds, he raised his head and finally saw the end of the Repent cliff. He instantly rejoiced, but before the smile could even last a second on his face, he dropped down like a meteor and fell into the lake. His fall caused a huge wave. Looking at Lin Yun, he wasn't far from having his bones broken. It was impossible for him to climb the cliff with his current cultivation, even with the help of the 7 profound steps. If he tried to beg the old man, he knew that the old man might help him, but that would only make the old man look down on him. Lin Yun got back on his feet and he took out a jade slip. The jade slip has 3 words written on it, Great Wind Scripture. This was his reward from the Azure Sun realm. He could hear the words of the Sky Piercer Altar's spirit lingering in his ears. I will bestow you the Great Wind Scripture, hoping that you can soar to the 9 heavens with the wind one day. He initially thought that the Great Wind Scripture was a cultivation technique for the profound martial realm, but he later realized that it was different. He had to comprehend the intent behind it if he wanted to practice it. It would be dangerous if he didn't. He had a feeling that the Great Wind Scripture was for cultivators in the Violet Palace realm. After all, how could a martial technique from ancient times be compared to those today? I only have 1 night to try this. Lin Yun placed the jade slip on his forehead and allowed the martial technique to enter his mind. The northern nether has a fish, known as the Kuanping, could transform into a bird and fly in the air. Free and unfettered requires wind and the elements, and it is only achieved by gathering all the 6 elements. Heaven and earth have 6 elements: wind, rain, yin, yang, light, and darkness. The wind was one of the 6 elements, and it was also placed at the beginning of the 6 elements. Without wind, none of the 5 other auras could exist. Lin Yun read through the jade slip and placed it down. When he opened his eyes, the sky had already turned dark, meaning he didn't have much time left. Lin Yun held onto the jade slip and he slowly walked on the lake. Perhaps it was because he had brought the Aquaselenic sword to the manifestation stage, but he realized that the Great Wind scripture was no longer that hard to comprehend. Kunping could swim in the sea, and it would also transform into a bird to fly. Right now, he was like a fish in the sea, and he had to transform into a bird to fly. This meant that he needed wind. After all, how could he fly without wind? The Great Wind scripture had a total of 4 stages, which was different from modern categorization. The Great Wind scripture was separated into fine, brilliant, wondrous, and perfection. It started out fine, which meant that lesser and greater masteries didn't exist. This stated that this martial technique had a high threshold and you would either gain something from it or fail. Where does wind come from? He could naturally create wind by gathering his origin energy and sending his palm forward, but it was clearly the wrong method. Wind, rain, yin, yang, light, and darkness. They should be the 6 elements which have existed through ancient times. He had a feeling that he could get a clue from without wind, the 5 other elements wouldn't exist. Perhaps the plump old man would know something about it. Lin Yun turned to look at the old man, but the old man was smiling at him as he pointed at the sky. The old man was implying that the sky had turned dark and that he didn't have much time left. Looking at the old man's expression, Lin Yun recalled his gaze because he knew that he couldn't depend on the old man. Wind. If a leaf is being blown around, was the leaf moving or was the wind moving? It was clearly the wind that moved the leaf. Lin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up and he caught on to something. He closed his eyes and he began to ponder. Time gradually passed and Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he reopened them. Where does the wind come from? There was wind as long as there was something moving in the world. So if he moved the water on the lake, the wind would naturally be produced. The more Lin Yun pondered about it, the brighter his eyes lit up. At the same time, he also gained insight into the Great Wind Scripture's mantra. He circulated his origin energy according to the mantra, and he was soon enveloped by a boundless aura. This made the old man frown his brows as he wondered what Lin Yun was trying to do. Suddenly, Lin Yun soared into the sky and he threw a palm at the lake. When his palm landed at the lake, the force from his palm sent the lake 3 inches down and the rebound force sent Lin Yun into the sky. Lin Yun smiled as he saw the repent cliff getting closer. When he was a few hundred meters away, Lin Yun's face suddenly changed when he sensed the wind getting weaker. Right at this moment, the zither sounded out and a wind enveloped him to send him to the repent cliff. Lin Yun gently landed on the ground. In the end, he still needed help from the old man. But Lin Yun wasn't too bothered about it as it couldn't be considered a favor. When he raised his head, he saw the deacons looking at him on their sword condors. When they saw that he was still on the repent cliff, they didn't say anything and left. But Lin Yun didn't know that the moment he crossed the repent cliff, Guardian Plum appeared on the lake. He looked at the lake and sighed. The wave is really big. There cannot be waves without wind. What brings you here? Asked the plump old man. The Crown Prince came again today, said Guardian Plum with an unsightly face. The plump old man had a faint look of sorrow on his face as he looked at the lake silently. Pulling the zither strings, he spoke out without any expression on his face. No one can touch her if she's not willing. But if she nodded her head, then no one can save her. The plump old man's voice was cold when he said those words, especially the last part. This made Guardian Plum wear a complicated expression as he didn't know what to say. Looking at Guardian Plum's expression, Xianxia sighed. This is ultimately her affair, so we can't make the decision for her. But we don't have many choices at times and the decision she made might not be what she wanted, said Guardian Plum as he balled his fists together. So what? Xianxia looked at Guardian Plum and said, the hardest thing in the world is to follow your heart. Even I can't do that, not to mention her. But I've already said that no one can touch her if she's not willing. Pavilion Master, said Guardian Plum. Leave. There's no need to ask me about it since you've already made your decision. I made a move 10 years ago and I have a pact with that person not to interfere in this matter anymore. But you didn't, so you can do whatever you want. Xianxia waved his hand to get Guardian Plum to leave. I understand. I'll take my leave then, replied Guardian Plum after a long silence. It was just as what the Pavilion Master had said. There was nothing the Sword Firmament Pavilion could do even if they wanted to help because they didn't have an excuse to make their move. This meant that the reasons and righteousness would be on the other party's side. At the Locket Mountain, two people stood together. The one on the left had an unfathomable aura, while the one on the right wore the Sword Firmament Pavilion's uniform as he emitted a faint glow. The former was naturally the great Qin Empire's prince, Qin Yu of the 8 titles. As for the latter, he was naturally Bai Lishuan, who was equally as well known as Qin Yu. He had the strongest aptitude in the great Qin Empire, and there weren't many who could compete with him even in the ancient southern domain. Now that his cultivation reached the pinnacle 9th stage of the profound martial realm, his achievement in his sword intent wasn't any inferior either. Your Highness, you have already visited twice since Xen Yen woke up, and this is your 3rd time, said Bai Lishuan as he looked at Qin Yu weirdly. He knew that Qin Yu was prideful, which meant that this matter was important since Qin Yu repeatedly tried to pay a visit. There were rumors that the Crown Prince had caught a liking to Xen Yan's appearance, but Bai Lishuan didn't think that it was that simple, although Xen Yan was naturally the most beautiful female in the Sword Firmament Pavilion and many people had a crush on her. But it was a pity that none of them caught her attention and anyone who tried their luck with her would be killed by her sword. So it made sense that the Crown Prince wanted to conquer a woman like her. But Bai Lishuan didn't believe it. He knew that Qin Yu wasn't someone who would lose himself over a woman, especially since he could get any woman he wanted with his position. That's to be expected. I would feel uneasy if everything went smoothly. Furthermore, you can just call me by my name. You don't have to be concerned with my identity in the Empire. You will walk out of the Empire sooner or later to a wider world. Qin Yu paused briefly before he turned to look at Bai Lishuan. The Dragon Gate competition will take place 2 months from now. Do you think you'll be able to get one of the titles? Upon mentioning the Dragon Gate competition, Bai Lishuan's face turned grave. He replied, I still lack some foundation compared to the 8 titles. At most, I only have 40% confidence in winning, but I still have 1 month left. You're rather humble, smiled Qin Yu. You possess the saint physique, so time will always be on your side. It's hard to say what will happen a month from now, but let me tell you a piece of good news. Drifting Goblet won't be participating in the Dragon Gate competition at the end of this year. Are you serious? Bai Lishuan's face changed. It was great news and it would have already spread throughout the great Qin Empire if it was true. Absolutely, replied Qin Yu. Has he exceeded the age of 25? Asked Bai Lishuan. How can that be? He's 1 year younger than me, but I can't guess what he is thinking. Well, it doesn't matter because I can be sure that he won't participate in this Dragon Gate competition. Drifting Goblet was the champion of the previous Dragon Gate competition, and he was someone who even defeated Qin Yu. Qin Yu was fearful of Drifting Goblet, but he also wanted to cleanse his loss in this Dragon Gate competition. But it turns out that Drifting Goblet wasn't even giving him the chance to do so. Although Qin Yu felt relieved that Drifting Goblet wasn't participating, it also made him feel disappointed. But this was undoubtedly a piece of good news to Bai Lishuan. If one of the titled figures didn't participate in the competition, this meant that there was another slot opening. Even if Bai Lishuan had another month's time, his odds of defeating a titled figure was only 50%. But it had now changed to 80% since Drifting Goblet wasn't participating. Bai Lishuan fell into deep thoughts and said, So I do have a chance to participate in the Draconic Banquet with you. Let's go to Locket Mountain now. The two naturally attracted the attention of many disciples nearby. The disciples were baffled when they saw the two of them together. Among the group, there were two who wore an unsightly expression. It was Lin Choshan and Lin Yen, the two sisters. Big sister, if the news that father got from the Wang clan is right, this means that the Crown Prince is trying to force senior sister Xian Yen into a dead end. Lin Yen stared at Qin Yu and Bai Lishuan with rage burning in her eyes. Well, what can we do about it? He's the Crown Prince. Who dares to go against him in the great Qin Empire? Lin Choshan smiled bitterly. I must let big brother Lin know about this. Lin Yen knew that Lin Yun would regret it for his entire life if this happened without him knowing. You lass, do you know that barging into the Repent Cliff is a death offense? Furthermore, you won't be able to go up even if you tried, said Lin Choshan. So be it. I still want to give it a try no matter what. Lin Yan's eyes flashed with determination, but she was stopped by Lin Qiushan just when she was about to move. After all, barging into the Repent Cliff was punishable by death, and the deacons who stood guard there wouldn't care about her identity. So Lin Qiushan did not want to take this risk. Qin Yu and Bai Lishuan stood together in the Locket Mountain, and the Locket Mountain's disciples all wore an ugly expression when they saw them. It was especially so when they saw the Crown Prince. But they didn't dare to do anything out of concern for the Crown Prince's identity. Bai Lishuan, stand guard for me here. Don't let anyone in. Sure. Don't worry about it, replied Bai Lishuan. When Qin Yu entered, he saw someone swinging a sword around in the courtyard. Her swords were like blood roses that danced in the wind. What a brilliant sword technique, smiled Qin Yu as he clapped his hands. Get lost. Xianxia sheathed her sword and didn't turn around. Xianxia, is there a need for you to be so cold-blooded? No matter what, we still have a friendship from when we were kids. It's not an exaggeration to say that we grew up together, smiled Qin Yu. Grew up together? Get lost as far as you can. Don't force me to attack. Xianxia spoke with a trembling voice. She was suppressing her rage and killing intent to that point that her hand was trembling. You won't. Qin Yu appeared before Xianxia with a confident smile on his lips. I never repeat anything for a third time, but you're an exception. Speaking of which, we do have an engagement between us. If it wasn't for what happened back then, Qin Yu spoke with a smile as he examined Xianxia's figure. Shut it. Xianxia emitted her killing intent, but she didn't draw her sword. It wasn't because she didn't dare, but she couldn't. Sensing Xianxia's killing intent, the smile slowly disappeared on Qin Yu's face and he said coldly, I thought you were a smart person, but I never imagined that you would be so stubborn. I've given you enough face to ask you 3 times. When you come to beg me in the future, I won't be so nice to you anymore. As he examined Xianxia's face, he sneered, You want to commit suicide? Not so easy. Do you think that everyone will be settled when you're dead? You have to think for your clansmen who were exiled to the borders, as well as Lin Yun who crippled his profound vein and is now on the Repent Cliff. Try it if you dare. I dare you to touch a single hair on junior brother. Xianxia drew her sword and pointed it at Qin Yu. Ha ha. Why don't you bet if I dare since you're unwilling? I'm giving you 3 days to consider. Qin Yu smiled, and when he walked past Xianxia, he continued, Xianxia, do you still think that you have a choice? Do you have any other choice aside from agreeing to me? Xianxia's body was trembling as she felt a stinging pain in her heart. Her big brother had died, and her big brother was her last hope. She was indeed out of options. Even if she pretended to be strong, it still couldn't conceal the fact that she was helpless. Yi Xinyan, think it through this well. This is your final chance, but you only have 3 days. Otherwise, don't blame me for the consequences, said Qin Yu coldly. I'll promise you. A weak voice sounded out just as Qin Yu was about to step out of the doors. When Qin Yu heard it, he wore a cold smile. He turned around and he looked at the haggard girl standing in the courtyard. Xianxia might seem strong, but it was just a facade. For a long time, she had been on the border of collapsing. Her facade shattered thoroughly when Qin Yu threatened her with Lin Yun. She was a rose who lost her colors. Good. The wedding will take place 10 days from now. I'll even give you a grand wedding. After the wedding, your clansmen will regain their surname and they will no longer be slaves. As for your junior brother, I can promise you that no one will touch him, smiled Qin Yu gently. Xianxia's face was pale as she clenched her jaw. She stared at Qin Yu for a long time before she gnashed her teeth. Qin Yu, I've never seen someone as despicable as you. If I had a choice, I would cut you down right here and now. Her words were colder than winter as the killing intent came from the bottom of her heart. Without any change to his face, Qin Yu replied, It's all your father's fault. Your father colluded with the enemy despite being the Divine Guard's commander. If it wasn't for the Sword Firmament Pavilion, you and your big brother would have already been dead by now. Colluded with the enemy? Xianxia sneered with disdain. She only felt that it was the greatest ridicule ever. She was young back then, but she had already figured everything out. Her father died because he was from the Sword Firmament Pavilion, which made the Emperor suspicious. Prepare yourself. I want to let everyone in the Empire know about the wedding 10 days from now. It was harder than imagined, but Qin Yu had ultimately completed his goal. With a smile on his face, he turned around and left. When he came out, he saw Bai Lishuan, who had stopped Li Wuyo and Mo Cheng. There were many Locket Mountains members standing behind the two of them, and all of them were unfriendly. You bastard! What the hell did you say to senior sister? Li Wuyo flared up the moment Qin Yu appeared. Behave yourself. Bai Lishuan merely raised his hand, and the sword sheath in his hand struck Li Wuyo's chest, sending him flying while throwing up a mouthful of blood. I already said to behave yourself. Even 100 of you is nothing in front of me, said Bai Lishuan with disdain in his eyes. Damn it! Just when Bai Lishuan was about to summon his martial soul, Mo Cheng stepped forward and stood before him. Your Highness, the Locket Mountain doesn't welcome you. So please don't make yourself a guest here anymore in the future, said Mo Cheng. He had no idea what Qin Yu said to Xianxia, but he knew that Qin Yu had already visited twice. Every time he left, Mo Cheng would see Xianxia engulfed in sorrow. Don't worry about it. I won't come anymore. Xianxia will marry me 10 days from now, and then she will no longer stay in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, said Qin Yu. His words were a bomb that shocked everyone. There were rumors, but no one from the Locket Mountain treated it as real because they believed that Xianxia wouldn't marry Qin Yu. There was no way Xianxia would agree just for wealth and status, not to mention that Xianju had just died. Even Bai Lishuan was shocked when he heard it. He never expected that Xianxia had really agreed to it. You're lying. That's impossible. Everyone immediately sounded their doubt as their faces changed. Li Waiyu roared, Get out of the way! I want to see senior sister Xianxia and I want to ask her what you did. I'm sorry, said Qin Yu. Strictly speaking, she's my fiancée now, and she's not in the right mind to meet with anyone. I'm afraid that I'll have to ask you people not to bother my fiancée. Bullshit. I demand to see senior sister Xianxia now. Li Wuyo barked, and he was about to charge into the gate. But Qin Yu stood before him with a hint of killing intent flashing within his eyes. But Bai Lishuan was way ahead of him. He sent Li Wuyo flying and released the pressure from his saint physique. He questioned in a cold voice, What the hell are you guys trying to do? Didn't you guys hear His Highness' words? Xianxia is already his fiancée now. She's no longer the senior sister that you guys can see whenever you like. His palm was terrifying and no one saw how he attacked. Wuyo. Someone came up to hold onto Li Wuyo. It was Chen Xianjun, who was a Heaven Rankings disciple. He was the second strongest after Lin Yun in the Locket Mountain. After he came back from the Demon Lotus Realm, he had successfully made a breakthrough into the 10th stage of the Profound Martial Realm. Chen Xianjun examined Li Wuyo's injuries and he spoke out coldly. Bai Lishuan, you're also a disciple of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Is there a need for you to injure him so heavily? Bai Lishuan wore an indifferent face. He didn't give Chen Xianjun any face and replied, Are you serious? If his recklessness drove a wedge between the royal family and the Sword Firmament Pavilion, 100 of him wouldn't be able to make up for it. Bullshit. Bai Lishuan, you traitorous dog. Do you have the Sword Firmament Pavilion in your heart? Li Wuyo coughed up blood as he screamed. See? Senior brother Chen. I've already gone easy on him judging by how he can still run his mouth off, said Bai Lishuan as he walked forwards with a cold face. From his expression, it appeared that he wasn't planning to let this matter go so easily. That's enough. Bai Lishuan, are you still trying to attack him? Barked Chen Xianjun. You dare stop me? Bai Lishuan snorted as he looked at Chen Xianjun, who was standing before Li Wuyo. He questioned, Can you even stop me? Along with a sword buzz, he drew his sword. Right in the critical moment, Chen Xianjun blocked the attack, but he took 3 steps back and his hand was trembling. Do you really think that you scare me as a heaven-ranking disciple? Chen Xianjun, I'm being polite by calling you senior brother. But do you really think you are any different than a dog in my eyes? Right at this moment, the gate opened and Xianxia appeared before everyone with her face drained of blood, That's enough. Senior sister. All the Locket Mountain's disciples turned to look at Xianxia. Bai Lishuan. This is my Locket Mountain, and you're in no position to teach anyone a lesson. Xianxia said coldly as she looked at Bai Lishuan. You should thank me instead. If His Highness was the one who attacked, do you think that this brat would live? Bai Lishuan sheathed his sword without any change in his expression. Raising his eyelid, Qin Yu looked at Xianxia and said, We don't have much time for the wedding preparations. I'll take my leave first. Together with Bai Lishuan, he left Locket Mountain. After everyone left, Mo Chang was the first who spoke up. Senior sister, are you really going to marry him? Xianxia shut her eyes and nodded her head. Her answer made everyone's heart sink into the abyss as they couldn't figure it out. Look for Elder Luo. Tell him that I want to meet with Guardian Plum. When Xianxia reopened her eyes, her gaze was composed without any fluctuations. Chun Xianjun sighed. He knew that there must be a story behind this matter. 9 days later, Guardian Plum appeared at Repent Cliff with a sword box and an interspatial pouch. His expression was calm as he asked, How have you been? Lin Yun looked at his sword box and the interspatial pouch. Feeling curious, he asked, What's the matter? Well, it's considered a piece of good news to you. Han Yang, 11th on the Great Thief ranking, has appeared. If you can kill him, then you won't have to stay on the Repent Cliff anymore, said Guardian Plum. The Great Thief Han Yang? Lin Yun had heard of this name before. Many sect disciples and deacons had died to this man. This was a cold-blooded man who killed without batting an eye. Most importantly, he was already in the 10th stage of the profound martial realm many years ago, and he had probably made his breakthrough. Even if he didn't, his cultivation was at least in the quasi-violet palace realm. The sect is really thinking too highly of me, wanting a sinner in the 8th stage of the profound martial realm to undertake such a heavy task, said Lin Yun. Guardian Plum didn't say anything else, and he replied, Dozens of my sword firmament pavilion's disciples have died in his hands. This is a very bloodthirsty man that we're talking about. You can have your freedom back if you kill him, and the 7 sword-bearing elders won't have any opinion about it. Lin Yun fell into silence as the sudden task had caught him by surprise. Although he already guessed that the sect wouldn't really keep him here for 2 years, he didn't expect it to be so soon, which left him baffled. He looked at Guardian Plum in confusion, but he couldn't see anything from the latter's face. I won't force you if you're not willing. The Dragon Gate competition will begin in 40 days, and you'll have to wait 3 years if you miss this chance, said Guardian Plum as he waited for Lin Yun's response. He only had 40 days left? Lin Yun sighed because time passed too quickly. Looking at the sword box, he felt somewhat unfamiliar with it when he looked at the flowery patterns on it. I'll agree to it. I'll bring the Great Thief Han Yang's head back before the Dragon Gate competition begins, said Lin Yun without any hesitation. However, I wish to see Senior Sister before leaving. He had been feeling uneasy because he had a feeling that something was happening. Xianxia doesn't wish to see you. That's what she told me, said Guardian Plum without any expression on his face. Senior Sister doesn't want to see me? Lin Yun's heart jolted. Lin Yun never felt so much pain ever since Xianju died. He could understand that Xianxia didn't want to see him. After all, Xianju died because of him. She probably didn't want to see him because she didn't want to be reminded of her pain. In the end, what Lin Yun worried the most had finally taken place. He also felt guilty that he didn't pay Senior Sister a visit when he came out of the Sword Burial Woods. On top of this, he was staying in the Repent Cliff bitterly for the past 3 months. He didn't want to ask or think about anything since this had been hidden in the depths of his heart. He didn't dare to forget, but his concern for Xianxia had never decreased over the past 3 months. He had no idea if he could survive in hunting Han Yang, so he wanted to meet Xianxia before his departure. Looking at the bitter smile on Lin Yun's face, Guardian Plum sighed. Lin Yun, don't blame Xianxia. Why would I blame her? Lin Yun was too distracted by the news that he didn't realize the hidden message in Guardian Plum's words. When he received the sword box from Guardian Plum, he opened it up and saw the flower burial sword lying in it. It has been a long time. The flower burial sword buzzed in response when Lin Yun grabbed it. Lin Yun could feel the excitement in the flower burial sword. Returning it back to its sheath, Lin Yun placed the sword into the box and carried it behind him. At the same time, he also took his interspatial pouch. He asked, "Are you sure that the great thief Han Yang appeared in the Primal Floor County?" "Yes." The Primal Floor County was located at the border of the Great Qin Empire, and it would take 1 month to make the journey there and back. This also meant that Lin Yun only had less than 10 days to make it back before the Dragon Gate competition began. When Lin Yun came out of the Repent Cliff, he wore a smile on his face. It looks like he had more time than he had imagined. Guardian Plum also brought the dragon-blooded horse along, who seemed pretty energetic after such a long while apart. Mounting the horse, Lin Yun returned to his former glory. "You'll need a cloak. After all, it won't be good if someone sees that you're out of the Repent Cliff." Guardian Plum said this and handed him a cloak. Lin Yun looked at it briefly before he retrieved a devil mask from his interspatial pouch. "I'll use this instead." The dragon-blooded horse turned around and carried Lin Yun down the mountain. He slowly disappeared from Guardian Plum's sights. Before nightfall, the dragon-blooded horse brought Lin Yun to the borders of the heavenly Qin County. It wouldn't be long before he arrived in the Northern Barrens. Right at this moment, snow suddenly descended from the sky. "It's snowing?" Lin Yun muttered to himself as he looked around. Not that he looked at it, it was indeed time for winter. It was autumn when he was sent to the Repent Cliff, and it had been 3 months since then. This meant that it was time for winter. When he recalled the memory of when he first joined the Sword Firmament Pavilion, it was also under heavy snowfall. It didn't take long for the snow to get thicker, and he had no idea how long the snow would last. Grabbing onto a snowflake in his hand, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with determination. He had to make it back for the Dragon Gate competition no matter what, because he had given his promise to Xianxia. A gentleman would never break his promise. Right at this moment, a sudden whistle came and Lin Yun raised his head. It was a sword condor who suddenly let out a cry as it dropped from the sky like a meteor. The sword condor had collapsed from exhaustion. 2 figures dashed out from the cloud of dust. It was Lin Yan and Lin Choshan. The 2 were pretty injured from the fall, but they couldn't be bothered by that as they rushed towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun got off his horse and he asked, "Why are the 2 of you here?" "Big brother Lin, something big happened," Lin Yan said anxiously. "Calm down. Talk slowly." Lin Yun's heart jolted because he had an ill premonition. After Lin Yan caught her breath, she spoke out in a sobbing voice, "Big brother Lin, Li Wuyo was injured by Li Xuan, and senior sister Exin Yan will marry the crown prince tomorrow." Lin Yun's mind suddenly exploded because he was stunned. "How is this possible?" "It's true," sighed Lin Choshan. "Lin Yan wanted to tell you about it 10 days ago, but the crime of barging into the Repent Cliff was too serious. But I thought about it today and still decided to tell you about it. So I tried sneaking into the Repent Cliff, but I never expected to see you coming out from the back mountain. So I immediately rode a sword condor over, but we were having difficulty chasing after the dragon-blooded horse. It was all thanks to the sudden snow that Lin Yun stopped. Otherwise, the sword condor wouldn't be able to catch up even after it died." Lin Yun's face changed when he heard what Lin Yan said. His gaze became sharp as he analyzed the situation. Senior sister just lost a family member, so it makes no sense for her to agree to Qin Yu's proposal. Furthermore, there's a high chance that Qin Yu might be the mastermind who killed Xianxia. There's no way senior sister would accept something like this. Everyone knew that Wang Yan was only the crown prince's chess piece, and the crown prince had the highest suspicion for being the mastermind of Xianxia's death. Furthermore, he also had direct competition with Xianxia on the Dragon Gate competition at the end of this year. But this was all Lin Yun's suspicion, and he didn't dare to make a decision so recklessly. He was only certain about Wang Yan because he saw Wang Yan using the Blood Rain Silver Needles, and he was also confident that he could kill Wang Yan. But it didn't matter if it was just his suspicion because he knew that Xianxia would never agree to marry Qin Yu. This meant that there must be a story behind it. "There's something else too, but I don't know if I should say it," hesitated Lin Choshan. Lin Yan took over and said, "There's no time for hesitation. Big brother Lin, there's a rumor among the 4 prestigious clans. the Crown Prince risked cultivating the profound yang art. This cultivation technique is extremely yang in nature, and it's also very domineering. But the Crown Prince's cultivation isn't enough, and he will die sooner or later if he doesn't have the Aquamoon to regulate it for him. Is that true? Questioned Lin Yun. It should be true. The news first came from the Wang clan, and it has only spread among the 4 prestigious clans. I've already checked the ancient records. Not only can the Aquamoon martial soul regulate the profound yang art's domineering origin energy, it can also bring the profound yang art to a new level and help it reach perfection. Qin Yu isn't fond of senior sister Xian. He just wants to use her as his cauldron, and after he's done. Lin Yan hesitated if she should continue, but Lin Yun already knew what she was going to say. After all, who wouldn't know what the fate of a cauldron was for cultivators? I got it. Lin Yun took a deep breath. He never imagined that Qin Yu would be so ruthless. His gaze fell on the falling snow as he was lost in his own thoughts. With that, he finally knew the entire story. The 2 sisters were feeling anxious, but they didn't dare to ask him anything. There was no question that Qin Yu was the mastermind of Xian Ju's death, and that he killed Xian Ju to make Xian Yen lose her backing. At the same time, he was sure that the Crown Prince had something against Xian Yen that forced her to make this decision. Recalling Xian Ju's dedication to becoming the champion of the Dragon Gate competition, Lin Yun revealed a bitter smile. The champion of the Dragon Gate competition could issue a request to the Empire, and the Empire had to agree to it no matter what. Regardless if Qin Yu's reasoning was to become the champion or to have Xian Yen, Xian Ju was a target that Qin Yu wanted to kill. Now that he thought about it, Xian Yen must have requested Guardian Plum to lure him away during this period. She must have been worried that he would escape the Repent Cliff if he learned about the news. The wedding is tomorrow? Asked Lin Yun. Yeah. Qin Yu has prepared a majestic ceremony to circle the Empire. Junior brother Lin, you have to think twice about doing anything. The Crown Prince's wedding is guarded by the Divine Guards, and they will definitely send experts along, advised Lin Shoshan. The meaning behind her words were clear. She didn't want Lin Yun to commit suicide. But there are still some things that I have to make clear. Lin Yun got on the horse. He just wanted to ask Xian Yen a question. If she wasn't marrying Qin Yu willingly, then he would no longer have any hesitations with his sword. Under Lin Yen and Lin Shoshan's shocked gazes, Lin Yun turned around and headed back. The capital was covered in thick snow early in the morning. It was cold, but cultivators could resist the cold with their origin energy. But even though it was cold, the capital was still bustling with people. Many people showed up on the streets today because today was Qin Yu's wedding. The wedding came without any warning, so it had shocked the entire empire. Xian Yen was famous for her beauty in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, and she even had the nickname Blood Rose. Her name was widely spread throughout the great Qin Empire, and many people had dreamt about her. But today she would marry Qin Yu. This had shocked everyone. But then again, it wasn't that shocking if you thought about it. Qin Yu was the righteous heir to the throne, and he was also one of the 8 titles. He was worthy of Xian Yen regardless of his strength or status. The streets were filled with people as they waited for the bride and groom's arrival. On the streets in front of the Prince Manor was the bustle from galloping hooves and rolling wheels. The entire ground was trembling because the protagonist had finally appeared. An aura blew over, which filled others with endless imagination. They're here. Everyone became excited when they heard the galloping sounds approaching. They could see a huge group led by 8 Dracoscale horses leading the way. The Dracoscale horses were horse breeds that possessed a strand of the true dragon's bloodline. Their bloodline was purer than the dragon-blooded horse, and they were extremely rare. Even the Divine Guards only had 8 of them. The horses' golden fur glittered under the sun, making them stand out in the blizzard. They were mostly used as auspicious beasts to welcome guests to the Empire, and the Empire would only use a couple of them normally. It was practically impossible for all 8 of them to be used at once. The riders also looked majestic because you needed a title in the Divine Guards to be known as the Dracoscale Guards. The threshold was the Cultivation in the 9th stage. Not only that, but they were also required to have outstanding war merits to receive this honor. The 8 Dracoscale guards were donned in shining armor, and only the crown prince could possibly receive such a treatment. To be honest, the wedding was grander than what most people had imagined. 100 meters behind the Dracoscale guards were 8 silver horses pulling a luxurious carriage. The silver carriage was decorated with pearls, which instantly shrouded the entire carriage in a halo. There were 2 people seated in the carriage, receiving everyone's looks. It was naturally the crown prince, Qin Yu, and the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Xianxia. The crown prince had an extraordinary temperament, so when he wore his ceremonial clothes, he looked even more dashing. Beside him, Xianxia wore a phoenix crown, and her makeup made her look even more gorgeous. But there wasn't any expression on her face that made others feel distant from her. How beautiful! I've long heard that Xianxia is famous for her beauty in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Now that I look at it, it's not an understatement to call her the prettiest in the empire. But it's a pity that she'll belong to His Highness after today. Then again, His Highness is fully worthy of her. Haha! It's entirely unlike the royal family's style to host a wedding in such a hurry. Who knows if there's any story hidden behind this matter? That's right. Xianxia's big brother had just passed away recently, so it makes no sense for her to be married in such a hurry. I heard that Wang Yan killed Xianju under an order from His Highness. Hush! Lower your voice. Don't run your mouth without any evidence. Evidence? If Xianju wasn't killed by Wang Yan, why would Lin Yun want to kill Wang Yan? Furthermore, who doesn't know that Wang Yan is Qin Yu's lackey? Without Qin Yu's support, there's no way Wang Yan would dare to kill Xianju even if he had the guts. Speaking of which, it's really a pity for Lin Yun. He's so talented, but he now has a crippled profound vein. That's the same as crippling his future. The commotion sounded out behind the bustling veil. People weren't easily fooled, which was why Qin Yu made such a grand ostentation to silence the controversy. But it was a pity that the effects weren't that good. But no one dared to say it in a loud voice since Qin Yu had a high status in the empire, not to mention that he was also one of the 8 titles. Beside the carriage were experts from the Azure Association. There was Han Lan of the Heavenly Profound Sect, Wang Feng of the Demonic Moon Villa, Ji Wuheng of the Primal Origin Sect, Tang Jie of the Heavenly Qin Institute, and Bai Lishuan of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. They were all elites second only to the 8 titles. They were also all in the 10th stage of the profound martial realm. Bai Lishuan attracted the most attention since his saint physique had spread his fame throughout the great Qin Empire. What a huge ostentation! Han Lan, Wang Feng, Ji Wuheng, Tang Jie, and Bai Lishuan. All 5 of them probably have the strength to compete for the titles. Even if they couldn't, they shouldn't be too far from that. They will definitely shine brightly in the Dragon Gate competition at the end of this year. His Highness is a prince for a reason. So many geniuses are willing to play the supporting role for him. Haha. I'm afraid the story behind it isn't as simple as you guys think. There were some who knew about the Azure Association's existence, but none of them revealed it. Among the crowd, a youth stared at the lady in the carriage with his fists balled. It was Li Wuyo, but Chen Xianjun was patting his hand from the side to prevent him from being impulsive. Senior sister doesn't look happy at all. She looks no different from a zombie. Yet this Qin Yu is still laughing so happily. Are the sect's elders blind? Are they really going to watch senior sister enter the fire pit? Li Wuyo gnashed his teeth as his body trembled from rage. Xianxia was the one who agreed. What do you want the sect to do? Kill the crown prince and become the enemy of the entire empire. Chen Xianjun sighed, and his words made Li Wuyo fall into silence. The party left behind marks on the ground, and the divine guards were heading to the Prince Manor in an orderly manner. But when they were halfway there, the party suddenly came to a stop. It stopped. What's going on? Can it be that someone is really here to cause trouble? The sudden change of events left everyone shocked as they turned to look at the distance. They could see a youth standing there. He was carrying a sword box, wearing a devil mask, and a crimson horse was standing beside him. The youth appeared out of nowhere, almost as if he had been waiting here for a long time. When everyone looked at the youth and the dragon-blooded horse, all of them thought of one person. But then again, they didn't feel that it was possible. Not only was Lin Yun in the Repent Cliff right now, but he was also a cripple now. So it was no different than sending himself to die if he was the one who stopped the carriage. Plus, no one was stupid enough to obstruct the crown prince's wedding. Lin Yun. Han Lan's face sank. He remembered how Lin Yun crippled his junior brother back in the Princess Manor. If it wasn't for Xianxia standing in his way back then, he would have already slain this brat. Is it really junior brother? Many Locket Mountain's disciples became emotional when they saw the youthful figure. But shortly after, they couldn't help feeling worried for Lin Yun when they recalled how Lin Yun crippled his profound vein. Under the blizzard, Lin Yun removed his devil mask and revealed his face to the masses. This made the crowd suck in a cold breath when they saw his face. Everyone had heard about the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lin Yun. He was someone who rang the Phoenix Plum and ascended the 10th level of the Black Lotus Palace. His prospects should be unimaginable and no one could stop his rise. However, he had violated the sex rules by killing Wang Yan in public and had to cripple a profound vein. His declaration of how he did not regret his killings had already spread throughout the empire. But Bai Lishuan's appearance slowly made everyone forget about Lin Yun over the past 3 months. But no one had expected that Lin Yun would show up here. Lin Yun's gaze passed through the Dracoscale guards. His gaze didn't stop at Han Lan, Bai Lishuan or Qin Yu. He was only looking at the girl in the carriage. When Xianxia looked at Lin Yun standing by himself in the blizzard, her eyes turned watery all of a sudden. She never shed a tear since Xianxia's death, but she couldn't control her tears when she saw the frail yet stubborn figure standing so firmly in the blizzard. She knew that he would come, which was why she asked Guardian Plum to send him away on an excuse. But she never imagined that he would still come. It was already foolish enough for him to kill Wang Yan in public, so why did he have to come here? Xianxia's vision was soon blurred by her tears as she sighed. You shouldn't have come. Why shouldn't I come? The youth on the horse smiled and he continued. Big sister, you knew that I would be here. I started on the path of swords because I knew that I would have concerns in the world. The blizzard won't be able to stop me, nor can it stop my sword. The wind blew even heavier and the youth rode on the dragon-blooded horse pridefully. His words were firm, which shocked everyone. On the luxurious carriage, Qin Yu's smile had disappeared and his face was dark. Kill him, barked Han Lan. In the next second, the Dracoscale guards turned into the wind as they dashed at Lin Yun with towering killing intent. But Lin Yun had no changes to his face. The sorrow gradually disappeared from his eyes and was replaced with sharpness like a sword. The Dracoscale horses also unleashed their aura as their golden fur glowed brilliantly. The Dracoscale guards each held a spear, which made them look like 8 dragons when paired with their horses. Their spears roared and tore through the wind resistance. The Dracoscale guards were completely displaying their terror. There were even rumors that the 8 of them could kill a cultivator in the Violet Palace realm if they worked together. Lin Yun looked at the 8 of them charging at him, and he gently patted on the dragon-blooded horse's neck. Facing the 8 Dracoscale horses, the dragon-blooded horse unleashed a roar and lightning began to crackle on its hooves. At the same time, a crimson flame blazed on its body, along with a towering ominous aura that shot into the sky. When the dragon-blooded horse took a step forward, the snow beneath the ground exploded and swept out, along with the dragon-blooded horse's roar. It might seem to be a simple step, but the wind changed when the dragon-blooded horse's hooves landed on the ground. This made the faces of the Dracoscale guards change as their horseback formation was messed up. The dragon-blooded horse watched this scene in disdain before it dashed forward. The 8 Dracoscale horses fell onto the ground and trembled in fear. This caused the Dracoscale guards to fall off their horses. The sudden outburst from the dragon-blooded horse made the 8 Dracoscale horses panic. The Dracoscale horses wouldn't feel afraid even if they faced a demonic beast in the Violet Palace realm, but they were actually cowering in fear under the dragon-blooded horse's aura. Kill! The 8 Dracoscale guards were experienced soldiers. When they fell off the horses, they slammed their palms into the ground and they charged at the dragon-blooded horse. Although they were weaker without their horses, they were still powerful. On the dragon-blooded horse, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of chill as his sword intent merged with the dragon-blooded horse's ominous aura. This made the dragon-blooded horse's aura surge once more. Facing the aura, the 8 Dracoscale guards' faces were unsightly. It felt as though there were countless swords knocking on their armor. Get lost! Lin Yun pulled the reins and the dragon-blooded horse raised its hooves high into the sky. When its hooves landed on the ground, it felt like an earthquake as the 8 Dracoscale guards were sent flying away. Their faces were pale and they could no longer get up on their feet. Lin Yun sat on the dragon-blooded horse as he coldly looked forward. The surroundings were silent because no one had expected that the Dracoscale horses would be defeated in an instant. The surrounding cultivators all looked at this scene with disbelief in their eyes. When they looked at Lin Yun's dragon-blooded horse, they had a wisp of fear flickering through their eyes. This horse's temper was a little too violent, and the 8 Dracoscale horses lying on the ground was a huge slap to the face of the Crown Prince's party. Although Qin Yu sat on the carriage without uttering a word, anyone could sense the dense killing aura coming from his body. On the sides of the carriage, Han Lan, Wang Feng, Ji Wuheng, Tang Jie, and Bai Lishuan were also emitting a wisp of killing aura. Let me handle this piece of garbage. Han Lan stood forward before anyone else could. When his gaze fell onto Lin Yun, he barked out coldly. A cripple who broke one of his profound veins dares to mess with His Highness' wedding. You must be courting death. He already wanted to kill Lin Yun when Lin Yun crippled his junior brother, Bai Yu, back in the princess banquet. But he was stopped and even defeated by Xianxia, which made him feel humiliated. Now that his cultivation had undergone a huge boost, he was no longer the same person as he was back then. He initially wanted to cleanse his humiliation through the Dragon Gate competition, but it was a pity that his opponent disappeared. Although Xianxia might be dead, Lin Yun was still alive. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity for him to kill Lin Yun since Lin Yun obstructed the Crown Prince's wedding and even injured the Dracoscale guards. He emitted a dazzling golden radiance that contained the domineering aura of Buddhism. Combined with his killing aura, he looked like a Vajra. Descending Demon Fist. I heard that Han Lan's Descending Demon Fist has reached complete mastery. On the other hand, Lin Yun's strength was diminished when he shattered one of his profound veins. I'm afraid that he will lose terribly in this battle. I don't think Han Lan will let Lin Yun live. After all, Lin Yun crippled his junior brother back in the Princess Manor. Those who knew about the enmity between the two began to comment on the situation. When Han Lan's aura reached the pinnacle, even the horse that he was riding couldn't take the pressure and collapsed on the ground. Han Lan soared into the sky and then threw a fist down at Lin Yun. Die! Han Lan's origin energy formed into a secret seal that caused his fist to unleash great pressure. What a powerful aura! Han Lan's fist felt as though he could even shatter a mountain, and Lin Yun looked so tiny under that fist. I'm afraid that you're not capable of accomplishing that. Lin Yun soared into the sky, and he summoned his flower burial sword. When he grabbed onto the sword, his quasi-sentient sword intent poured into the sword. He might not have a strong cultivation, but his sword intent paired with his cultivation in the pinnacle 8th stage brought his aura to the same level as Han Lan. Sword intent. Han Lan locked his brows together before he sneered. It doesn't matter if your sword intent is powerful. Without the support of cultivation, it's just an empty shell. Han Lan's aura surged violently and his fist roared, unleashing a powerful aura. An empty shell? The iris flower bloomed in Lin Yun's dantian and the 18 runes started to glow. Under the age energy, his 8 profound veins emitted a dazzling radiance. His origin energy rippled and his aura began to rise from the 8th stage. When Lin Yun drew his sword, the cold gleam shined so brightly that it made Han Lan's eyes hurt. An unprecedented intent emitted from Lin Yun. His cultivation was clearly 2 stages beneath Han Lan, but his aura felt majestic like the moon. It made him seem tiny in comparison. When Lin Yun drew his sword, he unleashed a boundless sword intent. Sensing his sword intent, Han suddenly trembled and his aura began to crack under Lin Yun's sword intent. How is this possible? Han started to panic and his confidence began to waver. Damn it! You're just putting up a strong front. Han Lan roared with a distorted face. He pushed his power to the limit and his fist began to emit traces of black aura that suddenly turned into a ferocious demonic beast. Holy shit! Lin Yun is going to die. Others couldn't see the panic in Han Lan's heart. They could only sigh as they saw the power behind the fist. But when Han Lan's punch collided with Lin Yun's sword, the one-sided defeat that everyone was expecting did not occur. Instead, a huge rumble echoed in the sky and the two were evenly matched. Before the spectators could be shocked, Lin Yun flashed out and swung out 6 swords. Spring and rain, converging rivers. When the aquaselenic sword's aura spread out, it looked as though Lin Yun was standing on a lake and his sword aura felt like a tsunami. Han Lan roared furiously, but there was nothing he could do about the boundless sword aura. Ripples started to spread out in the sky and Han Lan's aura was completely suppressed by Lin Yun. No! At this moment, Han Lan felt as though he was facing an expert in the Violet Palace realm. He couldn't put up any resistance. After the 6th sword, his aura had entirely shattered. Die! Barked Lin Yun and the flower burial sword moved like a luminous moon in his hand. This momentum had caused everyone to be shocked because it had exceeded their knowledge. Stop! Screams suddenly rang out from the Crown Prince's party and the other experts from the Azure Association soared into the sky. But Lin Yun had already unleashed his attack, so there was no way he could stop it. As blood splattered, Han Lan's ribs broke under Lin Yun's sword. His body was also sent into the ground from the power behind Lin Yun's attack. The manifestation stage. That's the legendary manifestation stage. An elder suddenly exclaimed from the crowd as he looked at Lin Yun in disbelief. Han Lan fell onto the ground as his ribs were entirely shattered. He threw up blood from the aftermath. Even with his cultivation, he was heavily injured by this attack. If he had been an ordinary cultivator in the 10th stage, he would have already been severed into 2 by this sword. The origin energy he summoned to protect himself had shattered under this attack. This shocking scene had caused a commotion in the crowd as everyone looked at Lin Yun in a different light. Lin Yun wasn't killed and Han Lan was heavily injured instead? Just how did Lin Yun manage to do that? Wasn't Lin Yun already crippled? Shouldn't Han Lan easily defeat him? At the same time, the old man's exclamation had jolted everyone awake. The legendary manifestation stage? How is that even possible? How can a cripple reach the manifestation stage in his sword technique? That makes no sense. It was already hard to bring a sword technique to complete mastery, but he actually managed to reach the manifestation stage at such a young age. How terrifying. No wonder he was able to contend with Han Lan while he's only in the 8th stage. The manifestation stage was a legend in the Empire, so not many people had heard about it, not to mention witnessing it. You're courting death. One of the members who called out to Lin Yun to stop flew into rage when he saw that Han Lan was nearly killed. A figure flew out along with a terrifying aura that shattered all the snowflakes in the sky. He was a quasi-Violet Palace realm expert from the Divine Guards. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw a crimson light blossoming in the sky. It slowly turned into an ancient seal before it came crashing down at him. The attack was too quick and Lin Yun immediately retaliated. But he only managed to resolve 80% of the power. When the remaining 20% landed on him, Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. He wouldn't be so heavily injured if he still had his cultivation in the 9th stage. However, his current cultivation had a huge gap compared to someone in the quasi-Violet Palace realm. Furthermore, he had just unleashed an ultimate attack, so he was caught off guard against this attack. But as the Iris Sword Sutra circulated within his body, the energy that was wreaking havoc within his body calmed down. At the same time, Lin Yun also took 3 steps back before he regained his footing. Junior brother. Xianxia's face was drained of all color. She struggled to get up on her feet, but she soon revealed a painful expression. Qin Yu had sealed off her cultivation to prevent any accidents. Qin Yu was looking at this entire scene from the side with a cold smirk on his face. He didn't make a move, so no one knew what he was thinking. Senior sister, I'm fine. Lin Yun wiped the blood off the corner of his lips and he squeezed out a smile. But the smile looked desolate under the blizzard. Impressive. You actually managed to smile after taking my bloodprint palm. When the attacker landed on the ground, Lin Yun saw that he was wearing the Divine Guard's uniform and that he looked to be in his 30s. Lin Yun also noticed that his eyes were vicious like a python. That's Han Tianming, the captain of the Dracoscale Guards. That fellow has a strong fame and he's known to be the strongest among the quasi-violet palace realm. He's invincible as long as he isn't facing someone in the Violet Palace realm. Lin Yun will suffer greatly now. Then again, he wouldn't have to take the bloodprint palm if he didn't swing out that sword. The crowd quickly recognized this person in the quasi-violet palace realm. He was an expert in the Divine Guards. You're courting death to ruin the Crown Prince's wedding. The ruthlessness of a soldier was on display by Han Tianming. He didn't give Lin Yun the chance to breath and instantly ordered the Divine Guards to move out. Riding on their horses, the Divine Guards charged at Lin Yun. This time, it wasn't just 8 Dracoscale Guards, but 100 heavily armored cavalry. They were elites of the Divine Guards and their killing aura had combined together. The warhorses sped in a formation and the commotion created by them was massive. This left shock in the eyes of the spectators. There was no way the Divine Guard's elites could compete with a sex genius one-on-one, but it was different when hundreds of them combined to create a formation. Even someone in the 10th stage of the profound martial realm would die under this attack, not to mention Lin Yun who was only in the 8th stage. Lin Yun's eyes glowed and the flower burial sword began to buzz in his hand. The golden crow seal blossomed on his back and Lin Yun dashed forward like a golden streak. When he was gradually approaching the 100 elites, his figure suddenly became blurred. This left the elites from the Divine Guards confused because they couldn't find their target. Over there, when they found Lin Yun, they were shocked to discover that he was above them. In the sky, Lin Yun unleashed his killing aura. When he drew his sword, a loud cry echoed and many people lost control of their weapons. This instantly threw the 100 elites into chaos. When Lin Yun dove into the crowd, he killed anyone who stood in his path. The snow was soon dyed red and in a breath of time, all the elites were lying on the ground. All of them were practically dead and their blood dyed the snow in a terrifying manner. However, none of the Divine Guard soldiers were deterred by this. They were soldiers and their duty was to heed orders. When more cavalry of the cavalry stepped forward, Lin Yun began to gather his origin energy for his next attack. With his hair fluttering in the sky, he unleashed the luminous moon when he accumulated his energy the max. The sword in his hand revolved like a moon that instantly overshadowed everything. The new batch of cavalry who came instantly plunged into chaos as wails sounded out from the formation. But before Lin Yun could even react, he saw a crimson streak flashing in his face. Han Tianming had appeared before him with a sneer as he sent out another crimson palm. Although Lin Yun was able to avoid being hit in his fatal spots, he still took the palm to his shoulder. His shoulder was instantly covered in blood as he was blown away. How shameless! Many people gnashed their teeth when they saw this scene. Han Tianming had an advantage in his cultivation, but the way he fought was so despicable that it made everyone look down on him. Before that, he was watching the Divine Guard's elites die. Lin Yun fell onto the ground and the flower burial sword left his hand. This time he was more injured than before. After all, it wasn't easy to take a fully charged attack from a quasi-violet palace realm unprepared. Lin Yun, leave. Don't care about it. Xianxia cried out in pain. More Divine Guards were still gathering behind and the Crown Prince was watching this scene without any expression on his face. As for the guests from the Azure Association, they were merely watching this scene with indifference. They were looking at Lin Yun as though they were looking at a dead person. Everyone took pity on Lin Yun. The Crown Prince was a prince for a reason. He didn't even need to lift his hand to cause Lin Yun to fall in this state. So what if Lin Yun's sword technique was in the manifestation stage? So what if he slaughtered his way through the Divine Guards? There was nothing he could do as long as Han Tianming chose not to fight head-on. Kill! Han Tianming's face revealed a cold smirk with disdain reflected in his eyes. He enjoyed toying with a genius like Lin Yun. 10 years ago he was also a genius, but it was a pity that he failed to reach the Violet Palace realm. He had been stuck in the quasi-Violet Palace realm until now, which caused him to have such a twisted hatred for geniuses. Horses galloped and more divine guards charged forth under Han Tianming's orders. "Quick, leave!" sobbed Xianxia. "Big sister, there's no way I will leave since I'm already here. My blood hasn't turned cold. So there's no reason for me to sheath my sword." He had decided not to turn back the moment he drew his sword. Slamming his palm onto the ground, Lin Yun got back on his feet, and he barked, "Sword!" The flower burial sword buzzed, and it returned to his hand. Facing the hundreds of elites from the divine guards, Lin Yun unleashed a boundless chill the moment he grasped his sword and froze everything within his path. Myriad frost. The snow was cold, but his heart was colder. His sword would never turn back, and when the ice cracked, hundreds of elites from the divine guards threw up blood. Additionally, all of them were sent flying by Lin Yun's attack. "Go and die!" Han Tianming appeared before Lin Yun right at this moment. With a sinister smile, he sent out his palm that was aimed at Lin Yun's head. The spectators all drew a cold breath and exclaimed inwardly at how ruthless Han Tianming was. He was even more vicious than a viper. When Han Tianming unleashed his attack, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine when he saw Lin Yun's calm gaze. It was as though Lin Yun was looking at a dead person. "What's going on?" Han Tianming began to feel doubtful. Within Lin Yun's body, the spiritual runes began to light up like stars in the sky and ultimately formed a painting. Lin Yun also emitted a dazzling brilliance as his aura instantly shot through the 9th stage, 10th stage, and the quasi-Violet Palace realm. But his aura didn't stop there, and it actually reached the Violet Palace realm. Han Tianming wasn't able to push his palm forward anymore when it was half an inch away from Lin Yun's head. The Violet Palace realm's aura coming from Lin Yun made his body tremble, and he was deeply shocked in his heart. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. Right at this moment, a tiger roar echoed and a massive tiger palm descended from the sky. "No!" Han Tianming panicked and he wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Lin Yun had been waiting for him. When the palm landed on the ground, Han Tianming was reduced to meat paste. The street exploded and the ground trembled under the power. Countless people were being thrown into the sky under the turbulence. "Come with me." Lin Yun's gaze fell onto Xianxia, who was in the carriage, and he soared into the sky without any hesitation. When the painting exploded on the streets, the divine guards flew out along with the shattered rocks and snow. The sudden explosion sent the divine guards into chaos, and many people were hit by the impact. But Han Tianming's death had surpassed everyone's expectations. No one had imagined that a quasi-Violet Palace realm had died such a horrible death under Lin Yun's attack. This outcome was unexpected, even for Han Tianming himself. He was still toying with Lin Yun right before he died. Lin Yun soared into the sky as he dashed towards Xianxia, disregarding the pain from the rocks hitting his face. Qin Yu sat calmly on the carriage as he looked at Lin Yun, who was approaching with a calm look on his face. It was as if Lin Yun was invisible. No one knew what was going through his mind. But just when Lin Yun was about to get close to the carriage, 3 sword rays appeared that interlocked and formed into a net in front of Qin Yu and Xianxia. The sword rays came from the demonic moon villas Wang Feng, Primal Origin sects Ji Wuheng, and the Heavenly Qin Institute's Tang Jie. They were all core disciples of their various sects, but they were also members of the Azure Association. The 3 of them were in the 10th stage, and they had circulated all their power into this move. They clearly wanted to aim for Lin Yun's vital spots and take advantage of the fact that Lin Yun was only in the 8th stage of the profound martial realm. The 3 were from different sects, so there was no way that their rapport could compare to the elites of the Divine Guards. However, they were still core disciples of their own sects, and they were in the 2nd sequence in the Empire. So their attacks were naturally more terrifying than the elites of the Divine Guards. Seeing the 3 attacks overlapped each other, Lin Yun hesitated as he contemplated retreat. There was no way he could use the painting again, so he would lose his chance the moment the Divine Guards recover. But if he didn't retreat, he would be killed if he was careless. After all, the three core disciples wouldn't go easy on him. In the end, Lin Yun decided not to retreat. Lin Yun pushed the quasi-sentient sword intent to the limit, and the flower burial sword in his hand began to buzz. The iris flower in his dantian blossomed, and a violet aura exploded from within his body. His quasi-sentient sword intent overlapped with the flower burial sword and clashed with the three sword rays. The collision created a dazzling radiance that made everyone feel stinging pain in their eyes. At the same time, the shock wave from their clash fluctuated. This caused many of the spectators to lose control of their swords as their swords flew out. My sword! This is too powerful. I've never seen such a powerful sword intent. How terrifying! Lin Yun actually managed to withstand the attack. The swordsmen from the three major forces actually failed to suppress him. The terrifying aura shocked the crowd who was standing in the streets. Wang Feng, Ji Wuheng, and Tang Jie's faces were all ugly. They never imagined that they would embarrass themselves in front of the crown prince. They actually failed to suppress Lin Yun and were suppressed instead. With a huge explosion, both parties separated and their sword rays turned into a violet storm that swept through the surroundings. Ji Wuheng, Wang Feng, and Tang Jie's faces were dark. They exchanged a glance and their eyes flashed with killing aura. Rising smoke cloud, crossing river, soaring sword. They each threw out their strongest attacks at Lin Yun. Good timing. Lin Yun's clothes were covered in blood, but he didn't panic when he saw the attacks coming at him. After reaching the manifestation stage, the aquaselenic sword had reached a terrifying height. When Lin Yun pushed the aquaselenic sword to the limit, Lin Yun's figure suddenly exploded and divided into 9 afterimages. What's going on? Wang Feng, Ji Wuheng, and Tang Jie's faces changed. They had clearly locked onto Lin Yun, so why did they lose Lin Yun all of a sudden? Looking at the 9 afterimages, they couldn't verify which was the real Lin Yun. Moon reflection. When the 9 afterimages overlapped in the sky, a bright moon appeared on Lin Yun. When he swung his sword out, he was like a celestial who came out of a painting to overlap with the moonlight. This caught Wang Feng, Ji Wuheng, and Tang Jie by surprise as their attacks were shattered. The three of them threw up a mouthful of blood as they fell from the sky. At the same time, their sword aura shattered like a piece of paper and they slowly faded in the blizzard. Holy shit! What sword technique is that? What the hell did I just witness? An uproar rang from the surroundings. If Lin Yun had only revealed the tip of his sword technique, then the moon reflection would have been his strongest attack. Not to mention that Lin Yun had become a cripple 3 months ago. But 3 months later, when Lin Yun made his return, he was so dazzling that no one could look at him directly. After Lin Yun heavily injured the 3 core disciples, he continued his journey towards Xianxia. That's enough. Qin Yu finally spoke out at this moment. When he spoke, a terrifying aura exploded from the rear of the carriage that placed everyone under a great pressure. At that moment, many people's legs trembled as they struggled to remain standing. An expert in the Violet Palace realm. Everyone's faces changed. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw a palm descending that instantly sent him flying away. As he fell onto the ground, he threw up a mouthful of blood. Your Highness, I have already verified that he's here alone and there aren't any Violet Palace realm experts with him. Although there are many Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples mixed within the crowd, there isn't a single elder in the Violet Palace realm, not to mention any sword-bearing elders. A voice sounded beside Qin Yu that left him shocked. The reason why he refrained from killing Lin Yun was because he didn't believe that Lin Yun was here alone. He was confident that someone came along to protect Lin Yun. After all, no one dared to go against him so openly. He didn't believe that Lin Yun was here to court death, and that something must have given Lin Yun the confidence to stop his carriage. He never expected that Lin Yun was really here alone. Was he trying to become a lonely hero? Since that was the case, Qin Yu wouldn't hesitate any longer. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he nodded his head. The Violet Palace realm expert who sent Lin Yun back earlier reappeared once more and threw a palm out at Lin Yun. Lin Yun managed to withstand the palm from earlier because of the moon reflection, But Lin Yun wouldn't have the chance to execute his martial technique this time. To the Violet Palace real expert, everyone beneath him was an ant, and the difference between his power and Lin Yun's was too great. At the same time, a huge punch flew over like a dragon and tiger that clashed with the palm. A man wearing a white mask appeared in the sky and stopped the attacker. The Violet Palace realm old man's eyes flashed coldly, and he looked at the newcomer. "Stop hiding behind the mask. Do you dare to show your face? You don't need to worry about my identity. However, you'll have to get through me if you want to kill Lin Yun," declared the mysterious man. At the same time, a question appeared in everyone's mind. Who is this person to actually dare to interfere in the Crown Prince's affair? Judging from his movement technique and fist technique, he didn't seem to belong to the Sword Firmament Pavilion. At the same time, the Crown Prince was puzzled. Didn't the old man say that there was no one from the Sword Firmament Pavilion present? Lin Yun will die today and no one can save him. You're not an exception, the old man said in a domineering tone. He then walked towards Lin Yun, leaving footprints in the snow with every step he took. After 7 steps, the old man's aura had suppressed the entire blizzard. He was like heaven itself, which brought great pressure to everyone. "Take another step if you have the guts," said the mysterious man as he landed beside Lin Yun. His footsteps didn't leave any footprints in the snow, and his aura made the old man frown his brows. The old man's aura became even more eerie, but he didn't take another step forth. He was looking at the masked figure and wondering who this person was to actually dare to face a Violet Palace realm expert. Snow slowly filled the streets while the 2 Violet Palace realm experts resumed their face-off. This made the cold winter feel even colder. Suddenly, the world became quiet. Compared to the violent clash from before, the silence was even more suffocating. Everyone could feel that something was amiss. In the past, when Lin Yun created such a huge commotion, everyone only found it a pity because they felt that he was courting death. No one thought that Lin Yun could walk away alive after stopping the carriage. But things had changed now that experts in the Violet Palace realm had taken action. There weren't many experts in the Violet Palace realm, even among the 4 major sections. There was no way they would be sent out so easily. After all, sending them out represented a very specific attitude, the attitude of a force backing their own. The mysterious man had to face the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince by himself wasn't scary, but he represented the royal family, which was the supreme authority of the Great Qin Empire. If it wasn't out of fear for the royal family's authority, the Sword Firmament Pavilion wouldn't have allowed Xianxia to be taken away. Everyone began to ponder the identity of the mysterious man and the force he belonged to. Simultaneously, the mess caused by Lin Yun had also been elevated. Interesting. I really want to know who this person is to actually stand against His Highness. Lin Yun has slapped His Highness' face by messing up the wedding. It would be a stain on His Highness' life if he doesn't kill Lin Yun. It's unbelievable that this person dared to stand against His Highness. Is he from the Sword Firmament Pavilion? But would he even need a mask if he was from the Sword Firmament Pavilion? Just who the hell is this man? Words of doubt came from the crowd. For the first time, Qin Yu's face had changed as he sat in the carriage. His face was dark. He had always been a cautious man, so he liked to plan before taking any action. After all, he kept his composure even after witnessing Lin Yun slaughtering his way through the Divine Guards and Azure Association despite the boiling anger within. He only sent out an expert to end this mess after he made sure that Lin Yun had come alone. However, he never expected that a mysterious man would stand against him. Is this person from the Sword Firmament Pavilion? No, wait. The Sword Firmament Pavilion would only take actions against me if I took Xianxia by force. But she had agreed to the marriage herself. So the Sword Firmament Pavilion doesn't have any evidence to take action against me. Nor do they have the guts to go against the royal family. So who the hell is this fellow? Qin Yu was baffled as he looked at the mysterious man. The gray-clothed old man's face was dark as he looked at the mysterious masked man standing in his path. The old man descended from the sky and walked without leaving any footprints on the snow. His positioning was unique, so he wouldn't stop his footsteps until Lin Yun was right in front of him. He took 7 steps forward and the momentum he gathered was extremely terrifying. He arrived in front of Lin Yun and his aura had already reached its peak. He was confident of knocking the mysterious man away before killing Lin Yun. Lin Yun would be dead with this chance. However, the mysterious man was also well-positioned beside Lin Yun. In his position, he had more than enough time to act if anyone dared to kill Lin Yun. He had given the old man a choice. If the old man insisted on killing Lin Yun, then the old man would also have to take an attack from him. But if the old man gave up on killing Lin Yun, then he would be letting go of this perfect opportunity. Every expert cherished their life, especially those who had reached the Violet Palace realm. So the old man was forced to stop even if he didn't want to. At their level, they were competing with opportunities. It would be dire the moment one party found a weakness. But there was nothing the old man could do. He could only wait for the mysterious man to reveal a flaw. Then again, the old man couldn't tell anything from the mysterious man's face since he was wearing a mask. In the end, the old man gradually got impatient and irritated. For the entire moment, the street was silent. Lin Yun was gasping for his breath as he tried to guess the identity of the mysterious man. The mysterious man felt familiar, but at the same time he was unfamiliar. Most importantly, he couldn't find someone with a similar temperament as the mysterious man from his memories. Without wasting any time, Lin Yun circulated his origin energy to nurse his injuries. Meanwhile, the 4 guardians and 7 sword-bearing elders were assembled in a hall back in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Guardian Plum faced everyone with his back as he looked up ahead. Up ahead was the painting of their founder, Jian Wuming. Beneath the painting were memorial tablets of the past pavilion masters. On the table, where an incense cauldron would normally be placed, was an ancient sword that was decorated with flowery patterns. The sword was sheathed, but everyone could sense the horrifying aura coming from it. It was light containment, a sword that transcended the levels of cosmic artifacts. It was the personal sword of Jian Wuming and also the strongest sword in the Great Qin Empire. In the Sword Firmament Pavilion's history, this sword had only been used thrice. Each time was because the sect was facing a threat of life and death. Only the pavilion master was permitted to draw the sword. Then again, Guardian Plum was also permitted as well. In reality, Jian Xuanhe had already passed him the pavilion master's position 2 decades ago, but Jian Xuanhe didn't disclose it to the public. He wanted to disclose it once he reached the Heavenly Soul Realm and was ready to leave the Great Qin Empire. But honestly speaking, Jian Xuanhe would have been gone if it wasn't for the incident a decade ago. Guardian Plum, we've already verified that Lin Yun went to Heavenly Qin County. He didn't go after Han Yang as instructed. The news was disclosed to him by the Lin sisters. He will be killed by the Crown Prince if the sect does nothing about it. Guardian Plum, it's time to make a decision. The sword-bearing elders looked at Guardian Plum's back with a complicated gaze. Xianxia agreed to the marriage of her own will, so there was nothing the sect could do about it. But the sect couldn't suffer losing Lin Yun. After all, it would be a pity if a talent like Lin Yun was killed by the Crown Prince. Then again, this also meant that they would have to stand against the Crown Prince if they wanted to save Lin Yun. It was a difficult decision to make. Guardian Plum closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. He also had to make a similar decision a decade ago, but he ultimately chose not to draw the sword and allowed the Yi clan to be annihilated. It was the Pavilion Master who stood up and fought with the Great Qin Empire's emperor for 3 days. No one knew about the outcome, but after that battle, Xianju and Xianxia were allowed to stay in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, despite the annihilation of the Yi clan. They were both protected by the Pavilion Master's personal strength. Now, Guardian Plum had to make another choice a decade later. It was impossible for the Pavilion Master to help this time. The Pavilion Master's heart was no longer in the Great Qin Empire, and he had given the decision-making to Guardian Plum. This meant that Guardian Plum's decision could determine the death of tens of thousands in the sect. Drawing the sword was easy, but sheathing it wasn't. He could imagine the scene of Lin Yun riding to the capital upon hearing the news without turning back. After all, it was unlike Lin Yun to hesitate when he once said that he never regretted his killings. Images of what Lin Yun did in the sect appeared in Guardian Plum's mind. The youth pressed forward without any hesitation or fear of death. In the end, the image stopped when Lin Yun crippled one of his profound veins. Feeling pain in his chest, Guardian Plum opened his eyes and turned around. "Fellow elders, I have come to a decision. We will follow whatever decision you make." The 7 sword-bearing elders cupped their hands as they each held onto a firmament sword. The mysterious man and the old man continued their face-off in the street. The stalemate finally made Qin Yu lose his patience and he barked, "Lu Feilong, what are you waiting for?" In the next second, a sonic boom was heard as something traveled through the air at high speed. This shocked everyone. The commander of the Divine Guards, Lu Feilong, was also here. A horrifying aura exploded from the rear of the Divine Guards and a figure appeared in the air. He was donned in silver armor, which included his silver helmet, cape, and mask. He also held onto a long spear. His appearance instantly outshined everything else, and the spectators felt a sudden urge to pay their respect to this person. Lu Feilong's spear was pointed at Lin Yun, who was circulating his origin energy to nurse his injuries. When the spear was pointed at him, Lin Yun was shocked to discover that he couldn't move. It felt as though time had stopped. The mysterious man took to the air to block this attack, but the moment he moved, the gray-clothed old man instantly appeared before him and held him down. "Get lost!" barked the mysterious man. "Ha-ha! Don't think about causing any more trouble. Open your eyes and watch how that brat dies." The old man sneered without any fear. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feilong appeared before Qin Yu's carriage from 500 miles away. His speed was too fast for the naked eye, and his attack wasn't an attack that could be blocked. Lin Yun's fate was sealed. Right at this moment, the firmament tokens on the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples shattered. When the tokens shattered, transparent runes appeared before Lin Yun and formed a bizarre array. At the same time, when the array was formed, streaks of light flew across the horizon and descended down. The streaks of light were all swords, firmament swords. When the 7 firmament swords plunged into the ground trembled. At the same time, the swords gave out a blinding radiance, almost like a declaration. Everyone instantly recognized the origin of those 7 swords. They were the famous firmament swords of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. The firmament swords were already terrifying by themselves, and any one of them was greatly intimidating. So everyone was shocked to see all 7 swords. This scene had never happened before in the Great Qin Empire's history. The 7 firmament swords were only used in the past whenever the Sword Firmament Pavilion was threatened to form the firmament sword array to protect the sect. But today, the 7 swords were used for a single youth. The swords buzzed on the ground and emitted an intimidating sword intent. The Sword Firmament Pavilion still made their move in the end. "I'm afraid that chaos will sweep through the Great Qin Empire." Many of the old men who saw the swords from the buildings by the street side as their faces changed. The 7 swords represented the Sword Firmament Pavilion's attitude to protect Lin Yun. A huge array was also formed in the sky. This was an array unique to the Sword Firmament Pavilion, the Astral Meteorite Array. This array could be formed using the disciples' firmament tokens by the Pavilion Master. Also, the Sword Firmament Pavilion's experts could descend like meteorites from the sky no matter where they were because of the array. With the sudden change, all the buildings within a 10-mile radius began to shake as cracks spread out. The shockwave from this clash had caused many people to throw up blood from their mouths as they were sent flying away. Lu Feilong was stopped by the powerful sword intent coming from the 7 firmament swords. However, Lu Feilong was the commander of Divine Guards and stood at the top of the Great Qin Empire's pyramid. He didn't take a step back, nor did he show any signs of retreat. On the contrary, he had fully unleashed his terrifying strength. It felt like there was no limit to his strength as his aura constantly grew. This also made many people's faces change as they quickly retreated. "Death to anyone who challenges the royal family's prestige." Lu Feilong stabbed his spear forward. The 7 swords in front of Lin Yun began to tremble. They were fighting with the spear. For a moment, the 7 swords were struggling to remain upright under the spear. Then again, The royal family has no rights to determine the life and death of our sect's disciple. 7 streaks of light descended on the ground. They were naturally the 7 sword-bearing elders who were pulling their swords from out of the snow. Set up the formation. The 7 of them knew how powerful Lu Failong was, and that none of them could last more than 10 moves against him. They could only rely on the firmament sword array to fight him. No one could see Lu Failong's expression under the silver helmet, because the mask only revealed his cold eyes. The spear in his hand was like a raging dragon roaring within the array. The 7 sword-bearing elders all felt pain in their palms from the impact, and anyone could tell from their expressions that they were doing their best. At the same time, they were shocked that the firmament sword array couldn't stop Lu Failong. The battle between the 8 was too shocking. Just the shockwave from their clashes alone could kill cultivators in the profound martial realm. The gray-clothed old man and mysterious man had already backed down. When the mysterious man retreated, he also brought Lin Yun along with him. What power! Lu Failong is a little too powerful. He's practically like a dragon. The firmament sword array won't be able to hold him back for long. The sword firmament pavilion has thoroughly fallen out with the royal family now. The spectators were shocked by this scene. The 4 sects transcended the empire, but by themselves, none of the sects could contend with the empire. But the 4 sects had a long history, so it wouldn't be easy for the empire to defeat them. Even if the empire could win, it wouldn't be an easy win. However, no one had expected that a war would start because of a youth. Right at this moment, Lu Failong's spear shattered under the constant attacks from the 7 firmament swords. This scene had caused the 7 sword-bearing elders to rejoice. Qin Yu's face also changed from the carriage when he saw this scene, so he threw out a crimson spear over Lu Failong. Use the spear. The spear he threw out emitted a shocking and ominous aura. No one knew how many lives this spear took. That's the blood prison demon's pair, someone exclaimed from the crowd at the spear. It was the spear passed down through the divine guards, forged with countless souls and blood. This was a demonic spear and the divine guards rarely used it. But the moment it was used would be shocking. Blood Phoenix Prairie. Lu Failong executed his ultimate move when he caught the spear. Under the demonic aura, the 7 sword-bearing elders threw up a mouthful of blood with a crack forming in their formation. Break! Roared Lu Failong. The firmament sword array was barely keeping him contained the moment he caught the blood prison demon's pair. He turned around and the spear in his hand divided into 7. Each of the spears knocked a sword-bearing elder away. Lu Failong stood upright like a war god. When his gaze fell onto Lin Yun, the killing aura in his eyes began to gather. Who can stop me? Lu Failong snorted and dashed at Lin Yun. His action made everyone hold their breath because Lu Failong was too strong. Everyone knew he was strong, but no one knew that he was this strong. But before he could even take a step out, a streak of light appeared in the sky. When the streak of light appeared, it consumed everything and the sky turned dark. Lu Failong was knocked back by this attack. When the streak of light descended on the ground, it caused a huge explosion and all the buildings within 10 miles of radius collapsed, except for some ancient buildings. When everyone finally caught a glimpse of the light, they realized it was a sword. But it was one that not many people knew about. Isn't that light containment? Lu Failong's face finally changed at this moment when he saw the sword. Even Qin Yu's face changed when he heard the name of the sword. He knit his brows tightly together. Looking up ahead, he saw 4 blurred figures approaching through the blizzard. The leader of the 4's aura wasn't any weaker than Lu Failong. The 4 guardians. The 4 guardians of the sword firmament pavilion actually came. 4 guardians and 7 sword-bearing elders. Aside from the pavilion master, the sword firmament pavilion's top fighting prowess have gathered together. That sword might be the one used by Jian Wuming to sweep through the great Qin Empire. Light containment. My heavens, that's a sword that transcends a cosmic artifact. It's also known as the strongest sword in the great Qin Empire. Everyone's heartbeat raced when the 4 guardians appeared with light containment. No one now felt surprised that Lu Failong was knocked back by this sword. Even bringing out light containment. Is the Sword Firmament Pavilion sure about standing against me, against the Empire? Smiled Qin. We don't dare. But the Sword Firmament Pavilion is founded on the ideals of being firm like your sword. How can we continue to hold our swords if we can't even protect our disciple? Lin Yun can't die, replied Guardian Plum. His voice was indifferent, but it sounded as though he had no fear for life and death. But he ruined my wedding, injured my guest, and killed the elites of my divine guards. If I don't kill him, how can I maintain the prestige of the royal family? Retorted Qin. The Sword Firmament Pavilion won't poke our nose in your matters since Xianxia agreed to the marriage herself. But Lin Yun is our sect's disciple and our sect should be the one to hand down his punishment for his wrongdoings. Not the royal family, responded Guardian Plum. The Sword Firmament Pavilion was determined to protect Lin Yun. This caused a fluctuation in Qin Yu's heart. Because if that was the case, then it might not be impossible for the Sword Firmament Pavilion to bring Lin Yun away. Lin Yun might be worthy of hate, but Xianxia was more important right now. As long as Qin Yu could complete his marriage with Xianxia, he could always deal with Lin Yun after the Dragon Gate competition. I won't leave. I want to hear from big sister Xianxia that she's willingly marrying Qin Yu. Otherwise, I won't go even if I die. A stubborn voice came from Lin Yun that instantly made Qin Yu's face ugly. Good, good, good. Qin Yu laughed instead, saying, Then none of you can leave today. Lu Filong, order the entire divine guards to move out and take out the traitors of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Lu Filong hesitated for a moment before he waved his hand. A smoke signal flew into the sky and exploded, turning into a crimson bird that emitted a loud cry that caused the entire capital to tremble. Shortly after, the ground began to tremble as a huge army rushed over from all directions. On the carriage, Qin Yu sat with a gloomy face as he stared at the blurred figure in the blizzard. This was the last chance that he was giving the Sword Firmament Pavilion. If they could take Lin Yun away before the army arrived, then he could force himself to forgive them. But he was disappointed when he saw Guardian Plum retrieving light containment. When Guardian Plum held onto the sword, he emitted a blinding radiance that looked like a dazzling sun. Under that radiance, his blurred figure became clear and no one could see any hesitation on his face. Holding onto light containment, Guardian Plum looked at Qin Yu and barked, The Sword Firmament Pavilion will stand to the end. The crimson bird soared into the sky and enveloped every corner of the capital. That's the Divine Guard's profound bird seal. What's going on? Is there a beast tide? Did someone rebel against the Empire? The profound bird seal was hardly used, and the moment it appeared, it would represent that the Empire was in a dangerous situation. At the same time, only the Divine Guard's commander was permitted to use this seal. But it had been a few hundred years since this seal was last seen. The last time it appeared, the Empire was facing a demonic beast riot that engulfed the capital. Everyone in the capital began to feel uneasy. As for those who knew the truth, they felt even more uneasy. For guardians and 7 sword-bearing elders, if they were to rebel in the capital, the consequence would be even more dire than a demonic beast tide. Especially when the sword, light containment, was more terrifying than anyone had imagined. Protect His Highness. Lu Filong got on horseback and defended the carriage as he looked at Guardian Plum approaching with light containment in his hand. Even the guards who were initially responsible for ensuring Qin Yu's safety never expected that they would have to face the Sword Firmament Pavilion's 4 guardians, especially Guardian Plum who wielded light containment. The Sword Firmament Pavilion was completely capable of capturing the Crown Prince before the Divine Guards and the royal family's experts arrived. For a moment, the atmosphere became intense. Both sides had completely fallen out with each other, so it would be a bloodbath the moment they started fighting. This also meant that countless cultivators would die from the bloodbath. Regardless of if it was the Sword Firmament Pavilion or the royal family, neither of them would become the winner. Although Qin Yu had maintained his composure, he was swept with shock in his heart because he never expected that the situation would come to this. This wasn't the outcome that he wanted. There was no benefit in going head-to-head with the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Everything that he did so far was to forcefully marry Xianxia, including killing Xianxia. He tried to make it so that the Sword Firmament Pavilion wouldn't have an excuse to take action, but his plan had been ruined by Lin Yun. He now regretted not killing Lin Yun the moment he appeared. He had been cautious all along, but the situation still developed in the direction that he didn't wish to see. Right at this moment, the intense atmosphere was disrupted by a sudden intrusion of chimes. When everyone looked at the direction that the chimes were coming from, they saw a large group coming earlier than the Divine Guards. It was a luxurious formation with 18 people carrying a jade-white carriage. Inside the carriage sat a veiled lady. It was a formation of 1,000 people in the front and 3,000 people in the back. It's the princess. That's Bloom Phoenix Princess. What is she doing here? Aside from the Princess of the Empire, no one else had such a luxurious formation. She might be veiled, but everyone could recognize her eyes. Furthermore, the princess also had a unique temperament that would leave a deep impression on anyone. The mysterious masked man beside Lin Yun also felt relieved when he saw the Bloom Phoenix Princess arrival. He knew that the princess must have convinced that person in the imperial palace. Qin Yu, who had decided to stake everything into this, frowned his eyebrows when he saw the princess' arrival. At the same time, an ill premonition grew in his heart. Lu Feilong, back down with your men, instructed the Bloom Phoenix Princess on the carriage. You're not allowed to back down, barked Qin Yu. Qin Yu, are you going against our royal father's decree? Asked the Bloom Phoenix Princess indifferently. Decree? I naturally won't disobey the royal father's decree. But who knows if you're faking his decree? Qin Yu replied without any change in his expression. What a fool. You've only seen the Divine Guards moving out. Have you seen any traces of the Imperial Palace's experts? Without the royal father's decree, those experts would have already come to you long ago, said the princess in a disdainful tone. Lu Feilong fell into deep thought before he formed seals with a hand and dissipated the crimson bird that enveloped the entire capital. When the signal disappeared, the elites of the Divine Guards who were rushing here also returned to their respective stations. When Guardian Plum saw how the situation was developing, he sheathed light containment. From that action, everyone could tell that both parties had no intention of fighting for real because the consequences weren't something that either side could bear. In the end, a battle that would have destroyed half the capital was dissolved by the princess' words, which made many people feel relieved. After all, who knew how great the loss would be if a war really took place? Everyone would be implicated by the war. Seated inside the carriage, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of fury. This was no longer a simple case of being embarrassed. He was furious because he was now being suppressed by the princess. Looking at Qin Yu from high above, Bloom Phoenix Princess barked with an unquestionable tone. Release Xianxia. Haha. Aren't you overstepping your boundaries here? Don't tell me that this is also our royal father's decree. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with killing intent. This was his bottom line and he would never let anyone cross it. There was no way he could back down from this marriage, even if it was a decree from his father. You know well what kind of tricks you played behind the scenes. I'm trying to save you from embarrassment here. Otherwise, don't blame me for embarrassing you, replied the princess coldly. There's really a story behind the marriage? I knew it. How would Xianxia marry him willingly? I'm afraid that there's a secret why His Highness isn't willing to back down even when the situation came to this. The controversy tilted towards the princess and Lin Yun instantly. If there's really a story behind this, then please make things clear today and give the Sword Firmament Pavilion an explanation. Guardian Plum's voice sounded out behind Lin Yun. Make things clear? It was something that she agreed to personally. I'm giving you the greatest leeway by letting Lin Yun go. Don't think that I'm afraid of the Sword Firmament Pavilion even without the Divine Guards, replied Qin Yu. Then I'm sorry, but you can't touch Lin Yun or Xianxia then. Guardian Plum already made his decision since even Lin Yun dared to stand up for Xianxia. He had already drawn his sword, so he would never back down without achieving his goal. Qin Yu, let me give you some advice. You're still not the emperor, so you're in no position to say anything in the empire. You've already caused a huge mess today, so if you insist on going on, I can tell you honestly that you can give up on participating in the Dragon Gate competition, said the Bloom Phoenix Princess. She was giving Qin Yu her final warning. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly became sharp as he stared at the slender figure seated in the jade carriage. That slender figure seemed to be out of this world with a unique temperament. The two of them had trump cards from beyond the Empire, but Qin Yu hadn't been able to guess Bloom Phoenix Princess' trump card. He believed without a doubt that the Bloom Phoenix Princess was capable of preventing him from participating in the Dragon Gate competition. He didn't fear her, but he didn't want to take the risk. Since it's a matter between swordsmen, then let's resolve it with swords. Bai Lixuan suddenly spoke out with annoyance in his eyes. He dismounted his horse and looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, you can take Xian Yen away if you're able to take an attack from me and remain standing. Only one absolute genius is needed in the sect. That absolute genius is me, Bai Lixuan. Do you dare to take an attack from me? Bai Lixuan's words not only shocked the princess and Guardian Plum, but even Qin Yu's face had changed. Qin Yu was shocked that Bai Lixuan was making a decision on his behalf. But Qin Yu soon understood the meaning behind it. Bai Lixuan might be respectful to him, but he was also someone who had his own opinion. On the other hand, Qin Yu had neglected the fact that Bai Lixuan possessed the saint physique. It was pretty terrifying now that he thought about it. Bai Lixuan was a prideful person, so perhaps he had also looked down on Bai Lixuan. After all, Bai Lixuan was the only one who remained on the horse the moment Lin Yun appeared, and that alone stated something. Bai Lixuan's action wasn't only because of his confidence in his strength, but he had also seen that Qin Yu was in a difficult position. Qin Yu wasn't confident in offending the Sword Firmament Pavilion and Bloom Phoenix Princess without the Divine Guards, so he had no reason to reject Bai Lixuan's suggestion. Most importantly, even Qin Yu didn't believe that Lin Yun could take a sword from Bai Lixuan in his current state. Hence, Qin Yu smiled. He can represent me. If you can take an attack from Bai Lixuan and survive, you can take Xian Yen away. Guardian Plum, I have already left this matter to be resolved between the disciples of your sect. I believe that you no longer have any reasons to say anything else, right? At the same time, Qin Yu took a deep glance at Bai Lixuan. He couldn't see through Bai Lixuan, but he was seen through by Bai Lixuan. Bloom Phoenix Princess also fell into deep thought on her carriage. What Qin Yu did was brilliant because he basically passed the ball back to Guardian Plum. Since this was between the disciples of the Sword Firmament Pavilion, there was no reason for Qin Yu or her to stay involved in this matter. Lixuan, you're someone that I brought into the sect personally. Is there a need for us to come this far? Guardian Plum sighed because he was placed in a difficult position. Guardian, I will never forget my identity as the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciple, no matter what happens in the future, and I will always owe you one. Bai Lixuan began to emit a faint glow on his body that gave off an intimate and respectful feeling to others. This was the sign of the saint physique that imperceptibly placed pressure on others. The saint physique was like a star in the sky that others could only look up at. Some people were born high up in the sky and they would shine even without doing anything. But Bai Lixuan was risking his life by defying heaven to shine brightly like a star by relying on his own effort. Guardian Plum had difficulty making a decision because on the surface, Bai Lixuan was still a disciple of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. He might be close to the Crown Prince, and there was a high possibility that he had joined the Azure Association, but he hadn't done anything to harm the sect's interest. But today he wanted to force Lin Yun into a dead end. Guardian Plum had the guts to protect Lin Yun from the Empire, but he was placed in a difficult position when it came to Bai Lixuan. After all, Bai Lixuan could be considered to be in the same generation as Lin Yun. Two tigers cannot be placed in the same forest, and the Sword Firmament Pavilion can't contain two monstrous geniuses. There aren't enough resources, not to mention... Bai Lixuan paused briefly, and he looked at Guardian Plum. Lin Yun and I have a grudge from way back. Cut the crap. Lin Yun will take your attack. You're right that the Sword Firmament Pavilion can't contain two monstrous geniuses, nor do I wish to compete with you for that title. I only want to take Big Sister Xian Yen away today. Everyone was surprised that Lin Yun accepted Bai Lixuan's challenge without any hesitation. Lin Yun, Guardian Plum was concerned because Lin Yun was already injured. How could he take an attack from Bai Lishuan? After all, Bai Lishuan wouldn't issue the challenge if he wasn't confident. Guardian Plum, there's no need to persuade me any further. I naturally won't give up the chance that he's giving me. Lin Yun knew what Guardian Plum was concerned about, but this might be his only chance. It doesn't matter if you're willing to compete for the title, but the Sword Firmament Pavilion can only contain one monstrous genius, which is me. You won't be able to take Xianxia away today, nor will you still be living after today because you're fated to be slain by me. Bai Lishuan drew his sword, which was a transcendent, profound artifact. A terrifying aura also began to emit from Bai Lishuan as he unleashed his cultivation. His aura was in the pinnacle 9th stage of the profound martial realm. In just the blink of an eye, his aura actually approached quasi-violet palace realm. "What a powerful aura!" exclaimed someone from among the spectators. The Saint physique truly couldn't be underestimated based on how Bai Lishuan was comparable to the quasi-violet palace realm, while he was only in the 9th stage. How terrifying would he be the moment he reached the 10th stage? But that wasn't all. A sword buzz also rang out from Bai Lishuan's body along with his quasi-Shintian sword intent radiating out. This sword intent. His sword intent isn't any weaker than Lin Yun's. Bai Lishuan actually grasped the quasi-Shintian sword intent as well. Lin Yun is finished now. No wonder Bai Lishuan dared to say those words. Lin Yun will probably die for real this time. Everyone's face changed when Bai Lishuan unleashed his quasi-Shintian sword intent. But only Qin Yu wore a faint smile on his face, because he was confident that he would become the final victor. Die! Bai Lishuan took a step forward and charged at Lin Yun. At that moment, even the descending snowflakes seemed to have frozen in the air. It only took a split second for Bai Lishuan to appear before Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun hadn't even drawn his sword. Not many people could see Bai Lishuan's figure, but those who could track Bai Lishuan's movements couldn't help but change their facial expressions. A blinding radiance blossomed from the sword. The light was so bright that everyone had closed their eyes. But when the light slowly faded, an unbelievable scene appeared before their faces. "This is impossible!" Everyone exclaimed at the scene before them with disbelief. Lin Yun only used 2 fingers to receive Bai Lishuan's attack. Lin Yun was taking a gamble, gambling that his broken sword physique could suppress Bai Lishuan's saint physique. Lin Yun had already exhausted himself in the previous fight, not to mention that he even took a palm from a Violet Palace realm expert. He would have been dead by now if he didn't have a strong physique. However, his origin energy was drained and he was covered with injuries, so there was nothing he could do to receive that attack. But his physique didn't seem to be working because Bai Lishuan's sword wasn't breaking. "You think you can repeat what you did back then? Fat hope." Bai Lishuan instantly recalled how he was toyed with by Lin Yun back in the Azure Sun realm. Back then, Lin Yun had also used the same method to destroy several of his swords. Bai Lishuan couldn't help feeling enraged when he saw that Lin Yun was trying to repeat the same tactic. But before he could stab his sword into Lin Yun, his sword suddenly began to tremble violently. Shortly after, cracks began to cover his sword and he also suffered a backlash from his origin energy. Not giving Bai Lishuan the opportunity to respond, Lin Yun quickly stepped forth and sent a palm onto Bai Lishuan's chest. Throwing up a mouthful of blood, Bai Lishuan was sent flying away. This scene had shocked everyone as they watched in disbelief. No one had expected Lin Yun to win. When Bai Lishuan fell onto the ground, he looked at Lin Yun with rage and reluctance. "That was for Wuyo. I'll settle everything else with you during the Dragon Gate competition," said Lin Yun as he soared into the sky. "Get lost." A bark sounded out just when 2 members of the Azure Association wanted to stop Lin Yun. Landing on the carriage, Lin Yun carried Xianxia without even sparing a glance at Qin Yun. When he turned around, Qin Yu's eyes blazed with killing intent. However, Qin Yu instantly sensed 2 sharp gazes falling on him just when he was about to make his move. The 2 cold gazes came from Guardian Plum and Bloom Phoenix Princess, causing Qin Yu to dispel his thoughts of attacking Lin Yun. In the end, Qin Yu could only watch as Lin Yu left with his bride-to-be. He had never felt so humiliated. He wanted to throw up a mouthful of blood because there was nothing he could do about this situation. His face suddenly turned red and the origin energy within his body went out of control. In the end, Yu finally couldn't hold it back in anymore and threw up a mouthful of blood. Yu threw up a mouthful of blood that dyed the snow red. However, once he threw up the blood, his complexion improved. Looking at Lin Yun's silhouette, Yu's face became ugly. Lin Yun carried Xianxia through the snow and walked towards the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party. The spectators were filled with emotion when they saw this scene. This incident nearly caused a war, but it ultimately had a fairy tale happy ending. When the youth had appeared in the snow earlier, everyone thought he would die. But not only was Lin Yun still alive, he even brought Xianxia away with him in a princess carry under the crown prince's eyes. This Lin Yun is truly formidable. We all thought that he became a cripple, but he surprised us all with such a huge commotion. He came with the preparation to die and it paid off. Thinking about what just happened, doesn't it make your blood boil? This young man is really courageous and admirable. Haha. Didn't you guys see how His Highness threw up blood? As one of the 8 titles and the heir to the empire, he actually had his bride-to-be carried away by another man in public. I have to give him props. If it were me, I wouldn't just be throwing up blood. Speaking of which, the Dragon Gate competition is 1 month from now. I bet it'll be interesting. I have a feeling that the enmity between Lin Yun and Bai Lishuan won't end today, and that there will be another clash. The youth's frail silhouette looked majestic in everyone's eyes. After today, Lin Yun's name will surely spread throughout the great Qin Empire. Stories of his unyielding courage will spread because he drew his sword for a girl and never gave in. Once upon a time, everyone was young. So, many people felt emotional when they saw how he carried Xianxia away. As for the Dragon Gate competition, there was naturally nothing that could be said about it. With the strength that Lin Yun displayed today, he was completely qualified to participate in it. So much so that he even had a chance to become one of the 8 titles. After all, Drifting Goblet wasn't participating in this Dragon Gate competition, so there was one quota available for everyone to compete for. Your Highness, do you have anything else to say? Guardian Plum undid the seal within Xianxia's body when Lin Yun arrived and everyone finally felt relieved. Recovering his composure, Qin Yu jumped down from the carriage and he helped Bai Lishuan up from the ground. He comforted him saying, "You don't have to blame yourself for this." "Thank you," replied Bai Lishuan. His failure this time was a great blow to him. He wasn't embarrassed by his failure, but he couldn't accept that he lost to Lin Yin in the same manner again. Perhaps he was a little too confident. He could probably kill Lin Yun had he used his palm and not his sword earlier, but it was a pity that it was too late to regret things. He naturally had to pay a price for his arrogance. The Saint physique wasn't invincible and it only represented boundless possibilities for his future. Qin Yu nodded his head. He wiped the blood off his lips and looked at Guardian Plum. "I have nothing to say. A loss is a loss. I won't go against my words since I have already given my promise." Qin Yu was able to recover his composure despite being placed in such a position. It made others feel as if he hadn't lost yet. "But I won't forget the matter today. I look forward to you guys sending Lin Yun out for the Dragon Gate competition," said Qin Yu with the corner of his lips rising up. He took a deep glance at Lin Yun, and he waved his hand. "Let's go." Qin Yu soon left with his group, but the spectators stuck around. All of their eyes were glued to Lin Yun. They had witnessed Lin Yun's resilience and passion through this battle. Even if Lin Yun had crippled one of his profound veins, he was still powerful. So much so that he couldn't be underestimated. The smile that Qin Yu revealed earlier meant that this matter wasn't finished and that it would be resolved in the Dragon Gate competition. It was fine if Lin Yun didn't compete in it. But if he did, then Qin Yu would definitely try to kill him. At that time, he would officially slay Lin Yun as the Flying Feather. Bai Lishuan cupped his hands at Guardian Plum and left. But when the mysterious man beside Lin Yun was about to leave, Lin Yun called out to him, "May I know who you are? I will definitely repay you for the favor today." The mysterious masked man turned around and smiled. "Lin Yun, who do you think I am?" Drifting Goblet. Lin Yun instantly recognized him the moment he stopped changing his voice. This meant that his long hair must be a wig. It also made sense now as to why he would wear a mask. He must have concealed his identity so he wouldn't bring any troubles to the heavenly profound sect. After all, Drifting Goblet had no choice but to be cautious when standing against the Crown Prince. However, it was possible that the Crown Prince already recognized Drifting Goblet from his punch. Your Highness, thank you for your assistance. Guardian Plum stood up and thanked Bloom Phoenix Princess on behalf of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. There's no need to thank me. After all, I will need help from the Sword Firmament Pavilion in the future. Furthermore, Xianxia and I can be considered acquaintances. The Bloom Phoenix Princess' words were calm, and no one could guess what she was thinking with the veil covering her face. When she turned to Lin Yun, her gaze looked complicated. But at the same time, she looked concerned. A long time later, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. In the end, she said nothing to him. Let's return, declared the princess. It looks like Her Highness has a deep impression of you, said Xianxia. Lin Yun seemed to have grasped something from the princess' gaze, but he didn't manage to hold on to it. Suddenly, he turned to Xianxia and replied, Big sister, can you discuss with me next time if you're going to make any decision? It's not just me, but there are many people concerned for you. Senior sister Xianxia. The Locket Mountain's disciples all rushed over with joy on their faces. When Xianxia saw their familiar faces, her eyes became wet, but she held back her tears by biting her lips. Let's go. It's time for us to return as well, smiled Guardian Plum. When he turned to Lin Yun, his smile disappeared. As for you, tell me what you are doing here instead of hunting the great thief the moment we get back. Lin Yun could only reply with an awkward smile. Meanwhile, two figures that were on a tall building near the Imperial Palace stopped looking at the crowds and turned their attention to the palace. Lin Yun would definitely recognize them, but he would be shocked that they were together. The two figures were the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Pavilion Master Xianxia and the Sword Burial Wood's Lord 13. 13. Back then you said that you wouldn't take a step out of the Sword Burial Woods. Xianxia looked at Lord 13 with a fake smile. I gave him my promise that I would protect him, so I naturally can't watch him die. If I weren't here, do you really think that you could hold back the Bloodrobe Guards all by yourself? Snorted Lord 13. Who knows? Xianxia stroked his beard. But the old emperor is smart. He didn't allow his son to act reckless. I bet the sword from a decade ago gave him a lesson. Xianxia's tone sounded somewhat disappointed. 10 years ago, if Guardian Plum could have been as decisive as he was today, Xianxia wouldn't have to stay in the Empire for a decade. It looks like you had a decent harvest in the past decade. Lord 13 looked at Xianxia with his brows frowned. You're not too bad yourself. I believe you're almost done comprehending the profundities ancestor Wuming left in the Sword Burial Woods. While the two were exchanging sarcasm, two figures suddenly arrived. They were the sect masters of the Heavenly Profound Sect and Demonic Moon Villa. When they saw Xianxia and Lord 13 together, they were both shocked. Lord 13. The two sect masters cupped their hands at Lord 13. Lord 13 merely responded by nodding his head without any changes in his expression. As for Xianxia, he wasn't surprised that the two would come. After all, it would be weird if they weren't here for something so serious. As major sects, they had a rapport with each other, which included the Sword Firmament Pavilion and the Primal Origin sect. Their disciples might be competing with each other, but they were united in extremely serious matters. The Crown Prince has the Pure Yang Palace backing him up, which is why he has been so overbearing. The Azure Association has been infiltrating our sects without restraints over the years, so it's time someone taught him a lesson, smiled the profound Heavenly Sect's sect master. The Pure Yang Palace was one of the 9 overlord forces in the ancient southern domain. They could easily leave the Great Qin Empire in a bloodbath because they were an existence that far surpassed the empire. If Lin Yun and the rest knew about Qin Yu's backing, they would definitely be shocked. But the sect masters didn't seem too surprised about it. It's not surprising that the Pure Yang Palace will support him, but who is backing the princess? Does anyone know about it? Asked Xianxia. I can't see through her. The heavenly profound sect master shook his head. The demonic Moon Villa's sect master pondered for a long time before he revealed, I do know a thing or two, but I can't reveal it. This princess backing is bigger than what we all imagined. His words made everyone's faces change. The pure Yang sect was terrifying enough, but the princess backing was an existence even more terrifying than the ancient southern domain's overlord force. When everyone returned to the Sword Firmament Pavilion, Guardian Plum everyone away, except for Lin Yun. Xianxia's heart clenched and she said, Guardian Plum, please don't blame Junior Brother for his actions. I'm the cause of this matter, so I'm willing to take responsibility. This mess nearly caused an all-out war with the Empire. Many people would die in a war and the Sword Firmament Pavilion might have even been annihilated. That outcome would have been unimaginable, and it was all because Lin Yun had disobeyed orders. So if Guardian Plum was to pursue this matter, Lin Yun would definitely not be able to escape from his punishment. Guardian Plum, please don't blame Lin Yun. Blame the Crown Prince if you have. He's too much of a bully. That's right. We refuse to see Senior Brother Lin being punished, said the Locket Mountain's disciples when they saw that Lin Yun was about to be punished. I'm fully responsible for this matter, and this has nothing to do with Senior Sister. Lin Yun didn't even try to find an excuse for himself. Since he had done it, he would take responsibility for it. Quiet. It's my decision on how I'll deal with Lin Yun. Since when were you guys qualified to interfere in my decision? Guardian Plum barked coldly, which instantly suppressed everyone's voice. When Guardian Plum swept his glance, he looked at Xianxia and his expression softened. Xianxia, you go back first. It has been hard for you. Rest well. As for you, Lin Yun, come with me. Guardian Plum's tone wasn't so friendly when it was Lin Yun's turn. He turned around and left before Lin Yun could even say anything. Everyone, please take good care of Senior Sister Xianxia. I'll take my leave first. Lin Yun quickly followed behind Guardian Plum. As he followed Guardian Plum, the surrounding spiritual energy gradually became denser. Simultaneously, the surroundings also began to look familiar in his eyes. He knew that he was heading to Guardian Plum's residence. He had been here half a year ago after the Alliance Union battle. It didn't take long for him to arrive at his destination. The environment was decorated with plum trees, and a faint chill lingered in the atmosphere that felt relaxing. The spiritual energy here was so dense that it had formed a fog. When Lin Yun recalled the plum trees he cut down back then, out of guilt, Lin Yun no longer dared to utter a word. He followed behind Guardian Plum, passing through many artificial mountains and pavilions before Guardian Plum ultimately stopped at a pond. The pond was covered in flower petals and the water was so clear that you could see through. Lin Yun remembered this place because he had cultivated here for 3 days. The water was chilling and it was covered by a fog made of spiritual energy. This was a genuine spiritual pond. Do you know why I brought you here? Asked Guardian Plum with his back towards Lin Yun. I don't. Lin Yun knew that Guardian Plum wasn't trying to punish him, but he couldn't guess Guardian Plum's intentions. Do you want to hear a story? Asked Guardian Plum. I'm all ears, said Lin Yun. Now, where should I start? Guardian Plum looked at the pond and sighed. I can't remember how many years ago. Maybe 20 or 30. Anyways, many years ago, there was a genius in the Sword Firmament Pavilion whose talent wasn't any inferior to you or by Li Xuan. Lin Yun's heart jolted when he heard that. Could that person be Xianxia's father? He could have left the Empire for a bigger world, but he went to the army after leaving the sect because his ancestor was a soldier. He was brilliant in leading the army and he was also powerful. He had conquered 10 out of the 100 counties in the Empire. Very quickly, his military merits began to increase and he became the Divine Guard's commander. But one night, 10 years ago, the Empire began to cleanse the army of generals with a background from the 4 major sections. He was among that group and thus he was framed for being a rebel. Isn't it ironic? Sneered Guardian Plum. With his strength, he could have left if he wanted to. Instead, he was put in a position where he had to deny the crime and explain his innocence to the damn emperor even before his death. His friend who led the Sword Firmament Pavilion hesitated and didn't make a move. By the time he made his decision, this soldier had already been killed by the royal family's experts. Lin Yun wasn't too surprised by Guardian Plum's revelation because it wasn't any different from his guess. After that, this person had a demon planted in his heart that halted his cultivation. He has been stuck in the pinnacle Violet Palace realm ever since then. Guardian Plum turned to look at Lin Yun and he continued, "That's right, this person is me." Lin Yun nodded his head silently. "I brought you here because I wish to thank you. I've finally resolved this demon that has been plaguing me for the past decade," sighed Guardian Plum. "I've only been considering how serious the consequences would be, but I've never thought that your enemy might not let you go even if you didn't make a move. The Sword Firmament Pavilion emphasizes on becoming a person like a sword. A swordsman should have the courage to give his life any moment." Lin Yun fell into deep thought because he could sense a different temperament coming from Guardian Plum. Guardian Plum's cultivation seemed to have reached a terrifying height all of a sudden. "Guardian Plum, you made a breakthrough?" asked Lin Yun. "Not yet, but it's just a matter of time for me since I have already resolved the demon in my heart." Guardian Plum was calm. It was as though this was nothing important. But Lin Yun was greatly shocked. This was the heavenly soul realm that they were talking about, and that kind of strength could rival the Empire. Although it wasn't easy reaching the Violet Palace realm, anyone could do it as long as they had both the time and talent. However, the heavenly soul realm wasn't the same. The resources needed were astronomical, and the comprehension requirement to reach that level was too high. To many cultivators, they couldn't even touch the heavenly soul realm's bottleneck in their lifetime because it was a huge threshold. "Do you know what the focus of the heavenly soul realm is?" asked Guardian Plum. "No," said Lin Yun. "The martial soul." Guardian Plum looked at Lin Yun and continued. "For you and cultivators in the Violet Palace realm, you guys have been using your martial souls as trump cards. But one day, you will understand that your martial soul is your greatest move. The heavenly fate realm is a threshold, and you can only see a wider world after you reach it. So you have to protect your martial soul well. It will be your strongest trump card in the future, so you can't allow it to be damaged." Guardian Plum was sharing his knowledge with Lin Yun. Lin Yun now knew why other elites haven't been using their martial souls. So it turns out that they had already been warned. "There's also something troubling me, which is why I called you here." Guardian Plum looked at Lin Yun and frowned. "How did you break by Li Xuan's sword?" Lin Yun bitterly smiled because he had no idea how to answer that question. Even he knew nothing much about his broken sword physique. He could only sense that he could easily snap by Li Xuan's sword just like he had done back in the Azure Sun realm. But he nearly lost control of Bai Li Xuan's sword earlier. This meant that the broken sword physique wasn't invincible, so Lin Yun had no idea how to explain it to Guardian Plum. "It's fine. Since it's your secret, you don't have to tell anyone about it." Guardian Plum gave Lin Yun a deep look because he could sense something. With his cultivation, he could clearly sense that Lin Yun couldn't even hold his sword back then. "Thank you, Guardian Plum. I have another question. You were the one who brought Bai Li Xuan into the Sword Firmament Pavilion." Lin Yun looked at Guardian Plum because this was important to him. "I did, and I also had high hopes for him back then. But it was a pity that he ultimately joined the Azure Association. I'm afraid that the Azure Association must have made him an offer that he couldn't refuse. Although it might seem like he was trying to get Qin out of a difficult position, he was actually giving the Sword Firmament Pavilion a way out of the situation," said Guardian Plum. "Understood." Lin Yun knew that Guardian Plum was right. If it wasn't for Bai Li Xuan, it wouldn't be easy to get Qin release Xianxia. "I won't ask about the enmity between the two of you, but I do have something to ask you. Please spare his life if he loses to you," said Guardian Plum after hesitating for a long time. Lin Yun was surprised by those words. He looked at Guardian Plum briefly before he nodded his head. He only smiled bitterly within his heart. He could spare Bai Li Xuan's life, but would Bai Li Xuan spare his life? However, he owed Guardian Plum, so he would agree to any request from Guardian Plum, as long as he didn't tell Lin Yun to let himself be killed by Bai Li Xuan. Guardian Plum nodded at him. "You still have a month until the Dragon Gate competition. Don't go anywhere during this period of time. You can stay here. Is it because the Sword Firmament Pavilion is no longer safe? We already had one issue with Wang Yan, so who knows if there will be a second with someone else. There's nothing we could do if you got assassinated. We can't be careless in this last month. Guardian Plum explained all this with a grave expression. He couldn't help being cautious of the Crown Prince's dirty tricks. All right, I'll stay here for the next month. Guardian Plum, do you think I have a chance to become one of the 8 titles? Lin Yun wasn't feeling too confident about his chances because he crippled one of his profound veins. He wasn't sure if he could walk far in the Dragon Gate competition with his cultivation in the 8th stage. He might be strong, but he had already revealed all his trump cards during this battle. Not to mention the 8 titles, he wasn't even sure if he could defeat an expert in the 10th stage or Quasi-Violet Palace realm. Do you remember the 3 cultivation origins I gave you? They aren't that simple. Anything is possible if you manage to do it, said Guardian Plum as he took a deep glance at Lin Yun. Anything is possible. Lin Yun's heart jolted. Could it be that he could even return to the 9th stage of the profound martial realm? His 9th profound vein was shattered, which, generally speaking, would take 2 years to reforge without divine pellets or the help of experts. However, Guardian Plum's words made his heart jolt, but at the same time, he could feel that there was something amiss about it. I've already sensed the 3 seals back in the Repent Cliff, but I wasn't able to do anything about it. My entire body aches the moment I try anything, and the 8 other profound veins show signs of shattering. Clearly, I can only inherit the 3 seals after reaching the 9th stage of the profound martial realm, said Lin Yun. The 3 cultivation origins were too massive, so it wasn't something he could currently bear. He would only be playing with fire if he tried anything now. I won't repeat my words again. Diligently comprehend it here for the next 1 month, replied Guardian Plum as he turned around and left. Lin Yun fell into deep thought. Guardian Plum left too decisively, which was unlike his usual style. Could it be that there is a secret behind it? Suddenly, Lin Yun thought of something and he locked his brows together. Guardian Plum, you never hoped that I would comprehend something from it since the beginning, right? You just want to trap me here and make me miss the Dragon Gate competition. The reason was naturally clear. Lin Yun could be courting death if he participated in the Dragon Gate competition right now. So it would be better for Lin Yun to wait for the next competition 3 years from now. At that time, his shattered profound vein would have recovered and he could also refine the 3 seals at that time. Lin Yun's words suddenly made Guardian Plum stop. He sighed. Lin Yun, sometimes, being too smart isn't a good thing. Why are you so stubborn? You're only 18. Can't you wait 3 more years? Why are you so insistent about participating in the Dragon Gate competition at the end of this year? I can't wait 3 years, replied Lin Yun. I already promised Big Brother Xianxia that I will participate in the Dragon Gate competition no matter what. Big Brother Xianxia gave his life to save mine. So it's my turn to fight on his behalf. Qin Yu still has something on senior sister Xianyan, and I don't want this thorn to be in her heart for another 3 years. So I have to participate in this Dragon Gate competition no matter what. Lin Yun's gaze was stubborn with a steely determination to never take a step back. You're stubborn, barked Guardian Plum. I won't stop you since you're seeking death. But it's impossible for me to tell you the secrets behind the 3 seals. When Guardian Plum waved his hand, the entire place trembled and a terrifying pressure emitted out from Guardian Plum that made Lin Yun take several steps back. At the same time, countless plum trees exploded in the direction that Guardian Plum waved his hand. When Lin Yun regained his sight and the ground no longer trembled, he could no longer see Guardian Plum's silhouette. I have already left a restriction here. You won't be able to go anywhere unless you comprehended the 3 origins I left behind. You're on your own now. Guardian Plum's emotionless voice echoed by Lin Yun's ears. Patting the dust on his body, Lin Yun muttered, "It looks like Guardian Plum is really furious this time." He had known Guardian Plum for some time now, but he had never seen Guardian Plum so furious. Guardian Plum wasn't even this furious when he killed Wang Yan and violated the sex rules back then. Then again, he had embarrassed Qin Yu greatly. So there was no way Qin Yu would let him off in the Dragon Gate competition, not to mention that he was only in the 8th stage of the profound martial realm. Even if he was in the 9th or 10th stage, he still might not be able to defeat Qin Yu. Since Lin Yun was famous in the Great Qin Empire now, many people wanted to use him as a stepping stone. So he might die before he could even encounter Qin Yu in the Dragon Gate competition. Thus, it wasn't surprising that Guardian Plum was so furious. But Lin Yun had no reason to give up on the decision he made. Suddenly, he turned to look at the plum woods. Guardian Plum's palm had destroyed nearly half of the woods. Guardian Plum loved the plum woods a lot, so he could tell how furious Guardian Plum was by looking at the destroyed woods. Weird. Lin Yun gradually found something unusual as he walked towards the woods. The trees might be broken, but new saplings were actually growing on the cut surfaces. Shortly after, the plum woods gradually came back to life before Lin Yun's eyes. New lease on life. This scene was bizarre and Lin Yun wouldn't believe it if he hadn't witnessed it personally. Suddenly, Lin Yun's face changed and he fell into deep thought. He seemed to have caught onto something. The palm from Guardian Plum had given him a clue. When Lin Yun's brows slowly relaxed, a faint smile appeared on his face. I see. Guardian Plum really has a soft heart to reveal the profundities to me. If Lin Yun still couldn't comprehend the 3 origins with this clue, then he would be too stupid. Guardian Plum had already given a clue stating that the 3 origins also had the same effects as the trees, could give new life to his snapped profound vein. This probably has something to do with Guardian Plum's martial soul. Then again, his control over his martial soul must have reached an unbelievable height. This was probably where Guardian Plum's thesis on the martial soul came from. Lin Yun found a place to sit down and began to look inside his body. The 3 origins left by Guardian Plum in his body were like 3 golden seals that radiated like 3 blazing suns. It looks like I'm right. Now that Lin Yun had a direction to work in, he penetrated his origin energy into the seals, but there was naturally no way his origin energy could compare to Guardian Plum's. He felt as though his origin energy had entered the ocean and disappeared. But Lin Yun didn't give up there. He tried hundreds of times, and when his origin energy finally reached the depths of the seal, he saw a wisp of gentle green radiance brimming with vitality. When he saw that, a smile rose on Lin Yun's lips. Lin Yun then circulated the Iris Sword Sutra and continued to pour his origin energy into the 3 seals. When his origin energy was poured into the seals' radiance began to grow with wisps of green energy leaking out from the seals. When the green energy fell onto his shattered profound vein, Lin Yun could see his profound vein being repaired at a visible speed. Simultaneously, he could also feel warmth coursing through his body. It felt as though a blind person had suddenly regained their vision. It might sound exaggerated, but it was a perfect example for Lin Yun who had shattered his own profound vein. With that, his profound vein began to brim with vitality under the nourishment of the green energy. 3 days later, when Lin Yun reopened his eyes, his origin energy fluctuated and his 9th profound vein was also activated. A domineering aura arose from his body once more. At this moment, Lin Yun had regained his cultivation in the 9th stage, yet it was even stronger than before. It feels good to be back in the 9th stage. Lin Yun clenched his fist and poured his origin energy into his hand. He could clearly feel that this was his true strength. However, the 3 seals still remained within his body. He had only absorbed the green essence to fix his profound vein, so now that he was in the 9th stage, he could start refining the 3 cultivation origins. During this time, a thought crossed Lin Yun's mind. He believed that Guardian Plum would have been in the heavenly soul realm by now if he hadn't given the 3 cultivation origins to Lin Yun. Losing the 3 origins, Guardian Plum's breakthrough would be delayed by at least 5 years. Guardian Plum could have repaired his profound vein for him, but he didn't. Was that because Lin Yun wouldn't be able to fight the 8 titles even after he absorbed the 3 origins? Lin Yun's heart sank when he thought about that. The 8 titles were like an indomitable mountain that stood before him. Then again, could the height of a mountain surpass heaven? Defying heaven was what he ought to do as a swordsman. If there was a mountain in front of him, Then he would split it into two with the sword in his hand. Calming his heart, Lin Yun turned around and gave 3 bows. He knew that he could only repay Guardian Plum in the Dragon Gate competition. Since he had comprehended the 3 origins, this place could no longer stop him. Lin Yun didn't stay here and returned back. He believed that Guardian Plum must be observing him from somewhere and had removed the restriction the moment he recovered his cultivation. Big brother! Lin Yun heard Li Wuyo calling out to him the moment he came out of Guardian Plum's residence. What are you doing here? Lin Yun asked once he saw Li Wuyo. Guardian Plum's residence could be considered a forbidden ground in the sect, and no one was allowed to come close to it unless they received permission. The brothers of the Locket Mountain are worried about you. I was afraid that Guardian Plum might shatter another one of your profound veins. So I snuck over. I've been here for the past few days, but I can't get into the goddamned place, smiled Li Wuyo. He clearly suffered in the time he was here. Lin Yun smiled. It would be strange if Li Wuyo could get past the restriction Guardian Plum created. I'm fine. I received an unexpected harvest instead. Lin Yun only said that to dispel Li Wuyo's concern. He didn't go too in-depth about it. What harvest? Li Wuyo's eyes lit up. I'll tell you about it later, responded Lin Yun. Did anything happen recently? Hee, of course. After all, the Dragon Gate competition is only 1 month away. Let's start with Bai Lishuan. He went into seclusion the moment he came back. I even heard that he was so furious that he broke 3 mechanism puppets before he went into seclusion. More sects have started to gather in the capital recently, and there's even a bet that was opened. A bet? Asked Lin Yun. What is it about? It covers everything. However, the main focus is the Dragon Gate competition speculation. The hottest topic right now is who will take over Drifting Goblet's position as a new title. Among the popular picks are Bai Lishuan, Situi, and Zuyun, all of whom are ranked among the top 3. Some people even came up with a newly risen ranking for it. Hearing Li Wuyo's explanation, Lin Yun was baffled. Did those people really think that the 8 titles were invincible? Big brother, are you dozing off? Aren't you curious why you're not in the ranking? Li Wuyo smiled mysteriously. Lin Yun pondered this briefly. He wasn't surprised that Bai Lishuan and Situi made it into the rankings, but Zuyun was a surprise. Stop with the suspense. Out with it. All right. The bet was set up by the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. You have an individual bet, and that wager far surpassed the other bets. Li Wuyo paused briefly and continued. They're betting if you'll even show up at the Dragon Gate competition. Some were certain that you wouldn't show up. After all, you have a shattered profound vein, not to mention that you have also offended Qin Yu. Naturally, you will definitely die if you show up on the Dragon Gate competition. Some people also say that you're not a coward based on your actions back then. Lin Yun never imagined that something like this could be used to bet. Then again, there would be variables if he participated in the Dragon Gate competition before he came out of Guardian Plum's residence. As long as there were variables, it could be used to bet. Not to mention that the incident with Qin Yu's wedding had just happened recently. As the person standing in the center of the storm, it was unavoidable for Lin Yun to be discussed by others. Big brother, can you tell me secretly if you're participating in the Dragon Gate competition? Li Wuyo chuckled with a wink, but Lin Yun naturally ignored him. Actually, I can guess your decision even if you don't tell me. I've already placed my bet, so I'm just waiting to receive my winnings. That aside, let's talk about the important things. Important things? Asked Lin Yun. The first thing is naturally the princess visit. The princess has been in the Locket Mountain for the past 3 days, replied Li Wuyo. Li Wuyo's words stunned Lin Yun. He was surprised that the princess would visit the Sword Firmament Pavilion and had even waited for 3 days. It looks like Xianxia wasn't lying when she said that she knew the princess. Their relationship might not be so simple. Secondly, senior brother Yi is back. He's currently exchanging pointers with someone in the Firmament Plaza. Even senior sister and the princess have gone there. Senior brother Yi? The first on the heaven ranking, Yi Feng? Questioned Lin Yun. Yeah, that's him, said Li Wuyo. Yi Feng was ranked first on the heaven ranking. He had been in the sect for 6 years, but no one could threaten his position. His strength was unfathomable, and he had practically been out of the sect for the past 2 years. Lin Yun was also curious about Yifeng. He wanted to know how strong Yifeng was to dominate the heaven ranking. "Who is he exchanging pointers with?" asked Lin Yun. "The one exchanging pointers with senior brother Yi isn't simple. I heard that he's the junior brother of a titled figure and that his sword technique is extremely formidable. He's also ranked on the newly risen ranking." "Oh? Let's go take a look then. I can also see senior sister there." The two chatted as they headed towards the plaza. Along the way, they would encounter many disciples heading in the same direction as them. When the disciples saw Lin Yun, their eyes would light up and they would greet him respectfully. There wasn't a single person in the sect who didn't look up to Lin Yun. Lin Yun's fame was widely spread during the princess' birthday banquet. However, his action of snatching Xianxia back from Qin Yu boosted the sect's morale greatly. This filled all the sect's disciples with respect for Lin Yun. When the two got to the plaza, it was filled with disciples who wanted to see Yifeng. After all, Yifeng was a legend in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Even Lin Yun was curious about him, not to mention that his opponent was someone on the newly risen ranking. On the way here, Lin Yun learned about the origin of this expert on the newly risen ranking. He was the junior brother of Twilight, one of the 8 titles. Twilight was a special existence. After all, most titles were either from the 4 major sects, the Heavenly Qin Institute or the royal family. But Twilight was special because of the Sword Cloud Pavilion. The Sword Cloud Pavilion's foundation was weaker than the 4 major sects and Heavenly Qin Institute, plus it was located at the borders of the Empire. The Sword Firmament Pavilion and Sword Cloud Pavilion only had a 1-word difference in their name. There was a rumor that before the Sword Firmament Pavilion was established, the Sword Cloud Pavilion was the strongest sect in the Great Qin Empire that prioritized the sword. However, it was a pity that they were defeated by the Sword Firmament Pavilion's ancestor. In the end, the sect was forced to move out of the Heavenly Qin County to avoid the Sword Firmament Pavilion. So one could imagine how terrifying the Sword Firmament Pavilion's fame was back then. Even the firmament in the Sword Firmament Pavilion meant transcending the clouds. From then on, the Sword Cloud Pavilion dropped to a second-tier force in the Great Qin Empire and only barely made it to the first tier recently. Many people weren't convinced by Twilight because they felt that he wouldn't receive his current position if Xianxia fought 3 years ago. Many people tried to challenge him, but all of them failed. It was only after all the failed challenges that everyone realized Twilight's fame was forged by his sword in the Dragon Gate competition. This meant that he fully deserved his title. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo retracted their aura as they approached Xianxia and the princess. "Junior brother." Xianxia smiled the moment she saw Lin Yun. "Did Guardian Plum make things difficult for you?" Lin Yun looked at the princess and cupped his hands together as a greeting. Although the princess was wearing a veil to cover her face, it still couldn't conceal her outstanding temperament. "Hee. Look at how you can't shift your eyes when you look at Her Highness," teased Xianxia. Lin Yun revealed an embarrassed smile. He didn't know how to reply because he could feel a sense of familiarity coming from Bloom Phoenix Princess. Gradually, a figure appeared in his mind and the two of them overlapped. But it was still too blurred, so he thought he made a mistake. "Take a seat." "No need to feel so tense," said Bloom Phoenix Princess. On the stage, a young man smiled. "The Dragon Gate competition is 1 month from now, so I'm honored by your visit. I dare not receive such flattery. I've heard that your strength is comparable to the titles despite not receiving a title yourself. The newly risen ranking is truly blind not to include you in it. In my opinion, you're the most qualified person to receive a title in this Dragon Gate competition." The person standing beside the young man was extremely respectful. "The one who just spoke is Luo Yuhang, Twilight's junior brother. I heard that he's very powerful and that senior brother Yi invited him over. The elders are interested by the fact that he's from the Sword Cloud Pavilion and wanted him to exchange pointers with senior brother Yi," explained Xianxia. Lin Yun's gaze fell onto another person, who was most likely Yifeng. Yifeng looked mature, but he didn't look old. At the same time, his gaze was sharp, which was probably a result of the many people he slaughtered over the years. There was a drastic difference between his temperament and the other sect's disciples. There were rumors that Yifeng had even left the great Qin Empire to gain experience around the nearby empires. With a grave expression, Xianxia continued, "The person by the side is senior brother Yifeng. My big brother was extremely respectful of him and said that senior brother Yifeng truly deserved to be first on the heaven ranking." Facing Luo Yuhang's politeness, there were no changes to Yifeng's face. He smiled, "Brother Yi, we're both from sects that focus on swords, and you're also Twilight's junior brother. I believe you have a high insight in the way of swords. If you don't mind, I wonder if we can exchange pointers? After all, just look at how excited my junior brothers are." Luo Yuhang revealed a profound smile and replied, "You're too flattering. But it's pointless to exchange pointers with words alone because there will always be someone unconvinced by the results. Since we're exchanging pointers, then someone naturally has to be defeated by my sword." His words instantly dropped a bomb in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Although what Luo Yuhang said made sense, anyone could sense the hidden intent behind his words. Was he so sure that everyone here would be defeated by him? Luo Yuhang's words were arrogant, which made the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples feel uncomfortable. But Luo Yuhang was Twilight's junior brother, and he also had an unfathomable cultivation. So despite the commotion caused by the disciples, none of them dared to step forward. After all, Luo Yuhang said that he would exchange pointers after defeating someone. This meant that they wouldn't just lose, but they would also be used as the topic to pick on. It was humiliating to think about. If they were defeated, they wouldn't just be embarrassing themselves, but also the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Luo Yuhang curled his lips with disdain and he suddenly stood up. "There's naturally a reason why I'm ranked 5th on the newly risen ranking. Senior brother Yi is low profile, which is why he isn't in the ranking. What's the matter? Do you guys think that you are also not in the ranking because you are low profile? Those with strength but not on the ranking are called low profile. As for those without the strength to make it into the ranking, they're just garbage. I'm not targeting anyone, but I'm saying that none of you here are my opponent." His words instantly caused an uproar. Before the uproar could settle down, Luo Yuhang continued, "What's the matter? You guys find it prickling to the ears? It's just the truth. Bai Lishuan is ranked 1st on the ranking and he's one of your Sword Firmament Pavilion. That I accept. But he's in seclusion, and he's not here right now. But I heard that there's someone else in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Unfortunately, he crippled one of his profound veins and dropped to the 8th stage. As for him, I can only say that he won't go far in the Dragon Gate competition. Senior brother Yi invited me to exchange pointers, so I still stick to my words. I'll talk when I defeat someone with the sword in my hand. Otherwise, who would be convinced by just words?" The Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples were all enraged. Luo Yuhang was simply too arrogant to humiliate them. Then again, what he said made sense. At the same time, they could also refute it by defeating him, but none of them were confident to do so. Lin Yun locked his brows together. It looks like the Sword Cloud Pavilion was here to make trouble. "Does anyone here dare to spar with me?" Luo Yuhang smiled, but his smile was filled with ridicule for all of the disciples present. Since Luo Yuhang was Twilight's junior brother, he must be the 2nd strongest in his sect. Although the Sword Cloud Pavilion was inferior to the Sword Firmament Pavilion in terms of foundation, Luo Yuhang must have his own tricks to make it into the 5th on the newly risen ranking. Since brother Luo wants to exchange pointers, then I'm interested in giving it a try. A person stood up just when Lin Yun was about to go up. That person was Chun Shenjun, who was ranked 9th on the heaven ranking. He was the same Chun Shenjun who went into the Demon Lotus realm together with Lin Yun. When all the gazes fell onto Chun Shenjun, the latter could feel an immense pressure. "Senior brother Chun made a breakthrough?" asked Lin Yun. "He made his breakthrough half a month after coming back from the Demon Lotus realm. It has been 3 months since then and he's in the pinnacle 10th stage now," explained Xianxia. Chun Shenjun had received great benefits from the Demon Lotus realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood up at this moment. Chun Shenjun landed on the stage and drew his sword. "It looks like the disciples of the Sword Firmament Pavilion aren't cowards after all," said Luo Yuhang as he stood a step forth and unleashed his cultivation in the pinnacle 10th stage. This instantly caused a commotion beneath the stage because Luo Yuhang was truly worthy of being arrogant with his strength. Just his cultivation alone had suppressed the majority of the disciples here. Chen Xuanjuan's lips twitched. He started to regret stepping onto the stage at this moment, but there was nothing he could do since he was already up. "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I'll defeat you with my cultivation in the 9th stage," smiled Luo Yuhang as his horrifying aura suddenly retracted. In the blink of an eye, he sealed his cultivation to the 9th stage. This made Chen Xuanjuan's face turn red because Luo Yuhang was practically humiliating him. "How arrogant!" roared Chen Xianjun, and his sword intent swelled like a demonic beast. Stabbing his sword, he was carried forward by its momentum and dashed towards Luo Yuhang. Great timing! Luo Yuhang took a step forward and his aura came crashing down. He didn't even draw his sword. His aura took the shape of a sword and shot towards Chen Xuanjuan's forehead. "This fellow does have some tricks up his sleeves after all," muttered Lin Yun. The two on the stage had exchanged several moves in the blink of an eye. Although Luo Yuhang didn't draw his sword, every of his attacks forced Chen Xianjun to change the direction of his attacks. This repeated for 10 odd times before Chen Xuanjuan's aura began to drop. "Not good," Lin Yun yelled in his heart. "My turn now." Luo Yuhang smiled coldly and he suddenly grabbed onto his sword. His cultivation was still in the pinnacle 9th stage, but his aura underwent a transformation when he held onto his sword. His sword aura began to rise, causing his clothes and hair to flutter under the breeze. When he drew his sword out, it unleashed a dazzling radiance that forced many disciples to squint their eyes from the brightness. Before Chen Xianjun could catch a clear glimpse, the stage suddenly turned dark and Luo Yuhang's figure disappeared. "What's going on?" Chen Xuanjuan's face changed, but in the next second, the darkness was suddenly replaced by a dazzling brightness that caught him by surprise and stung his eyes. Chen Xianjun instantly reacted by retreating to avoid the fatal blow. As light and darkness alternated, Chen Xianjun constantly dodged the incoming attacks directed at him. After several moves later, Chen Xuanjuan's sword was knocked away along with several strands of his hair. Compared to his sword on the ground, his hair was even more striking, because if Luo Yuhang had intended to kill him, then his hair wouldn't be the only thing severed. "I lost," said Chen Xianjun with much reluctance. Not only was his sword knocked away, but his opponent even cut several strands of his hair. This was a complete loss on his part. The faces of the elders who saw this scene became ugly. "Why are you forcing yourself to put up a strong front since you're so weak? What an embarrassment. Get lost." Yifeng spoke with a prideful tone. His words were like needles that stabbed into Chen Xuanjuan's heart, making him feel awkward. Chen Xianjun could even see the ugly faces of the elders. He knew that he had embarrassed the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Simultaneously, even the disciples down the stage also feel that Chen Xianjun was putting up a strong front because of Yifeng's words. "I'm not skillful enough and I've embarrassed the sect." Chen Xianjun cupped his hands together. He did not want to stay on the stage for another second. "We're not done exchanging pointers. I didn't point out where you lost. You will go down only after I'm done," said Luo Yuhang as he sheathed his sword. Chen Xuanjuan's eyes blazed with rage when he heard that. Luo Yuhang was clearly not intending on letting him off. Not only did Luo Yuhang defeat him, but Luo Yuhang wanted to humiliate him even further. With grievance written on his face, Chen Xianjun gnashed his teeth. "Go ahead. Advise me." "This isn't exactly advice. Your sword technique is powerful and you've achieved great feats in it. However, you're too bound by convention. You don't know how to use it smoothly at all. This is the reason why I can defeat you so easily despite suppressing my cultivation to the 9th stage." Luo Yuhang paused briefly, and he continued, "If you use that sword technique in the Dragon Gate competition, your loss will be even more unsightly. It's best if you don't participate in it or you'll just embarrass your sect." Luo Yuhang sat back in his chair and continued, "You can return now. I'm not targeting you personally, but I'm just saying that all the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples don't amount to much. All of you have trapped yourselves in a box, so you guys will be beaten sooner or later. Then again, it's not like you guys are better than garbage now. The Sword Firmament Pavilion only remains because there's still a few people holding everything up. But if this goes on, you guys will lose the title as the strongest sword sect in the Great Qin Empire sooner or later. His words instantly dropped a bomb into the surroundings because Luo Yuhang practically just insulted them as garbage. Isn't that a little too much? Chun Xuanjuan's face turned red. He could feel that there was something wrong with Luo Yuhang's words, but there was nothing he could say since he lost the battle. I have to be honest since we're exchanging pointers. We're swordsmen and we talk with our swords. How is that too much? You can come and challenge me anytime if you think that it's too much, smiled Luo Yuhang. Although his words caused an uproar down below, everyone soon became silent. They had to be cautious since Chun Shenjun was an example beforehand. Sitting beside Xianxia, Lin Yun sighed inwardly. The Dragon Gate competition was truly a grand event that caused all sorts of people to appear. As a sharp flash flickered through his eyes, Lin Yun stood up. I would like to seek some advice from you. Lin Yun's voice wasn't loud, but he had instantly attracted everyone's attention. Senior Brother Lin. It's really Senior Brother Lin. Wasn't he locked up by Guardian Plum? It looks like Guardian Plum didn't punish him after all. But can Senior Brother Lin defeat this person? Luo Yuhang feels unbelievably strong and Senior Brother Chun couldn't even put up any resistance. Luo Yuhang might be strong, but that doesn't mean that the Sword Firmament Pavilion has no one else. The plaza instantly boiled, but many disciples also felt worried for Lin Yun at the same time. If everyone had doubts about Luo Yuhang's strength before the previous fight, they no longer dared to underestimate him after witnessing how he defeated Chan Xinjun. After all, he was Twilight's junior brother. Lin Yun. Yifeng and Luo Yuhang's brows twitched when they looked at Lin Yun. Although they never met prior to this, they had long heard of Lin Yun's fame. This is Lin Yun? Yifeng fell into deep thought. He had been hearing two names pretty often ever since he came back. One was by Li Xuan and the other was Lin Yun. But after he heard of their accomplishments, he wasn't surprised that everyone had forgotten about his existence. After all, the two of them were simply too outstanding. Before Bai Lixuan obtained his saint physique, he had already displayed unbelievable talent. But Lin Yun only appeared a year ago and he had accomplished everything in under a year. Lin Yun tapped his foot on the ground and gently landed beside Chan Shenjun. Junior brother, be careful. There's something weird about his sword technique, warned Chan Shenjun. You're Lin Yun. Luo Yuhang looked at Lin Yun with interest, but there weren't any fluctuations on his face. Yes, he responded. You're unlike the others. You had boundless prospects before you shattered your profound vein. But it's a pity. Your upper limit has already been determined now. I heard that the Myriad Treasure Pavilion even used you as a bet. I advise you not to participate in the Dragon Gate competition. Otherwise, you might be killed before you even encounter the Crown Prince. Luo Yuhang spoke in an aloof tone that made everyone uncomfortable. Lin Yun also couldn't be bothered to be polite with Luo Yuhang. He replied, My participation in the Dragon Gate competition has nothing to do with an outsider. You only need to know that I'm here to spar. You find my words unpleasant? Luo Yuhang scoffed and continued, All right, let me teach you how to behave before the Dragon Gate competition. I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation to the 8th stage. A cold sneer flashed in his eyes that was even more arrogant than when he fought Chan Shenjun. The provocation in his words was obvious. Xianxia frowned her brows beneath the stage. Lin Yun had already revealed almost all his trump cards previously and Luo Yuhang clearly came prepared. Luo Yuhang began to suppress his cultivation to the pinnacle 8th stage. He wanted to defeat Lin Yun in this matter and use the latter as a stepping stone. All the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples looked at Lin Yun and they could feel an immense pressure. However, Lin Yun stood there calm and composed. Please, said Lin Yun, looking at Luo Yuhang. As you wish. Luo Yuhang drew his sword and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. This battle concerned the Sword Firmament Pavilion's honor, so everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. With the Dragon Gate competition approaching, any commotion that occurred now would sweep the entire city instantly. If Lin Yun was defeated by someone in the same cultivation, it would surely spread throughout the heavenly Qin County in one night. Lin Yun and Luo Yuhang were locked in a stalemate as they waited for each other to reveal a flaw. "You're not going to attack?" Luo Yuhang was surprised that Lin Yun didn't launch an attack at him first. He then sneered, "Then you won't have any chance to draw your sword." Luo Yuhang gathered his sword intent and he drew his sword. In that moment, a horrifying sword aura exploded from him. A bright radiance soon followed when he stabbed his sword forward. He was using the same attack he used to defeat Chun Shenjun. Supreme Radiance Sword, Daylight. Someone recognized Luo Yuhang's sword technique from the previous fight. The Supreme Radiance Sword was a transcendent spiritual grade sword technique of the Sword Cloud Pavilion. It was well known in the Great Qin Empire many years ago. It required high comprehension to practice. The sword ray was like a dazzling sun. But just when it was about to reach Lin Yun, it started to alternate between darkness and light. It wasn't easy trying to get used to the drastic changes. This again. I'm afraid that Lin Yun will lose just like senior brother Chun if he isn't able to see Luo Yuhang. Many disciples had a bad premonition. But right at this moment, a clear sword buzz rang out with snow exploding out. When Lin Yun avoided the attack, he threw out a punch at the same time. The punch seemed to have caught the flaw in Luo Yuhang's attack. However, Luo Yuhang reacted in time and swung his sword again, showing just how formidable he was. "This is a terrifying fellow." An exclamation broke out in the plaza because Luo Yuhang had instantly converted his disadvantage into his advantage. Just this alone proved that it wasn't an injustice for Chun Shenjun to lose. Lin Yun instantly avoided it with the 7 profound steps. But Luo Yuhang kept shattering Lin Yun's afterimages and compressed Lin Yun's space. Using the 7 profound steps Golden Crow Seal, Lin Yun's figure flashed around the stage, throwing out punches occasionally. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged over 10 moves. Everyone beneath the stage was shocked as they watched this battle. The battle slowly sped up and Lin Yun continued to fend off Luo Yuhang calmly with his punches. Supreme Solar. Luo Yuhang finally lost his patience and brought out his strongest attack. His sword instantly unleashed a bright radiance like the sun that had the might to annihilate everything. The sword aura from his attack was too powerful and even Lin Yun was forced to take several steps back. No one had expected that Luo Yuhang's attack would be so terrifying. This was clearly a sign that his sword technique had reached complete mastery. Kill! Killing intent flickered in Luo Yuhang's eyes and he swung his sword out. Dragon Tiger Fist. Lin Yun faced Luo Yuhang's attack head-on. The two clashed 9 times, but Lin Yun couldn't obtain any advantage without his sword. After 9 clashes, he was pushed to the edge of the stage. He was only half a step away from falling down. Although the radiance in Luo Yuhang's attack had dimmed, his sword aura was still powerful. The corner of Luo Yuhang's lips curled and he sneered, "This is the genius of the Sword Firmament Pavilion? You're not so impressive after all. Sit down. Senior brother Lin Yun is going to lose." The Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples exclaimed out. But right at this moment, Lin Yun charged forward instead of retreating. 3 seals into 1. Lin Yun formed the Undying Vajra Seal, Sky-Breaking Seal, and Demon Vanquishing Seal. His aura instantly suppressed Luo Yuhang, and even the radiance from Luo Yuhang's attack paled in comparison. The differences were like a firefly and the sun. Lin Yun rarely used the Dragon Tiger Fist anymore after he obtained the Quasi-Shintian Sword Intent. But that didn't mean that the Dragon Tiger Fist was weak. It was a famous martial technique in the Great Qin Empire and Lin Yun had already reached complete mastery in it. Furthermore, he even used his sword intent to complement the marital technique even more. Facing Luo Yuhang's domineering sword, Lin Yun used an even more domineering attack to suppress him. When the 3 combined seals descended, it instantly shattered Luo Yuhang's attack. "No!" cried Luo Yuhang. When Lin Yun's gaze passed through the radiance, he could see Luo Yuhang retreating. "Do you think you can run?" Lin Yun charged forward and threw a punch at Luo Yuhang's wrist. When Luo Yuhang's sword fell to the ground, a cold light flickered in Lin Yun's eyes. You lost. Not only did Luo Yuhang lose, he even lost in a terrible state. After all, Lin Yun didn't even draw his sword throughout the entire fight. This is impossible. Luo Yuhang's eyes flashed with reluctance and his aura suddenly surged, reaching the 9th stage. He wanted to recover his cultivation to suppress Lin Yun. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes and his aura also surged before Luo Yuhang's cultivation could return to the 10th stage of the profound martial realm. When the iris flower in his dantian blossomed, Lin Yun threw out his strongest punch, taking Lin Yun's attack head-on before he could recover all of his cultivation. Luo Yuhang was sent flying away and throwing up blood. Didn't you say that you're suppressing your cultivation in the 8th stage? So the genius of the Sword Cloud Pavilion likes to slap himself in the face. Mockery flashed in Lin Yun's eyes as he looked at Luo Yuhang coldly while emitting a pressure in the 9th stage. Junior brother, you restored your cultivation? Xianxia's eyes lit up when she saw this scene. The other Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples also rejoiced when they recovered from their shock. Lin Yun, whom everyone said had reached his limit after shattering his profound vein, had actually restored his cultivation. Luo Yuhang's face turned red when he heard Lin Yun's words. He looked up at Lin Yun, who wore a playful smile and then gnashed his teeth. I never imagined that someone as shameless as you existed in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Your actual cultivation is clearly in the 9th stage, but you lied to me on purpose. I lied to you? I don't recall claiming that I'm only in the 8th stage. You're the one who declared that you can defeat me with your cultivation in the 8th stage when you saw me, sneered Lin Yun. What's the matter? You forgot what you said so quickly. What does it have to do with you? You're just a piece of garbage. If I had used my full strength at the beginning, do you think that you could defeat me? You're just a clown. Luo Yuhang wiped the blood off the corner of his lips and he snorted. I can't be bothered to talk with you anymore. Luo Yuhang wanted to summon his sword back and return it to the sheath. But his sword was suddenly stepped on by a foot. The sword was a swordsman's pride and stepping on it was the same as stepping at the swordsman's face. What do you want? Luo Yuhang's face turned cold. You can leave, but leave this sword behind as payment for your lesson, replied Lin Yun. Outrageous. This is a transcendent grade profound artifact. On what basis are you taking it away? Furthermore, do you think that you can hold onto the sword that belongs to me? Luo Yuhang let out a roar and the suction force coming from his hand grew stronger. Simultaneously, Luo Yuhang's sword aura also grew, which sent the nearby spectators flying away. Oh! Lin Yun stomped on the sword and quelled its struggle. This made Luo Yuhang throw up a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were already injured by Lin Yun's punch, and now he could sense a buzzing noise ringing out in his mind. Get lost. Stop embarrassing yourself here, replied Lin Yun faintly. He couldn't even be bothered to look at Luo Yuhang. With his quasi-sentient sword intent, it was a pipe dream for Luo Yuhang to retrieve his sword. Lin Yun, don't push it. Luo Yuhang was enraged. This sword was gifted to him by his senior brother, and he cherished it as much as his own life. So it was the greatest humiliation to him that the sword was being stepped by someone. Raising his brows, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of rage. He barked, Luo Yuhang, you have the guts to say those words? What? You didn't think that you pushed it too far when you humiliated senior brother Chen, did you? You even said that all the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples are garbage. Why didn't you think that you were pushing it back then? Who the hell are you to make any comments on my Sword Firmament Pavilion? Bravo! The Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples cheered. Luo Yuhang's comments from earlier had built up resentment in their hearts. They felt better seeing Lin Yun give Luo Yuhang a taste of his own medicine. Lifting the sword with his leg and grabbing it with his hand, Lin Yun sent his origin energy into the sword. In the next second, Luo Yuhang's sword shattered into pieces. If you insist on staying, then don't blame me for humiliating you even further, barked Lin Yun. Lin Yun, this isn't over. Luo Yuhang's body was trembling, and he couldn't describe the grievance he was currently feeling. He believed that he wouldn't lose to Lin Yun so easily if he fought with his full strength, and that he wouldn't be in this position if he didn't try to show off. You better not show up at the Dragon Gate competition. Otherwise, I'll repay the humiliation I suffered today 100-fold. Luo Yuhang looked at Lin Yun coldly before he turned to leave. Brother Luo. Yifeng's face changed at this scene, but Luo Yuhang didn't turn around. Junior brother Lin, Luo Yuhang is ultimately a guest that I invited to the sect. Can't you give him some face? Yifeng turned around with a cold gaze. Do you think that you can disregard others now that you've recovered your cultivation? The sect is a place with rules and regulations. You're still so stubborn after you've suffered once. Yes, you're right. Lin Yun had no idea why Yifeng was targeting him, but he gave Yifeng face because he had seniority. Good. Luo Yuhang must not have gone far. Chase after him and apologize. My Sword Firmament Pavilion is the strongest sect of swordsmen in the Great Qin Empire, but we must have our elegance, instructed Yifeng as he nodded his head. He sounded as if he was a senior pointing out a junior's mistakes. Apologize. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he scoffed. Why don't you go and apologize yourself? You're the one who invited him, not me. What are you saying? You're saying that I, the senior brother, can't give you any advice. Yifeng's face changed along with his aura. Advising and reprimanding are two different things. It just so happens that I know what I'm doing and that I don't need you to teach me. Lin Yun looked at Yifeng in the eyes and continued. Why didn't you stand up when senior brother Chun was being humiliated? You're only stepping up after I taught that asshole a lesson? We were being humiliated and yet you're asking us to apologize to him? I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Suddenly, the atmosphere between Lin Yun and Yifeng became tense. This made the spectators baffled because they had no idea what was going on. Lin Yun clearly had no faults, so why did Yifeng call him to apologize? What is this Yifeng trying to do? Xian Yan's face turned cold. Probably trying to establish his presence, said Bloom Phoenix Princess. Your Highness, you're saying that this Yifeng is using my big brother to establish his presence? Li Wuyo instantly became unhappy. What else? He hasn't been in the sect for many years. Now that he's back, he wants to display his strength because he realized that everyone in the sect has forgotten him. It's only natural that he makes a scene to establish his presence. I don't believe that he's not concerned that his name isn't on the newly risen ranking, said the princess with a disdainful tone. Her analysis was right. Yifeng was already the strongest in the sect when he left. Now that he returned, he realized that he had been overshadowed by Lin Yun and by Li Xuan. Furthermore, his name wasn't in the newly risen ranking. This was why he wanted to establish his presence and the reason why his sights were set on by Li Xuan and Lin Yun. But one of them was in seclusion while the other was imprisoned. So he could only try another way by inviting Luo Yuhang over. He knew Luo Yuhang's character and he had expected today's events. If it wasn't for Lin Yun, he would have stood up. However, he never imagined that Lin Yun would suddenly stand up and snatch away his role. Not only did Lin Yun recover his cultivation, but he even defeated Luo Yuhang. So who else could he pick on other than Lin Yun at this moment? Lin Yun didn't know what was going through Yifeng's mind right now. The only thing he knew was that Yifeng was being unreasonable. Furthermore, he was already unhappy with Yifeng's attitude of looking down at Chan Xinjun. The strongest on the heaven ranking was helping an outsider humiliate his fellow disciples? I'm just giving you advice. What's the matter? Do you want me to personally teach you? Asked Yifeng with a cold expression. In the next second, he unleashed his terrifying aura. Quasi-violet palace realm. The few elders seated on the high platform were startled before joy was written on their faces. Yifeng, you're already in the quasi-violet palace realm? Why would I return to the sect if I had no accomplishments while I was gone? Replied Yifeng with pride. Haha, great. You're indeed worthy of being the strongest in my Sword Firmament Pavilion. This time, the sect has high hopes for the Dragon Gate competition. Yifeng, you're back at the right time. All right, you can calm down now. Lin Yun might have been a little impulsive earlier, but he also established my Sword Firmament Pavilion's prestige. It's enough to advise a fellow disciple as the senior brother. The elders were overjoyed. Bai Lishuan and Lin Yun might be new talents, but their cultivation was their greatest disadvantage, especially Lin Yun, who shattered one of his profound veins. So the elders weren't hopeful about the two of them in the Dragon Gate competition. This was the reason why they were so happy when they discovered that Yifeng was in the quasi-violet palace realm. The elders didn't demand anything from Lin Yun. After all, what he did wasn't wrong. Not to mention that Lin Yun would surely shine brightly in the Dragon Gate competition 3 years from now. Yifeng could hear that the elders wanted to resolve this matter peacefully. He smiled. All right, it's fine to be a little arrogant when you're young, but junior brother Lin, I still have to advise you. Luo Yuhang's words might sound ugly, but what he said isn't wrong. You're courting death to participate in the Dragon Gate competition with your current strength. Oh? What wise advice do you have? Lin Yun looked at Yifeng with a playful smile. He could vaguely sense what Yifeng was thinking. Yifeng probably wanted to show off his presence now that he returned and Lin Yun coincidentally showed up in front of him. How could he ignore this opportunity? You don't believe me? Yifeng narrowed his eyes into slits and he revealed an amicable smile. If you don't believe me, you and I can exchange a move. I can show you what strength really is. Compared to genuine experts, your current strength is nothing. Please advise me. Lin Yun agreed to the battle instantly. He wasn't confident in winning if they were to fight for real. After all, Yifeng had joined the sect 6 years ago, and his cultivation had reached the quasi-violet palace realm. Yifeng's cultivation was a lot higher than his, but Lin Yun wasn't afraid if they were just exchanging a single move. After all, he had the spiritual runes painting within his body, which would give Yifeng quite a surprise. Yifeng wants to use me to establish his presence? He's courting death. Initially, with the elders' words, the conflict between Lin Yun and Yifeng could be resolved. However, no one had expected that Yifeng would push it. Although Yifeng declared an exchange of one move, the power of a quasi-violet palace realm wasn't something that someone in the 9th stage could withstand. This made the elders on the platform frown their brows. Should we do something about this? It's fine if it's just one move. It's not a bad thing if Yifeng can stop Lin Yun from participating in this Dragon Gate competition. That's right. Judging from Guardian Plum's tone, he seems to want Lin Yun to participate in the next one. Yeah, let's just watch. Yifeng should know when to stop if he's just trying to establish his presence. The elders were all experienced, so they naturally knew what Yifeng was trying to do. That's why they did nothing about it. After all cultivators naturally chased after fame, and it was especially understandable for Yifeng since he had just returned. They were more concerned about Yifeng's strength. They could see many things at their level, and they could see a unique temperament coming from Yifeng that was different from other disciples. It was something forged by blood and killing. Yifeng wasn't just an ordinary quasi-violet palace realm, but one with the strength to kill a violet palace realm. All of them had high opinions about Yifeng. If you had the strength, the elders would naturally choose to turn a blind eye even if you did anything out of the line. This was what happened when Lin Yun slew Wang Yan. But just when the two were about to fight, 2 silhouettes descended on the stage. It was Xianxia and the princess. Lin Yun and Yifeng's faces both changed when they saw the princess and they retracted their aura. Then they bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. When Yifeng bowed, he was rejoicing inwardly because he knew that the princess was present. Aside from establishing his presence today, he was also planning to leave the princess with a deep impression. After all, who wouldn't try to do this if they had the chance? A smile rose on Yifeng's lips. He thought that he had attracted the princess' attention, so he smiled. I wonder if Your Highness has any advice for me? No advice, but your fight with Lin Yun can be called off. Called off? Lin Yun and Yifeng were both baffled. Yifeng's expression became awkward. So it turns out that the princess came to the stage for Lin Yun. Was she afraid that he would embarrass Lin Yun? Just thinking about this, Yifeng couldn't help feeling enraged in his heart about Lin Yun's luck. It looks like the rumors were true that the princess sees Lin Yun in a different light. Since that was the case, then there was no way he could let this matter off. He wanted to embarrass Lin Yun on the stage. Recovering his expression, Yifeng smiled. I naturally don't dare to go against your highness' words. However, as swordsmen we can't go back on our words. I'm afraid that junior brother Lin won't give up either. Yifeng was hoping that this scheme would work. After all, it would be different if Lin Yun also agreed to his statement. But just when Lin Yun was about to speak, the princess spoke out without even turning her head around. You're forbidden from speaking. Junior brother, did you hear that? Her Highness has forbidden you from speaking, smiled Xianxia. Lin Yun responded with an awkward smile and he kept his mouth shut. I don't think your actions make sense. If my memory serves me right, you said that Lin Yun isn't qualified to participate in the Dragon Gate competition and that you want him to back down from it. But I think that you aren't qualified to participate in the Dragon Gate competition. If you don't believe it, you can exchange a move with me too, continued Bloom Phoenix Princess. Her words made Yifeng dumbfounded because there was no issue in her logic. The princess' strength was secondary. After all, he didn't dare to fight with the princess, even if he had more guts. The princess was clearly trying to protect Lin Yun by pushing him into a dead end. You don't believe or you don't dare? The Bloom Phoenix Princess' words radiated with prestige. Farewell. Yifeng turned around and left. The moment he turned around, his face turned dark. He was planning to use Lin Yun to establish his presence. But in the end, the princess had used him to establish her presence instead. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have bit on to Lin Yun when the elders spoke up. The disciples beneath the stage were all amused by this scene. No one had expected that Yifeng, whose cultivation had reached the quasi-violet palace realm, would have such an ending. The elders on the high platform frowned their brows unhappily. But this was the princess and the sword firmament pavilion owed her one. In the end, they could only pity Yifeng for his bad luck. He could have used anyone to establish his presence, but he really had to choose Lin Yun despite knowing that the princess was here. Who didn't know that the princess looked at Lin Yun differently? Yifeng was asking for it. Watching Yifeng leave, Lin Yun sighed in pity. He was looking forward to giving Yifeng a surprise with the spiritual runes painting. Now that he thought about it, Yifeng was rather pitiful. Then again, he couldn't help revealing a smile at this moment. Junior brother, why aren't you thanking Her Highness for getting you out of a tough situation? Xianxia smiled while winking at Lin Yun. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Yun cupped his hands together. You don't have to thank me. After all, I'm just being nosy in your view, replied the princess. I know what you're thinking. You might have some trump cards to deal with that one move and you might even be able to inflict heavy injuries to him. However, Yifeng's attack will also injure you heavily. Don't forget that the Dragon Gate competition is just 1 month from now. You won't be able to participate if you're heavily injured. Lin Yun's face changed when he thought about that because what the princess said was true. Yifeng clearly came prepared, so even if Lin Yun could injure Yifeng with the spiritual runes painting, he might also be injured in the process. If he didn't have to participate in the Dragon Gate competition, then it didn't matter for him to fight Yifeng. But it would be a great loss if he was heavily injured since he was planning to participate. I was too impulsive, replied Lin Yun after understanding the situation better. No worries, replied the princess. There wasn't a shred of emotion in her voice. Junior brother, I know that you'll participate in the Dragon Gate competition. Where do you intend to cultivate for the next month? Xianxia didn't have to ask to know what Lin Yun was planning. The Extremation Mountain Range. I was planning to pay you a visit at the Locket Mountain before leaving, but I didn't expect to see you here. Since that's the case, then I won't delay any longer and I'll head off immediately, said Lin Yun. Then let me and Her Highness send you off. Hee hee, me too, chuckled Li Wuyo. With that, the 4 of them left the plaza. The Extermination Mountain Range was at the back of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. It was a famous mountain range in the heavenly Qin County because all 4 major sects were established at the borders of the mountain range. The mountain range was endless and it stretched out to several empires. Lin Yun had come here many times, so he was familiar with the place. There was no lack of Violet Palace Realm demonic beasts at the core of the mountain range, and he even heard that there were Heavenly Soul Realm demonic beasts. The mountain range was covered in a poisonous fog, and the roars of demonic beasts would sound out from time to time. The sun hung high in the sky, which made the poisonous mist reflect bright colors. It looked like a rainbow fog and gave an extremely peculiar feeling. The princess and everyone else stopped when they were at the borders of the mountain range. Everyone knew that Lin Yun was going into the mountain range to cultivate, so they could only send him off here. The next time they meet would be at the Dragon Gate competition. However, this was based on the condition that Lin Yun made it out of the mountain range alive. "Let's bid our farewell here. Thank you for sending me off," said Lin Yun from on top of the dragon-blooded horse while cupping his hands. "Be careful. I know that you'll definitely head to the core, but remember that the Violet Palace realm demonic beasts won't let you off." Xianxia looked at Lin Yun with concern in her eyes. "Don't worry about it, senior sister. I will make it out alive," smiled Lin Yun embarrassedly. There was nothing he could keep from Xianxia. "Big brother, I'll wait for you at the Dragon Gate stage," smiled Li Wuyo. It was as if he believed that nothing would happen to Lin Yun. Lin Yun swept a glance at the princess. After a long hesitation, he asked, "Your Highness, may I speak with you privately?" The princess was shocked, but she didn't say a word. However, Li Wuyo was dumbfounded when he heard that. "Your Highness, my junior brother is an honest person, and it should be fine talking to him alone," said Xianxia as she bit her lips. "Okay," said the princess a long time later. After bidding farewell to Xianxia and Li Wuyo, Lin Yun patted the dragon-blooded horse to send it away. With that, Lin Yun and the princess were the only ones left. The princess waited for everyone to leave before she said, "Speak." "Your Highness, I'm sorry." Lin Yun's hand bolted for the princess veil all of a sudden. Lin Yun had considered the consequences for his actions, but the doubt tickling his heart had been accumulating and had reached the point where he needed an answer. Otherwise, he would never feel at peace. But in the next second, the shock disappeared in the princess' eyes and her gaze became deep and unfathomable. Without even moving her body, her hand reached out and grabbed onto Lin Yun's wrist tightly. What speed! Lin Yun was shocked. He never expected that the princess was so fast. Shaking his wrist, Lin Yun broke free of the princess' grip while he retreated before dashing for her veil once again. His movements left behind afterimages, and it was difficult to differentiate which was the real Lin Yun. "Are you done?" The princess' eyes flashed coldly and her hand reached out. Her hand shattered Lin Yun's afterimages before grabbing onto his wrist. But before she could tighten her grip, Lin Yun's hand began to vibrate and he slipped out of the princess' grip. The coldness Lin Yun felt from the princess' hand made him shocked as he took several steps back. He knew that the princess was furious and that the consequences would be dire if he continued any longer. But he also didn't want to give up right now. Making his decision, Lin Yun activated the Golden Crow Seal. He spread his arms apart and soared into the sky at lightning speed. He reached the princess in the blink of an eye and he could feel that he had grabbed onto the princess' veil. But just when he was about to pass by, his face changed because the veil was a little too big. It was even fluttering in the wind. When he lowered his head to look at the cloth in his hand, his face changed because it was the princess' clothes. This instantly made him awkward. So it turns out that when he passed by the princess tilted her head to avoid his grab, which led to him grabbing on her collar instead. Everything happened too quickly and he was now placed in this sticky situation by the time he recovered. The princess did not panic nor was she furious. But her eyes were cold as she asked, "Are you done?" Lin Yun was startled awake and quickly turned his head away. "I'm sorry. I wasn't doing it on purpose. Please forgive my sins." Lin Yun was feeling depressed. He wouldn't believe his words if he was in the princess' shoes as he looked at the clothes in his hand. However, he was surprised because the princess wasn't furious, nor was she emitting any killing aura. Just when he was feeling doubtful, the princess finally spoke up. "Prepare well for the Dragon Gate competition. If you're not able to become the champion, you can't even get close to me, not to mention removing my veil." The princess then jumped into the sky and a crane dove down. The princess stood on the crane firmly before the crane disappeared into the horizon. Lin Yun looked at the princess' silhouette disappearing from his sights before lowering his head at the clothes again. Right at this moment, Footsteps sounded out that disrupted his trail of thoughts. When the two saw that the princess was nowhere seen, they asked, "Where's Her Highness?" But when their eyes fell onto the clothes in Lin Yun's hand, the doubt in their eyes grew even denser. "That's the princess clothes," exclaimed Li Wuyo. "Junior brother, what's going on?" questioned Xianxia. Seeing that even Xianxia was feeling suspicious, Lin Yun smiled bitterly and told them what just happened. His story left the two of them shocked, and Li Wuyo smiled. "Big brother, I really admire you. You even dared to strip the princess." But Xianxia, who usually has a habit of teasing Lin Yun, suddenly wore a grave expression. "Junior brother, are you certain that you didn't feel any killing aura from the princess?" "I am." Lin Yun recalled what had transpired, and he was sure that he didn't sense any killing aura from her. Xianxia finally let out a breath of relief and said, "Junior brother, don't be so impulsive in the future. The princess isn't as simple as you think. Nor is she someone easy to talk with. She's—" Xianxia tried, but she wasn't able to find any word to describe the princess. "What kind of person is she?" asked Lin Yun. Xianxia pondered for a long time before she spoke out. "I felt it when I knew her back then. She might be close to you, but whenever she speaks with you, it'll feel like she's speaking to you from the sky. When you're beside her, you can always feel a chill coming from her. I can't see through her. Putting it in a nutshell, she's a dangerous person, and even the crown prince is fearful of her. It doesn't matter if the princess looks at you in a different light. Keep in mind that we're not from the same world." "I thought that only I felt it. So you also feel the same, senior sister. The princess is truly unfathomable. I feel an unknown sense of anxiety whenever I stand beside her," smiled Li Wuyo embarrassedly. "I know that," sighed Lin Yun. "But she looks like an acquaintance of mine." "She shouldn't be. It has been 5 years since she last appeared, but the chances of her leaving the Great Qin Empire aren't high. Even if she left, that only means that she went to someone even more powerful than the Great Qin Empire," said Xianxia. "Did I recognize the wrong person?" Lin Yun looked at the hair coiled around his finger and pondered things deeply. In the end, he gave up thinking about it. Right at this moment, a figure bolted over. When everyone took a closer look at that person, they were all shocked. They never imagined that Bai Lishuan actually came to the Extermination mountain range as well. But it wasn't surprising when they thought about it. Bai Lishuan didn't have to go into seclusion, and fighting with Violet Palace realm demonic beasts in the Extermination mountain range was an efficient way to increase his strength even further before the start of the Dragon Gate competition. Clearly, Bai Lishuan descended because he saw Lin Yun. His aura was stronger than before, and time was always on his side with the saint physique. But he wasn't satisfied with his current strength and wanted to train himself even further in the Extermination mountain range. Someone like him was terrifying. He was a madman with a perverse pursuit for strength. When Bai Lishuan looked at Lin Yun, the killing aura in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Lin Yun had already become a demon in his heart that he had to kill before leaving the Great Qin Empire. Otherwise, it would plague him for the rest of his life. This meant that his future was limited even with the saint physique. "Bai Lishuan, what are you trying to do?" Xianxia frowned her eyebrows. "Don't worry. I won't touch him before the Dragon Gate competition." Bai Lishuan looked at Lin Yun coldly and continued, "Many people say that you won't participate in this Dragon Gate competition, but I hope that you remember what you said. Our enmity will be resolved in the Dragon Gate competition, so don't cower." Bai Lishuan then turned into a bolt of lightning and entered the Extermination mountain range. Lin Yun, Xianxia, and Li Wuyo could sense a sword aura charging through the Extermination mountain range without any hesitation. Clearly, Bai Lishuan's objective must be the core of the mountain range, because Violet Palace realm demonic beasts could be found there. A cold smirk rose on Lin Yun's lips, and he muttered, "It looks like a lot of people want to take my life in the Dragon Gate competition." Xianxia's face changed and she spoke quickly, "Junior brother, this Bai Lishuan feels even more terrifying than before. It feels as if he can step into the 10th stage at any time. Even worse, that's not the end of his potential. That's the power of the saint physique." Lin Yun nodded. I wouldn't be surprised even if he reached the quasi-violet palace realm before the Dragon Gate competition. Fighting spirit blazed in Lin Yun's heart. He wasn't afraid of the challenge. Bai Lishuan had his advantage with the Saint physique, but Lin Yun also had his. Everyone thought that he had revealed all his trump cards, but people seemed to have forgotten that he possessed the 3 strongest martial techniques in the Great Qin Empire. He was walking an unprecedented path. He was someone who created legends, so how could his potential already be met? It's getting late and I should get going. As for the matter with the princess, please keep it a secret for me, said Lin Yun. Be careful. Wuyo and I will wait for you at the Dragon Gate competition, said Xianxia in a concerned tone. Big brother, I'll be waiting for you. Make everyone who doubted you eat their words, added Li Wuyo. Under their gaze, Lin Yun summoned the dragon-blooded horse and disappeared into the Extermination Mountain Range. The dragon-blooded horse's charge into the Extermination Mountain Range was even more ferocious than Bai Lishuan's charge. Lin Yun didn't even have to release his sword aura. The dragon-blooded horse's aura was more than enough to intimidate the demonic beasts in the mountain range. It was so intimidating that no demonic beasts came after them. Even if they encountered 9th and 10th stage demonic beasts in the depths of the mountain range, the demonic beasts would tremble in fear once they sensed the dragon-blooded horse's aura. In the end, they could only watch as the dragon-blooded horse passed through their territory. It was only after the dragon-blooded horse left that they would unleash an unwilling roar. The speed of the dragon-blooded horse was so fast that the incoming wind sliced Lin Yun's face like sharp blades. It made Lin Yun feel as though he was flying on the dragon-blooded horse. The speed was much faster than the 7 profound steps. Even the sword condors were inferior when it came to this speed. The ground suddenly trembled and a ferocious roar echoed in the forest. This made Lin Yun's face change because the trees that were in his path were beginning to collapse. It didn't take long for a golden rat to appear before them, standing on its feet. The golden rat was over 30 meters tall, covered with explosive muscles. The golden hair on top of its head was how the rat got its name. The golden rat was emitting an aura in the 10th stage, and it stared at Lin Yun and the dragon-blooded horse because the two of them had intruded its territory. Coincidentally, the rat happened to be a demonic beast with a violent temper. With explosive power, the rat brandished its claws that tore through the air. The strength behind it was so powerful that it could even pierce through a 9th stage demonic beast's defense. One would die a horrible death if they treated this rat as an ordinary rat. Lin Yun looked up ahead and the core of the Extermination Mountain Range wasn't far away. Right at this moment, the golden rat clenched its claw and swung it at Lin Yun. Great! A smile rose on Lin Yun's lips and he jumped from the dragon-blooded horse. When he balled his fists together, his dracophant energy emitted while saintly music sounded out. Lin Yun had chosen to clash with the golden rat head-on with 5 cauldrons worth of strength. The clash between their fists caused an explosion in the air. Lin Yun was tiny in comparison to the rat, but his punch sent the colossal rat backwards. Right at this moment, a crackle sounded in the air as the golden rat swung its tail like a whip towards Lin Yun's face. You're courting death. Lin Yun snorted and he grabbed onto the tail. At the same time, he activated the dracophant battle physique, causing his physique to expand in size. With terrifying power, he swung his fist at the rat. He's all yours. The rat flew away and smashed into the towering trees that were in its trajectory. The golden rat was a formidable beast in the 10th stage, so it was a demonic beast closest to the Violet Palace realm. However, it was no challenge to Lin Yun. After sending the golden rat flying, Lin Yun executed the 7 profound steps and disappeared into the forest. He didn't want to waste more time with the golden rat. When the golden rat got back on its feet, it saw the dragon-blooded horse chuckling in front of it. Before the rat could even react, the dragon-blooded horse raised its hooves and stomped down. It only took a single move for the golden rat to be crushed. The golden rat collapsed onto the ground again and wailed out in pain. Hearing the wail from afar, Lin Yun smiled. Soon, the golden rat would realize that it would rather fight Lin Yun than the dragon-blooded horse. As Lin Yun traveled, his face gradually became grave. The core of the Extermination Mountain Range was just up ahead. He wasn't unfamiliar with this place because he had passed by here when he was heading to the Demon Lotus realm. However, before he even got close, he could sense a chill running down his spine. There weren't many demonic beasts at the core, and all of them were overlord demonic beasts. After all, Lin Yun had to force himself to the limits if he wanted to unleash all of his potential. Many people thought that he had used up all his trump cards, but in Lin Yun's view, true experts didn't need any trump cards to defeat their opponents. There was still a lot of potential in the 7 profound steps, Dragon Tiger Fist, Dracophant Battle Physique, and the Aquaselenic Sword for him to excavate. Even if he had to include his trump cards, he still had the Great Wind Scripture. Drifting Goblet said that there's no way to comprehend the Heavenly Seal without becoming Buddhist. But my demon vanquishing seal is based on my sword, so there's a possibility I could figure out another way to graft the Heavenly Seal. Lin Yun's eyes flashed. If he could succeed in learning the Heavenly Seal, then he would be able to combine the 4 seals. At that time, his Dragon Tiger Fist alone would cause the entire Great Qin Empire to tremble. For Lin Yun, he would never know the result if he didn't give it a try. Armed with a goal, he didn't hesitate to enter the core of the Extermination Mountain Range. What dense spiritual energy! The core region was truly worthy of being the territory of overlord demonic beasts. The density of the spiritual energy here was even richer than the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Lin Yun first decided on a direction before he traveled forward. When he finally sensed several horrifying auras, he came to a stop. He was at the intersection of several demonic beasts' territory. There were more trees here than other places, and the tree branches came in odd shapes. Lin Yun's face also turned pale because he was also under great pressure when facing the auras head-on. This is the spot. Lin Yun sat down and began to cultivate. He wanted to force himself to comprehend the Heavenly Seal under danger. Then again, he would be torn into pieces by several Violet Palace realm demonic beasts if he was careless. As time gradually passed, the 4 Violet Palace realm demonic beasts that were nearby had noticed Lin Yun. However, they were cunning. In fact, their intelligence was comparable to humans after reaching the Violet Palace realm. In their eyes, Lin Yun was food that had delivered himself to their doorsteps. The vitality in Lin Yun's flesh was of great nourishment to demonic beasts. It was just like how demonic beast cores were nourishment for human cultivators. However, Lin Yun's position was ingenious because it was in the intersection of 4 demonic beasts' territory. This meant that making the first move would only benefit the other 3 demonic beasts. Hence, none of them dared to move anytime soon. Heaven naturally referred to the sky, but in Buddhism, heaven also referred to gods and deities. In Buddhism, heaven had 33 heavens. This meant that the Heavenly Seal required Lin Yun to comprehend the profundity of the 33 heavens. This was probably the reason why Drifting Goblet said that he couldn't grasp the Heavenly Seal. But since he could vanquish demons with his swords, why couldn't he create a heaven with his sword? Lin Yun was cautious under the immense pressure. He placed himself in a mysterious state as he had to comprehend while staying alert because he might face death at any second. Killing aura would sweep over occasionally, but what made Lin Yun excited was that he could temper his sword intent with the killing aura. It was beneficial to his sword intent. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. However, for Lin Yun it felt like years. On a faraway tree, a pair of eyes were staring at Lin Yun. Those eyes belonged to Bai Lishuan, whose cultivation had reached the 10th stage. He was genuinely gifted with the saintly physique. He was already comparable to the Quasi-Violet Palace realm when he was in the 9th stage, so naturally he was even more powerful now. What's that fellow doing? Bai Lishuan had been keeping careful watch of Lin Yun ever since the latter stepped into the Extermination Mountain Range. He initially thought that Lin Yun was stupid to camp in the intersection between 4 demonic beasts' territory, but he never imagined that Lin Yun would be fine after 3 days. Could it be? Bai Lishuan's jaw dropped out of shock. He was talented, so he naturally guessed the reason why Lin Yun was doing this. There was nothing he could say about Lin Yun's guts to force out potential in the face of danger. But shortly after, a cold smirk rose on Bai Lishuan's lips because Lin Yun was courting death in his eyes. Just thinking about the danger of this method alone sent a chill straight to Bai Lishuan's heart. The demonic beasts were restricting each other, which was why none of them dared to move. But the moment they lost their patience would signify the moment of Lin Yun's death. In the worst-case scenario, Lin Yun would face the attacks from 4 demonic beasts at the same time. Bai Lishuan was comparable to Violet Palace realm demonic beasts, but even he couldn't face 4 demonic beasts at the same time. He dared to train himself in the core of the Extermination Mountain range, but he didn't have Lin Yun's guts to put himself in danger just to squeeze out his potential. "Let me see how you die then." Bai Lishuan harumphed at Lin Yun because he thought the latter was a dead man walking. Bai Lishuan was right. Demonic beast's patience was limited. Half an hour after he left, a powerful roar echoed in the forest. It was a 4-legged beast with crimson fur and eyes. It was shaped like a tiger and equipped with sharp fangs and claws. Shortly after, 2 more roars sounded out. It didn't take long for the 3 beasts to arrive. The last demonic beast was rather sly as it chose not to move for now. It was ambitious and its target wasn't only Lin Yun. Even the 3 other demonic beasts were its targets. The demonic beast licked its lips and revealed a sinister smile in the darkness. The ground trembled under the 3 demonic beasts' charge. Even the sword aura Lin Yun used to shield him against the 3 demonic beasts' demonic aura had shattered instantly as his bones started to emit a crackling sound. His body soon became deformed under the immense pressure. If it was someone else without the Dracophant battle physique, they would have been squashed to minced meat by now. But even though that wasn't the case for Lin Yun, the pressure didn't feel great. His face was pale and beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. He could hear the demonic beast's roar lingering in his ears, so he didn't need to open his eyes to figure out his current situation. Facing death, Lin Yun forced all his potential out and scenes started to flash in his mind. The scene started with the ferocious tiger fist, moved on to the incomplete dragon tiger fist, and ended with the completed dragon tiger fist given to him by Drifting Goblet. The 3 demonic beasts approached from 3 different directions. No one could save Lin Yun if the demonic beasts came within a 100-meter radius around him. They gradually got closer to Lin Yun. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. The 3 demonic beasts revealed a sinister smile as they treated Lin Yun as a delicacy. The vigor emitted from Lin Yun was something they couldn't resist. Still, the images flashed in Lin Yun's mind. In the end, everything disappeared as they shattered like a mirror. The dragon and tiger no longer existed in Lin Yun's mind. They were replaced by a sword. When the 3 demonic beasts were 100 meters away from Lin Yun, he suddenly opened his eyes. A sword flashed in the depth of Lin Yun's pupils and shortly after, 33 swords bloomed. Looking at the 3 demonic beasts, Lin Yun didn't have any panic on his face. He crossed his hands together and started to form a mysterious seal, the Heavenly Seal. When he formed the seal, 33 swords condensed as origin energy appeared behind Lin Yun, which quickly arranged itself into a fan formation. At the same time, Lin Yun's shattered sword aura instantly gathered and took form. He was like a speck of light in the darkness. Under the boundless sword aura of the Heavenly Seal, it felt as if Lin Yun had undergone nirvana. His aura forced the 3 demonic beasts back and the 33 swords buzzed behind him. At this moment, his sword intent began to surge. Lin Yun swept a glance at the crimson 4-legged beast before him and unleashed an unparalleled aura. Dragon Tiger Fist, 100 Beast Wave. Lin Yun stomped his foot on the ground and dashed forward with his punch. His sword aura instantly manifested into 100 beasts roaring behind him. His attack was like a sharp sword and a ferocious beast, all at the same time. Everything occurred in the blink of an eye and the Heavenly Seal was already in the demonic beast's face. Under the Heavenly Seal's empowerment, Lin Yun sent the 4-legged beast flying. The demonic beast smashed against a rock, leaving cracks and blood. Clearly, the demonic beast did not suffer a fatal wound. Lin Yun spread his arms apart and he landed on the ground. When he turned his head back, the 2 demonic beasts had just reacted to the scene of the 4-legged demonic beast flying away. Nice! Lin Yun smiled after he got out of the perilous situation. He had finally grasped the Heavenly Seal in the moment right before death. Time to retreat. With a smile, Lin Yun turned around and left. He wasn't stupid enough to fight 3 demonic beasts at the same time, not to mention that there was another one hidden in the darkness. Simultaneously, the 2 demonic beasts recovered from their shock and chased after Lin Yun. Behind them, the 4-legged demonic beast was also in hot pursuit. "You guys want to compete with me in speed? Come." Lin Yun revealed a confident smile and landed on a tree branch with great agility. Like a breeze, he traveled through the forest with great ease. But the 3 demonic beasts still chased after him. They didn't want to give up on the prey that they had waited on for 3 days. All the trees collapsed in their path, but Lin Yun didn't seem concerned about the 3 demonic beasts chasing after him. Rather, he was feeling excited from comprehending the heavenly seal. He had finally grasped the heavenly seal, which meant that combining the 4 seals wouldn't be far away. Since the 3 demonic beasts wanted to chase after him, then he could make use of this opportunity to temper his 7 profound seals. If possible, he wanted to bring it to the manifestation stage, which would boost his strength greatly. A black demon runic leopard slowly and gracefully came out of the darkness like a cat. It was the 4th demonic beasts who chose not to act and to wait instead. It was pitch black with a pair of emerald pupils. It narrowed its eyes into slits and looked around in the forest. Gradually, it finally saw Lin Yun, who was leaving. The brimming vitality within Lin Yun's body was of great temptation to the demon runic leopard. The leopard narrowed its eyes with a cold flicker through its eyes as it followed behind. The leopard didn't seem to be in a rush at all. Just like that, 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Only the crimson 4-legged beast continued to pursue Lin Yun. The 2 other demonic beasts lost their patience when they realized that they catch up to Lin Yun. Only the 4-legged beast was chasing after Lin Yun like a mad dog. It still held a grudge against Lin Yun because of the punch from 10 days ago. Lin Yun would occasionally look back as he traveled forward with a smirk. This demonic beast was rather bold to chase after him alone, not to mention that it was still injured from his attack 10 days ago. So Lin Yun was fully confident of taking it down. He had the spiritual runes painting and the Scarlet Flame war flag. But it would lose all meaning if Lin Yun utilized his trump cards. Just when Lin Yun was pondering what to do, a cold breeze blew against his face. When Lin Yun raised his head, he realized that there was a cliff up ahead. When the 4-legged beast saw the cliff, it barked out in excitement, not knowing that its death was arriving. With a leap, it pounced towards Lin Yun. "Since the path ran out, let's fight here." Lin Yun suddenly turned around and threw out a punch like a sword. After his punch sent the demonic beast flying, Lin Yun circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, and the iris flower within his body bloomed. When the demonic beast got back up on its feet, it looked at Lin Yun with shock after realizing the pressure this puny human was giving off. "You must be courting death to come after me despite losing so much blood. You're indeed a mad dog." The demonic beast was weaker than Lin Yun had imagined. At this moment, the role between prey and hunter had changed. A dozen miles away, a Violet Palace Realm Python demonic beast was covered in wounds. It tried to struggle with all its might, but there was nothing it could do except to be nailed to the ground by a sword. Its vitality seeped from its body. 100 meters away, Bai Lishuan waved his hand and summoned his sword back. When the sword returned to its sheath, 100 sword rays exploded from the python and killed it instantly. At the same time, the sword rays also brought the beast core out, and Bai Lishuan grabbed onto it. As he looked at the beast core, he fell into deep thought. He was already capable of killing a Violet Palace Realm demonic beast now. But what about Lin Yun? Was he dead? Combining the Undying Vajra Seal, Sky-Breaking Seal, and Demon Vanquishing Seal together, Lin Yun's aura approached the Violet Palace realm as he sent the demonic beast flying with a single punch. Simultaneously, a dragon and a tiger roared out from Lin Yun as he brimmed with an aura of dominance. The ground trembled and the demonic beast could no longer get back up on its feet. Lin Yun's clothes were also tattered and stained with blood from his injuries. It wasn't an easy win for Lin Yun since he didn't use his sword. The demonic beast might not be in its strongest state, but its defense was too terrifying. It was comparable to a cosmic artifact, which forced Lin Yun to exert a great deal of effort to kill it. Even with the 7 profound steps, Dracophant battle physique, and the Dragon Tiger fist, he took half a day to kill it. There's a reason why it can reach the Violet Palace realm. It cannot be underestimated despite being heavily injured, muttered Lin Yun as he looked at the corpse. This battle had strengthened his understanding for demonic beasts in the Violet Palace realm. But a demonic beast in the Violet Palace realm was different from a cultivator. Cultivators had cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and various trump cards. Cultivators could suppress demonic beasts at the same cultivation, unless they ran into mutated demonic beasts, or those with ancient bloodline inheritance from divine beasts. Those demonic beasts were monarchs among those at the same cultivation level, and they were extremely terrifying. This demonic beast might have a terrifying defense, but it wasn't even an overlord demonic beast. This meant that Lin Yun still had a long way to go. After a brief rest, Lin Yun walked towards the corpse and retrieved the beast core. He might be a delicacy in the eyes of demonic beasts, but the demonic beast's beast core was also equally tempting to him. But when he arrived at the corpse, his face suddenly changed and he turned around. There was a black leopard squatting on a rock 100 meters away that was looking at him. In that split second, Lin Yun felt a chill run down his spine and his back was instantly covered in sweat. He didn't realize the leopard's arrival at all. But the most bizarre thing was that this leopard had a small body. It was barely 2 meters long, unlike the demonic beast he just killed. But the small body had placed Lin Yun under great pressure and made him feel fearful at the same time. His limbs weren't listening to him. Is the leopard warning me that the crimson 4-legged beast was its prey? Lin Yun tried his best to keep his composure as he distanced himself from the 4-legged beast. The leopard jumped down from the rock and strolled forward. The whole time it walked, its eyes were glued to Lin Yun. Suddenly, it stretched its jaws like it was smiling. In the next second, the leopard disappeared and reappeared before Lin Yun. Lin Yun was shocked by the leopard's speed and he instantly spread his arms like a crow. However, he still took a claw to his chest. The pain made Lin Yun's lips twitch. He instantly realized that this was a genuine Violet Palace realm demonic beast, unlike the one he killed previously that had already been weakened after losing so much blood. Interesting. Lin Yun smirked after he recovered from his fear and unleashed boundless fighting spirit. He circulated the Iris Sword Sutra and his figure became like a sword plunged into the ground. His hair and clothes fluttered in the wind as he stared at the leopard. The leopard suddenly opened its jaws and unleashed a roar, releasing the origin energy within its body in the manner of a sound wave towards Lin Yun. Under the sound wave, Lin Yun could see ripples in the air with his naked eyes. At the same time, the leopard's body gradually blurred because of the ripples. Lin Yun couldn't imagine how powerful this attack would be if he took the soundwave head-on. But he knew that even if he had a powerful physique, his internal organs would be shattered. Combined with his origin energy, Lin Yun's sword intent rang out from his body to release a wave of ripples as well. When the sword buzz and the soundwave clashed together, the entire mountain trembled violently under the clash, along with a series of explosions in the air. The clouds began to move and bolts of lightning flashed under their attacks. What's that? Bai Lishuan frowned his brows. He just killed the python and he was preparing to return to the sect. But his attention was attracted by the beast roar and sword buzz. I'm going to take a look. Bai Lishuan turned into a streak of light and disappeared. A few minutes later, he stopped on a tree and infused his origin energy into his eyes to watch the battle 10 miles away. He could see a man and a beast fighting. The two were extremely swift and their movements would leave afterimages behind. It's him. Bai Lishuan was shocked when he saw Lin Yun. That fellow was really still alive. For some reason, Bai Lishuan felt excited instead of disappointed when he realized that Lin Yun wasn't dead. Perhaps he didn't want Lin Yun to be killed by demonic beasts because in the depths of his heart he knew it would be a pity. He could tell that Lin Yun had gained a lot through this experience since his movement techniques alone were impressive. But Lin Yun didn't seem to be in a good condition as he was covered in injuries. Several of his injuries even went deep into his bones. The leopard's claw was powerful and could easily tear a cultivator in the 10th stage into pieces. Even with the Dracophant battle physique, Lin Yun couldn't take the attacks head-on. There's something weird about this demon runic leopard. Bai Lishuan frowned his eyebrows because he had never seen such a small demon runic leopard. It had a sleek body and its agility wasn't any inferior to a spiritual grade movement technique. Bai Lishuan's hand was resting on his sword without him realizing. At the same time, the sword intent within his body was also on the verge of erupting. But a moment later, he removed his hand from the hilt. He looked at Lin Yun and muttered to himself, "You're not worthy of fighting me if you can't even get through this ordeal. So why should I save you?" Bai Lishuan disappeared from the spot in the next second. Now that he could kill a Violet Palace realm demonic beast, there was no reason for him to stay in the mountain range. He wanted to return to the sect to spar with Violet Palace realm elders. Demonic beasts and cultivators couldn't be compared to each other. After all, the latter had more means. But just when Bai Lishuan began to move, he froze. If he's going to be killed, it would be better to die by my sword. At least this way you won't lose your dignity as a swordsman. Bai Lishuan finally found a reason to convince himself. Without any hesitation, he turned around and returned to where he was previously. When he returned, his face was odd because he expected that Lin Yun would still be struggling against the demonic beast. But in reality, Lin Yun was still fighting with the leopard without showing any signs of being weakened. On the contrary, his fighting spirits blazed like wildfire. Just when Bai Lishuan was shocked, he saw a boundless aura exploding from Lin Yun's body like a volcanic eruption. Lin Yun was forming an odd seal with both his hands, and when he pushed the seal out, the leopard was sent flying away. It was the undying Vajra seal. However, Lin Yun didn't just stop there, and he continued to form more seals. He quickly formed the sky-breaking seal, the demon-vanquishing seal, and the heavenly seal. Each seal was stronger than the previous one. When he formed the heavenly seal, the 33 swords behind him opened up in a fan formation, and his boundless sword aura rose to a suffocating height. The heavenly seal slammed into the demon runic leopard, who was now wailing out in pain, sending it into the air and then onto the ground. When it was slammed to the ground, it released a miserable shriek along with blood that splattered everywhere. The demon runic leopard let out a ferocious roar, and its body began to grow in size, releasing a terrifying demonic aura. It no longer looked as elegant as it did before. Great! Lin Yun's eyes lit up and he began to speed up the process of forming the seals. When the undying Vajra seal, sky-breaking seal, and the demon-vanquishing seal combined together, Lin Yun's aura reached the Violet Palace realm, but it didn't stop there because he was forming the fourth seal. Four seals combine. Lin Yun could feel his body being torn apart when the four seals combined together. Blood began to ooze out from his skin, and he wore a savage expression on his face. Lin Yun didn't even think for a second before slamming all that explosive energy onto the demon Runiok leopard, tearing it into pieces before it could even launch an attack after increasing its size. After the rain of blood settled down, Bai Lishuan looked at Lin Yun dropping to one knee since all his origin energy was exhausted. He was shocked. He naturally guessed that Lin Yun was taking a risk by squeezing out his potential. At this moment, he knew how the youth managed to build up fame in the Sword Firmament Pavilion in such a short period of time. How terrifying! Bai Lishuan shook his head and left. Finally, I combined the four seals. Lin Yun looked at the mutilated corpse of the demon runic leopard with a smile on his pale face. He had finally succeeded in combining the four seals and killed the leopard without drawing his sword. Of course, the battle was dangerous and Lin Yun was tempted to take out his cosmic artifact to deal with the leopard. However, cultivation wasn't based purely on being able to kill. It was to challenge your limits and excavate your potential. Although it might be dangerous, he would be facing powerful opponents in the Dragon Gate competition, so he had gotten rid of all paths of retreat. After all, time wasn't on his side. Lin Yun collapsed to the ground as he looked up at the sky, gasping for breath. He might have killed the demon runic leopard, but he was also nearly killed. The four seals were powerful, but combining them together had strained his body. Lin Yun only got back on his feet a long time later. His injuries were also healed to the point that he was only left with faint marks, all thanks to his Dracophant battle physique. The injuries would be gone soon enough. Pouring his origin energy into his palm, a powerful suction force came from his palm as he retrieved the 2 beast cores. The energy contained in the beast cores was shocking. They were like 2 blazing hearts that emitted brimming vitality. It almost felt like he was holding onto 2 volcanoes on the verge of eruption. Staring at the 2 beast cores, Lin Yun's eyes lit up and he muttered, "They really come at the right time. I can use the 2 beast cores to cultivate my Dracophant battle physique." He had a feeling that it would be less taxing for his physique after the Dracophant battle physique reached the 5th stage. At that point, he would be able to withstand a hit from Violet Palace Realm Cultivators with the Dracophant war armor. That's it then. Simultaneously, disciples of the various sects who went into the Extermination Mountain range had also come out with the Dragon Gate competition approaching. However, Lin Yun had forgotten the flow of time while cultivating the Dracophant battle physique. So much so that he even forgot about the Dragon Gate competition. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the first glimpse of dawn shined on his body, runes of an ancient Dracophant were revealed as they covered his entire body. He was emitting a violent aura and the ferocity coming from him was terrifyingly domineering. Suddenly, Lin Yun opened his eyes and the Dracophant image enveloping him had perfectly overlapped with his body. For a time, Lin Yun couldn't differentiate himself from the Dracophant. Additionally, his injuries had finally recovered. Clenching his fist and throwing out a punch, the attack felt like it was from a Dracophant. His punch might seem slow, but it destroyed everything in its path as saintly music sang out like an ancient war song. This was the sign that the Dracophant battle physique had reached the 5th stage. "It looks like I don't have much time left," muttered Lin Yun with his brows furrowed. The Dragon Gate competition was only 10 days away, and most people had already headed towards the capital. It's still not enough. There's still a veil blocking me from reaching the manifestation stage in the 7 profound steps. Lin Yun still wasn't able to make a breakthrough in his movement technique or his sword technique. A powerful sword technique required a powerful movement technique for it to be fully exhibited. His aquaselenic sword had long reached the manifestation stage, but he wasn't able to make a breakthrough in the 7 profound steps. If he wasn't able to make a breakthrough, it would be his flaw. Sometimes he would wonder how powerful the 8 titles were. They should be powerful because they didn't have any flaws, which was the reason why they stood out among their peers. It wasn't wise to place all his bets on his trump cards. After all, genuine experts didn't require any trump cards to suppress their opponents, and Lin Yun had been working towards this direction. "I need to bring my 7 profound steps to the manifestation stage. Otherwise, I won't be able to win if I run into any of the titles." Lin Yun looked forward with a firm gaze. Back in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, an elder sighed helplessly as he looked at Bai Lishuan with a complicated gaze. "You won." 3 days ago when Bai Lishuan returned to the sect, he looked for this elder as his opponent. In the beginning, the elder wasn't willing to fight because he felt that Bai Lishuan was too overconfident in himself despite having the saint physique, so he only used 50% of his strength. In the end, the elder ended up looking miserable under Bai Lishuan's sword. The elder was only barely able to win after using his full strength. But Bai Lishuan fought for 3 days without any rest. Although Bai Lishuan lost every time, he was gradually lasting longer in the fight. This was why the elder was shocked. He was shocked by the growth of the saint physique. "It's too forceful for me to win by half a move. I heard that the 8 titles can even kill cultivators in the Violet Palace realm," said Bai Lishuan as he sheathed his sword. The elder stroked his beard and smiled. "Those are just wandering cultivators. How can they possibly kill elders so easily? You managed to win against me by half a move, so even if you can't fight with them, you won't be too far behind. There's no need to be so humble." "Elder, has Lin Yun returned?" asked Bai Lishuan. "According to my knowledge, not yet," he replied. "Not yet?" Bai Lishuan didn't understand why Lin Yun was still in the Extermination Mountain range after being able to combine the 4 seals. However, the doubt in his eyes soon became indifferent because combining the 4 seals should be Lin Yun's limit. Lin Yun could be considered one of the opponents that Bai Lishuan would get serious with. However, there could only be one genius in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, and he believed that it would be him. Soon, the news about Bai Lishuan winning against an elder by half a move spread out in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Shortly after, news of Yi Feng killing a Violet Palace Realm wandering cultivator spread out. This made the entire Sword Firmament Pavilion excited for the upcoming Dragon Gate competition. As the Dragon Gate competition slowly got closer, the entire capital gradually bustled with energy. The disciples of the Primal Origin Sect, Heavenly Profound Sect, Demonic Moon Villa, Heavenly Qin Institute, and Divine Guards were all filled with confidence for the Dragon Gate competition. The Dragon Gate competition took place once every 3 years, and the commotion generated this year far surpassed the previous competitions. However, Lin Yun was still nowhere to be seen. When the news got out, there were rumors circulating that Lin Yun was afraid of showing up at the Dragon Gate competition. There were even rumors that Lin Yun had fled the empire because he had offended Qin Yu. The competition was starting soon, but Lin Yun was still nowhere seen. So it was unavoidable for there to be rumors about him, not to mention that there was even a bet on him in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Back in the Locket Mountain, Xianxia couldn't help being reminded of some sad matters with the Dragon Gate competition starting soon. She knew that her big brother would be happy if he was still around. As she reached out for a falling leaf, she suddenly smiled. No matter what, I know that junior brother will show up for the Dragon Gate competition. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Gate competition was only 3 days away. Many cultivators came from various counties because they weren't willing to miss out on this event. The bet from the Myriad Treasure Pavilion aroused people's excitement even further. The total sum of the bet had reached an astronomical sum. There were 3 bets concerning the Dragon Gate competition. First, who would become the champion? Among the 8 titles, the Crown Prince Qin Yu had the highest vote. Everyone felt that without Drifting Goblet in the Dragon Gate competition, Qin Yu had the highest chance of becoming the champion. Second, who would be the new titled figures? Although there were 8 quotas in the Dragon Gate competition, no one felt that any of the 7 who held the titles previously would fall from the ranking. This meant that there was only a quota to be competed for since Drifting Goblet left. For this bet, Bai Lishuan had the highest vote. This naturally made Qin Yu and Bai Lishuan extremely popular in this year's Dragon Gate competition. Lastly, the bet that attracted the most interest was whether or not Lin Yun would show up for this Dragon Gate competition. The incident of how he drew his sword before the wedding carriage and caused a huge uproar in the empire made Lin Yun's name known by everyone. Many people placed a bet on this, and some even bet their entire fortune on the outcome. The Dragon Gate Plaza was heavily guarded by the Divine Guards, and they would slay anyone who intruded. This was now a forbidden ground, and it would only be opened on the day of the Dragon Gate competition. At the center of the plaza was where everyone's attention was drawn, the Dragon Gate stage. The Dragon Gate stage was where one could transform into a dragon by getting into the top 8 to become one of the titled figures. The stage was filled with an aged aura, and there were a total of 9 stands, and 8 of the stands surrounded one stand. The one in the center was floating over the ground and was enveloped by a golden veil. Only the king could stand here. The 8 other stages were where the 8 figures would be determined, and the one in the center would determine the champion. The champion would also become the king among the Great Qin Empire's younger generation. This stage represented both honor and dreams because the king would be born here. There was a throne placed at the center of the spectator platform that belonged to the Great Qin Empire's monarch. But the throne looked as if it was competing with the king stage. If Qin Yu was the one who ultimately stood there, it would reflect on the throne, causing it to shine even more. But if anyone else remained the last person standing there, it would appear as if the force behind him would be standing against the royal family's authority. When the light of dawn shined down, it expelled the coldness of winter. In an instant, the entire capital became heated. The plaza was surrounded by people. Not only were there citizens from the Great Qin Empire, but sects disciples and wandering cultivators from other territories were also here. There were only 3 days left until the Dragon Gate competition. Many cultivators who couldn't obtain the qualification to participate could only watch the battle. There were also many inns around the plaza prepared for spectators. The inns were filled with people because the Dragon Gate competition was the grandest occasion in the Great Qin Empire. I heard that this Dragon Gate competition will be the most intense one in the last century. Yeah. Too much weird stuff took place this year. First, there was Lin Yun, and now we have Bai Lishuan who achieved the saint physique. The other sects also have other geniuses, but these things have never happened in the previous Dragon Gate competitions. Yeah, there are too many geniuses this time. Although everyone says that the 7 titled figures are still confident about this Dragon Gate competition, no one knows if there's a dark horse. It's mainly because of the Demon Lotus realm. The various sects' disciples all received fortuitous encounters, and they've been in seclusion ever since they returned. Who knows if any of them will shine in the competition? Hee. I'm actually more curious if Lin Yun will show up. His Highness' face was green the other day when Lin Yun stopped the wedding. I bet His Highness has never received such a humiliation before in his life. Lin Yun might be able to challenge the titled figures if he didn't cripple a profound vein. After all, the potential he displayed was too terrifying. Yeah, it's really a pity. But even so, he shouldn't have appeared at the wedding and revealed all his trump cards. Even if he can't fight with a titled figure, he still has a high chance of obtaining the quota. I would leave if I was Lin Yun. Let Qin Yu die of frustration of not being able to take revenge. The moment someone mentioned Lin Yun, they naturally discussed the bet in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion had also become famous through this Dragon Gate competition by introducing the newly risen ranking and titled ranking. Although the rankings were somewhat biased, it was still generally fair. If it wasn't for the newly risen ranking, it wouldn't be possible for them to monopolize most of the bets for this Dragon Gate competition because the ranking also represented their powerful intelligence. When the sun set, the Sword Firmament Pavilion became bleak as disciples made their way to the capital. Naturally, they wouldn't miss this event. After all, they wouldn't be able to make it for the Dragon Gate competition's opening if they didn't move out now. Some of the more anxious disciples left much earlier. However, even until today, Lin Yun was still nowhere to be seen, which disappointed many people. Many feel that he might be giving up on this Dragon Gate competition. They might be disappointed, but it was also understandable. After all, they might make the same choice if they were in Lin Yun's shoes. The Locket Mountain was gathered together and everyone showed concern on their faces, except for Xianxia. Xianxia, are we still waiting for Junior Brother? Asked Chun Shenjun. There's only 3 days left, but Lin Yun is still nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Junior Brother went to the core of the Extermination Mountain Range? I heard that it was the territory for Violet Palace realm demonic beasts, and there were even forbidden grounds there. Every year, many disciples go there and die, said someone with a concerned tone. What are you talking about? Xianxia glared at the group as she sighed inwardly. Lin Yun really didn't allow her to have a moment of peace. Senior sister, do you think Big Brother Lin will head to the capital directly from the Extermination Mountain Range? After all, time is precious to him, said Li Wuyo. Let's hope so. We're not going to wait for him any longer. Let's get going, smiled Xianxia as she rubbed Li Wuyo's head. But before they left, Xianxia turned back to look at the Extermination Mountain Range. She was really worried that Lin Yun might miss the time. Meanwhile, a lone figure stood on a cliff as he looked at the setting sun in the core of the Extermination Mountain Range. It was naturally Lin Yun, and he had been standing there ever since he made a breakthrough in the Dracophant battle physique. He had been looking at the sun rising and setting for the past 7 days, and he gradually saw something different about it. The sun might be moving slowly in his eyes, but it was actually traveling millions and millions of miles every second. The 7 profound steps was derived from the divine sun-chasing art. It was impossible for humans to chase after the sun, so it didn't mean chasing after it literally, but becoming the sun. Since people managed to create the divine sun-chasing art in ancient times, this meant that there must be something special about it. After all, it made no sense for someone to chase after the sun blindly. Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he gradually calmed down, and then he closed his eyes. One night passed and Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes when the first glimpse of dawn had arrived. When he turned around and took a step forward, he looked back to see another him standing in the place where he was previously. When his clone basked in the sun, it suddenly glowed brightly, which seemed to form a painting. With a smile, Lin Yun stepped forward and he poked the painting. The painting suddenly shattered and his clone turned into a lump of flames that soared into the sky. At this moment, his 7 profound steps reached the manifestation stage. The rising flame was like a sun in the sky, and many cultivators who were training in the mountain range looked at the direction of the sun with disbelief. How is that possible? Many intelligent demonic beasts were terrified as they had no idea what was happening. This instantly caused an uproar in the mountain range. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes into slits and he balled his fists together with a ball of fire blazing deep in his heart. 3 years was too long and he didn't want to wait. He had a reason to attend this Dragon Gate competition, and he wouldn't accept anything less than becoming the champion. The brilliance in the Extermination Mountain range only lasted for an instant. After the initial chaos, the demonic beasts hidden in the mountain range also calmed down. However, the wandering cultivators in the mountain range couldn't calm their emotions for a long time. The brilliance might have lasted for an instant, but it was deeply imprinted in their minds. They couldn't figure out how someone did that. Finally, Lin Yun's features were defined under the sunlight. He might not have made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but the boost in his strength over the past month was unimaginable. Just the heavenly seal alone was enough to shake the entire Great Qin Empire, not to mention combining the 4 seals and having the 7 profound steps reach the manifestation stage. He made a breakthrough in his fist, movement, and body refining techniques. The Dragon Gate competition should be 3 days away now, so there's no need for me to be in such a hurry. Lin Yun sat back down. In the end, his martial techniques required the support of his origin energy. Without the support of origin energy, his effort for the past month would go down to drain. Covered in a veil from the sunlight, Lin Yun retrieved the 2nd-grade spiritual jades from his interspatial pouch and started cultivating. The iris flower in his dantian bloomed as it started absorbing the spiritual energy frantically. Within his body, the spiritual runes engraved on his 9 profound veins slowly glowed and formed a painting. It was the painting that Lin Yun had inscribed with his age energy and origin energy. It was his trump card, but since it was already revealed, his opponents would be cautious against it. The amount of resources needed for the Iris Sword Sutra to make a breakthrough is astronomical. I'm clearly at the threshold, but I can't make a breakthrough into the 10th stage. However, this should be enough. With the density of my origin energy, I won't have to be afraid even if I face a quasi-violet palace realm. Lin Yun recalled how tough his cultivation had been along the way. Compared to Bai Lishuan, his aptitude was inferior. Compared to Qin Yu, his authority and status was insignificant. After all, he used to be a sword slave. However, since he was already on this path, this meant that he no longer had any paths of retreat. He could only use the sword in his hand to pave his way. Lin Yun opened his eyes and his black pupils radiated like stars. Pinnacle 9th stage? Lin Yun realized that his senses had gotten much better, so much so that he could even sense the fine movements of the surrounding insects. He should have made a breakthrough long ago in his cultivation. After all, he had gotten a greater harvest than anyone in the 10th level of the Black Lotus Palace. Aside from refining countless Demon Lotus cores, Lin Yun also refined the yin-yang pellet that granted him a sturdy foundation. If he didn't shatter his own profound vein, he would have already reached the 10th stage by now. So his cultivation in the past month and refining 2 Violet Palace Realms beast cores had smoothly brought him up to the pinnacle 9th stage. I've used up all my spiritual jades, but the 3 origins left in my body by Guardian Plum can aid me in breaking through at any time. Lin Yun considered it and ultimately denied that idea. He decided to leave that as his trump card since he believed that Guardian Plum didn't want him to refine the 3 cultivation origins he left, but rather for Lin Yun to protect himself with them. Getting back up on his feet, Lin Yun let out a roar towards the forest. It didn't take long for a crimson figure to appear within his sights. Lin Yun revealed a smile when he saw the dragon-blooded horse. He was confident in Lil Red's speed, so he said, "I'll be depending on you to make it back in time." Even sword condors could no longer be compared to the dragon-blooded horse's speed. After all, the The dragon-blooded horse possessed the bloodline of a dragon, and its speed was unimaginable after its bloodline was awakened. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed and the Dragon Gate competition had finally started. Before dawn even arrived, the Dragon Gate Plaza was filled with people. The place was heavily guarded by the divine guards as Lu Feilong took command personally. The empire's aristocrats and clans also entered the plaza under countless spectators' envious gazes. The guest seats were the best seats available for watching the competition, but not everyone had the qualification to be up there. The Heavenly Profound sect is here. Look, its true origin. He's the Heavenly Profound sect's only hope after Drifting Goblet withdrew. I wonder if he can stop His Highness from becoming the champion. After all, Drifting Goblet was the champion in the previous competition. The appearance of the first titled figure naturally caused an uproar as many people wanted to take a look at him. The Sword Cloud Pavilion is here too. Is that black-clothed youth Twilight? That's him. The person standing beside him is his junior brother, Luo Yuhang. He's ranked 5th in the newly risen ranking. I also heard that he trained the Supreme Radiant Sword to a high level. He's only second to Twilight in the Sword Cloud Pavilion. The Sword Cloud Pavilion might not be one of the 4 major sects, but Twilight was famous in the Empire. Recently, the Sword Cloud Pavilion's fame was catching up to the 4 major sects. After all, Xianxia didn't participate in the previous Dragon Gate competition. So this meant that the Sword Firmament Pavilion didn't have anyone receive a title. So everyone had been comparing the 2 sections. The Primal Origin sect is also here. That's Heartcliff. The one beside him must be Zhuiyun. This Zhuiyun is a genius. He's only ranked after Situ Yi and by Lishuan on the newly risen ranking. Hehe. Speaking of Situ Yi, the Demonic Moon Villa is also here. Unlike the other sects, the Demonic Moon Villa was like a special guest because their party arrived in floating ships. One must know that it was forbidden to fly around the Dragon Gate Plaza. But since the Divine Guards did nothing to stop them, this meant that they had acknowledged the Demonic Moon Villa's special rights. The Heavenly Qin Institute is here. The spectators became excited when more sects were arriving. The Sword Firmament Pavilion too. Where? Where are they? A voice instantly attracted countless gazes when they saw the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party entering the Dragon Gate Plaza from the northern gate. By Lishuan, Yifeng, and Xianyan. Where's Lin Yun? It looks like the rumors are true. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's arrival had attracted everyone's attention, but Lin Yun was nowhere seen. This instantly made some people rejoice, while others were concerned. After all, many of them were attracted to the bet on whether or not Lin Yun would participate in the competition. Some of them had even bet their entire fortune on it. However, everyone's attention was instantly attracted to the royal family's arrival. A group of robust horses strode into the Dragon Gate Plaza as they walked towards the throne. The one leading the group was a middle-aged man donned in an imperial gown. His arrival had instantly shut down the commotion coming from the spectators. He was the great Qin Empire's monarch, Qin Luochen. Behind him, Qin Yu and the Bloom Phoenix Princess were quietly following. The 3 of them gave off a different temperament, the temperament of a ruler. This was because the 3 of them were the rulers of this empire, holding the lives of millions in their hands. Their birthright gave them this ruler's temperament. However, when they saw the princess and crown prince walking side by side, this made many people feel weird. This meant that the 2 had the qualifications to inherit the empire in the eyes of Emperor Qin. The entire empire naturally paid attention to this competition, so if the emperor intended on letting Qin Yu inherit the throne, he wouldn't allow the princess to walk side by side with Qin Yu. Greetings, Emperor Qin. The elders and disciples stood up from their seats. The 4 sects might transcend the empire, but they naturally have to give their respect to the emperor on the surface. Please, be seated. Emperor Qin stretched his hand out with a smile. Thank you, Emperor Qin. The elders and disciples waited for the princess and prince to be seated before they sat down. The Dragon Gate competition is a grand occasion in the Great Qin Empire. The rules remain the same. There is no restriction to letting geniuses below the age of 25 with cultivation at least in the 8th stage participate, regardless of their sect or origin. All of you can have an incense's time to register. Emperor Qin wasn't hosting the competition for the first time, so he didn't have much change on his face. He sat down, which was a signal that the registration had begun. On the 8 stages, there were naturally people prepared to handle registration, and there was also someone who lit up an incense. The Dragon Gate competition's rules were simple. The fight would be divided into 2 rounds, the first being the elimination rounds. The participants would be divided into 8 groups and 4 people would emerge from each group. In the second round, the 36 people would then fight for the 8 titles. The Dragon Gate competition had a strict requirement as only those beneath the age of 25 and in the 8th stage could participate. Even the 4 major sects didn't have many people that qualified. But the Great Qin Empire had over 100 counties, so this meant that there were countless cultivators. The moment Emperor Qin made his declaration, many people went over to register themselves. If it wasn't for the fact that some people knew that they wouldn't be able to make it through the first round, the number of people registering would be much higher. An incense's time wasn't long, but it was more than enough for everyone to register. When half an incense's time passed, the number of people registering began to decrease. When the incense was nearly burnt out, the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party became anxious as they looked around. The various sects naturally knew what the Sword Firmament Pavilion was concerned about. Bai Lishuan and Yifeng were both here, so this meant that they must be looking for Lin Yun. While other sects were rejoicing, Qin Yu suddenly spoke out, "Royal Father, I think that the Sword Firmament Pavilion must have a situation. Why don't we extend the registering process to half an hour?" Emperor Qin glanced at Luo Feng and asked, "Elder Luo, what do you think?" Luo Feng raised his head with a grave expression and replied coldly, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but the incense hasn't burnt out. It doesn't matter if we run out of time. Don't think that I don't know what's in your mind. Everyone knows what's in my mind," snorted Qin Yu. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes and he laughed. "If he really wants to participate, it won't matter much if we extend the registering process by half an hour. I'm only afraid that he's too scared to be here." No one had imagined that Qin Yu would have such a deep hatred for Lin Yun. Although Qin Yu didn't mention anyone's name, everyone naturally knew who he was talking about. Aside from Lin Yun, who snatched his bride-to-be, who else could it be? The disdain Qin Yu showed made the faces of Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples and elders turn ugly. However, Lin Yun was truly nowhere seen and the registering process was also coming to an end. No one was concerned about the process. The only concern was the results. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's group wanted to rebuke the prince, but they had nothing to say. "I'm afraid that you will be disappointed. He's already here," said the Bloom Phoenix princess. Her words instantly made everyone from the Sword Firmament Pavilion's faces change as they saw a youth coming over on a horse with a sword box on his back. "Lin Yun! It's really Lin Yun!" An uproar instantly rose in the Dragon Gate competition. Qin Yu had declared that he would take Lin Yun's life in the competition, and Lin Yun really showed up. Qin Yu was briefly shocked before his face became dark. A brutal and cold sneer rose on his lips that sent chills down the spines of those who saw it. Everyone turned their attention to Lin Yun. This was a rare scene in the Dragon Gate competition. In the past, no one would pay any attention to a 9th stage cultivator because the 9th stage meant that he wouldn't be able to obtain a title, not to mention becoming the champion. The limelight was always saved for geniuses like Qin Yu. However, the attention on Lin Yun had far surpassed Qin Yu even before the competition started. Why? It was just because his name was Lin Yun. He was an influential figure in the Great Qin Empire. First, he won the Alliance Union battle, he also rang the Phoenix Plum, he defeated 3 enemies at the Princess Banquet, he created a legend in the Demon Lotus realm, and he drew his sword on the Crown Prince's wedding. He was the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lin Yun. In just 1 year, he rose to fame and everyone in the 100 counties knew of him. Compared to Bai Lishuan and Situi, his fame even overshadowed them. His story was too legendary. He was initially a sword slave, but he came so far that he could even stand against the Crown Prince. Just who among the younger generation could compare to him? Who among the younger generation could openly stand against the Crown Prince? So how could his arrival not set off a bomb among the spectators? I knew it. I knew that he'd come. He's someone who even dared to draw his sword against the divine guards. So how could he possibly be a coward? Haha. He's finally here. I was right in betting my entire fortune. Hee hee. I'll probably become broke, but that doesn't matter. The Dragon Gate competition won't be complete without him. I heard from the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples that Lin Yun has already gained back his cultivation in the 9th stage. He might not be comparable to those on the newly rise ranking, but that doesn't mean he has no hope to receive a title. Hee. Let's just wait and see. The discussion was heated, and even those who lost their bet became emotional after sighing. The reaction wasn't limited to just the spectators. Even those located in the guest seats were looking at Lin Yun with interest. That's Lin Yun? 3 core disciples of my primal origin sect died in his hands, frowned Heartcliff. It's time. When Yanba gnashed his teeth as he glared at Lin Yun. He's courting death. Heartcliff didn't seem too concerned with Lin Yun. It wasn't easy to fight someone above your cultivation. It might be possible for someone in the 9th stage to defeat a cultivator in the 10th stage or quasi-violet palace realm. But among geniuses, a small gap could be fatal in a fight, not to mention the drastic gap in their cultivation. The difference was huge in the late phase of the profound martial realm, so it was impossible for someone weaker to win in a fight between monstrous geniuses. Not only Heartcliff, but everyone else also had the same thoughts. In their view, Lin Yun shouldn't have come. Even if he was called a coward, it would still be better than being killed by Qin Yu. At the same time, Luo Yuhang smiled when he saw Lin Yun's arrival. He hoped that he could be in the same group as Lin Yun so that he could take his revenge. Twilight asked, "This is the person who defeated you in the Sword Firmament Pavilion? I was just tricked by him. He clearly has a 9th stage cultivation, but he lied to me that he's only in the 8th stage. Otherwise, it would have been easy for me to defeat him at my strongest state," said Luo Yuhang with reluctance. "You don't have to be bothered with him. He has offended so many people, but he still dares to be here. He's really ignorant about the Dragon Gate competition's brutality," said Twilight. "You could surrender in the competition, but true experts wouldn't give you the chance to call out a surrender. This was how the many geniuses died in the past competitions, so many participants had this concern. The registration finally came to an end after Lin Yun obtained his plaque. Now, he just had to wait to be appointed to a group. The assignments soon came out, and it wasn't surprising to see that the 7 titled figures were placed in different groups. The other geniuses like Bai Lishuan, Situ Yi, and the rest were also divided. This wasn't surprising because they could be considered seeded candidates. After all, it would be a pity for them to be eliminated early on. 8 groups. Luo Yuhang raised his brow because he didn't see any titled figures in the 8th group. With Drifting Goblet withdrawing from the competition, this meant that there would be an empty group among the 8. Luo Yuhang soon rejoiced because he was confident of making it into the 2nd round. But when he looked down at the list, he soon saw a familiar name, Lin Yun. Twilight glanced at it briefly and smiled. "Your wish came true. You're in the same group as him. Great. Let this brat be our stepping stone then. The strongest sect of swordsmen should belong to our Sword Cloud Pavilion," said the Sword Cloud Pavilion's elders. The enmity between the 2 sects ran deep. After all, the Sword Firmament Pavilion had snatched the title as the strongest sect of swordsmen from them. "Pretty lucky. You didn't run into Qin Yu in the 1st round." Luo Feng smiled when he saw Lin Yun's group. But he soon sighed. "Actually, you shouldn't have come. But I'm here," smiled Lin Yun. When Luo Feng saw the smile on Lin Yun's face, he was dazed. For a moment, he actually couldn't see through Lin Yun. But before he could even speak, a few old men descended onto the 8 stages. They were all Violet Palace Realm cultivators, who would act as the judges for the 8 stages. It's finally starting. Everyone's attention was soon diverted to the 8 stages. The spectators all looked at the 8 judges. The various sects' elders wore a grave expression because this was also a competition between the sects. First group, Heartcliff versus Wang Ning. Second group, True Origin vs. He Yun Xiao. Third group, by Li Xuan versus Luo Ming. The old men standing on the various stages announced. The first to fight were either titled figures or monstrous geniuses like Bai Li Xuan. It was clear that they were trying to fire up the atmosphere. The first few groups are either talented or famous figures. I wonder if Lin Yun will show up in the first fight. The eighth group doesn't have any titled figure. If we're considering fame, then Lin Yun is naturally the best pick. Let's just watch. The judge on the eighth stage naturally knew that everyone's attention was on him as he raised the list of names. So he loudly announced, eighth group, Lin Yun versus Luo Yuhang. Luo Yuhang? Lin Yun. Lin Yun and Luo Yuhang were both surprised when they heard the name of their opponent. They were clearly shocked that they would fight each other in the first round, but Luo Yuhang soon recovered from his shock and smiled. Interesting. Luo Yuhang was surprised that Lin Yun was his first opponent. The Dragon Gate competition was held once every 3 years, so it would naturally attract everyone's attention. Since it was structured like this, it was an honor that he could fight in the first match. If he could display his talent in the first match, his fame would spread throughout the empire. Most importantly, his opponent was Lin Yun, who was at the center of everyone's attention. I'm pretty lucky that I got what I wanted. Luo Yuhang had been looking forward to his battle with Lin Yun ever since his loss. He wanted to step on Lin Yun with his feet to cleanse the humiliation he suffered back then. It would also be interesting to humiliate the Sword Firmament Pavilion. At this moment, the spectators were busy discussing among themselves. They had already guessed that Lin Yun would go up for the first fight, but no one had expected that his opponent would be Luo Yuhang. Everyone knew about Luo Yuhang's ranking on the newly risen ranking, not to mention he was also Twilight's junior brother. The opponents of the titled figures and the geniuses like Bai Li Xuan were nameless figures, so it was unexpected that Lin Yun's opponent would be a popular candidate who had a legitimate shot at obtaining a title. Not good. Lin Yun might have recovered his cultivation, but all his trump cards are revealed, not to mention that he hasn't fully recovered from his old injuries. His odds of winning won't be high against Luo Yuhang. Could it be something planned by the royal family on purpose? Who knows? After all, it's too humiliating to lose the first match. Yeah. When Lin Yun came to register, everyone's attention was on him. It'll be too humiliating if he loses the first match. Many of the judges came from the royal family, so they naturally had to give face to the royal family. The crown prince had just been recently embarrassed by Lin Yun, so it wouldn't be weird if they didn't interfere in the matches as long as it was within the rules. Just as Lin Yun walked to the 8th stage, Xianxia suddenly called out, "Junior brother." Lin Yun paused his footsteps, but he didn't turn around. Xianxia continued, "Survive. You hear me?" "I will," smiled Lin Yun. Luo Yuhang was already waiting on the 8th stage, and the other participants were also on the 7 other stages. With that, the Dragon Gate competition had officially begun. Everyone from the Sword Firmament Pavilion was looking at Lin Yun, and some were worried if Lin Yun could defeat Luo Yuhang. "I have been waiting for some time. Are you afraid of fighting me?" smiled Luo Yuhang. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, an opportunity to defeat Lin Yun at his strongest. Luo Yuhang continued, "I'm surprised that you came. I wouldn't have come if I was in your position. After all, it would be too humiliating to be eliminated in the first match. Is it finally starting?" Lin Yun ignored Luo Yuhang and turned back to look at Xianxia, then the Bloom Phoenix Princess, and finally the strand of hair wrapped around his pinky. He came from the Aquasky Nation, bearing the name of a sword slave. It wasn't an easy journey to get here, but he was finally on the Dragon Gate competition stage. He was here on behalf of Xianju to fight for Xianxia. Suddenly, a commotion broke out on the 5th stage. Qin Yu had merely pushed his palm out, unleashing a sea of flames that engulfed his opponent instantly. His opponent's body was entirely burnt by the attack, which was a brutal scene. Qin Yu stood proudly on the stage. He had been too suppressed since the wedding, so he needed an avenue to vent his emotions. However, this was unfortunate for his opponent. Qin Yu's palm was his way of trying to promote his existence, telling everyone that he was the star. "Don't worry, you won't have an opportunity to fight him. Luo Yuhang thought that Lin Yun was paying attention to Qin Yu when he saw that Lin Yun wasn't focused. In the next second, he unleashed his tyrannical aura. His eyes became sharp as he tightened his grip on his sword. How powerful! The spectators could clearly sense the powerful aura coming from Luo Yuhang. They instantly knew that Luo Yuhang wanted to end this battle quickly by suppressing Lin Yun with his cultivation. You can surrender before I draw my sword. Otherwise, no one can save you, roared Luo Yuhang with a killing aura emitting from his eyes. Ending the battle quickly? Just what I wanted. The iris flower bloomed in Lin Yun's dantian, and his powerful origin energy reverberated through his profound veins. At the same time, his aura began to blaze. Attack! Cherish your last chance to draw your sword, replied Lin Yun. His voice wasn't loud, but the confidence in his tone left many people shocked. Lin Yun was truly facing Luo Yuhang with an indifferent attitude. One must know that Lin Yun had already revealed all his trump cards. Even if he had recovered his cultivation, he was still in a disadvantageous position given his cultivation. The battles on the other stages ended quickly just as everyone had expected. After all, the opponents of the titled figures either surrendered or were easily defeated. Instantly, everyone's attention was on the 8th stage. You're still as arrogant as before, sneered Luo Yuhang as he drew his sword. When Luo Yuhang drew his sword out by half an inch, he turned into a streak of light and dashed forward. The stage suddenly turned dark, and aside from the sword ray that enveloped him, everything else, including Lin Yun, had become dark under his sword ray. His sword was brilliant, but when the stage became dark, the dazzling sword ray suddenly disappeared. What's going on? It should be the Sword Cloud Pavilion's Supreme Radiance Sword. It's a sword technique that's hard to defend against. Luo Yuhang is truly not simple to be able to utilize the Supreme Radiance Sword to this degree. I heard that it's extremely hard to practice this sword technique and that it's rare to even achieve lesser mastery. Many elders in the Sword Cloud Pavilion couldn't even grasp the profundity of this technique. Everyone became worried for Lin Yun. After all, Luo Yuhang was truly powerful to be ranked in the top 5. Suddenly, a radiance lit up the stage and everyone was shocked to see that Luo Yuhang was standing before Lin Yun in the next second with his sword aimed at Lin Yun's head. But even so, Lin Yun didn't budge his feet or even open his eyes. What's Lin Yun trying to do? Many people were baffled when they saw Lin Yun closing his eyes. This sword was fast, and everyone felt that Lin Yun would have difficulty dodging it even with his eyes opened. So Lin Yun closing his eyes was an act of courting death in the eyes of many people. Are you courting death? Since that's the case, then I'll fulfill your wish. Luo Yuhang's face became dark as more killing intent filled in his eyes, and he stabbed his sword forward. But all of a sudden, Lin Yun suddenly emitted a profound sword aura that started to fluctuate like water. Lin Yun was like a moving river covered in mist. Futile tricks, snorted Luo Yuhang. He didn't believe that Lin Yun could do anything before his absolute strength. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yuhang had stabbed his sword over 10 times, each stab being faster than lightning. When Luo Yuhang stepped into the domain of Lin Yun's sword aura, Lin Yun could sense his every sword even with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Lin Yun moved. His figure began to dissipate like ink and he left behind afterimages. I'll see how long you can keep retreating. Luo Yuhang's expression became savage as he relied on his advantage in cultivation to crush Lin Yun's sword aura. No matter how brilliant Lin Yun's movement technique, Luo Yuhang still held the upper hand in this exchange. However, he paid the price with his origin energy being swiftly exhausted. Supreme Radiance Sword, Daylight. Luo Yuhang instantly knew that he couldn't continue this any further or he would run out of energy first. He instantly brought out his ultimate move and his sword radiated with great brilliance like a sun that could incinerate everything. A cold gleam flickered across Luo Yuhang's eyes and he snorted. Come back 3 years later. Get lost. Many people told Lin Yun to participate in the Dragon Gate competition 3 years later. But it was too long for Lin Yun. Since he couldn't retreat any further, then he couldn't retreat. But who said that the 7 profound steps could only retreat? Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes and unleashed a shocking aura from his body. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward toward Luo Yuhang's attack. When he turned around, he saw a painting. In the painting, Luo Yuhang was swinging his majestic attack at the frail-looking youth. Something's wrong. Luo Yuhang's face suddenly changed when he felt a great danger descending onto him. When he turned around, he saw a radiating moon descending down on him. When the moon descended down, the painting was shattered, and Luo Yuhang lost his life. Luo Yuhang was sent flying out with all his ribs broken. 3 years was too long for Lin Yun. He only wanted to fight for the present, to fight for the championship. Sheathing the flower burial sword, Lin Yun stood proudly on the stage. Lin Yun attacked very late, but he obtained his victory instantly. Everything ended the moment he drew his sword, which left many spectators shocked. Lin Yun only used one sword to kill Luo Yuhang, who was ranked 5th on the newly risen ranking. Luo Yuhang's words still lingered in the crowd's ears, but he had died in the blink of an eye. On the 8th stage, the judge looked at Lin Yun in shock. Lin Yun, you've already reached the manifestation stage in your 7 profound steps? I guess, replied Lin Yun. He didn't give a direct answer, but it shocked the judge. The judge couldn't believe that Lin Yun had really cultivated the 7 profound steps to the manifestation stage. In ancient times, people chased after the sun to find traces of the divine beast, the golden crow. Through that type of obsession and observation, the divine sun-chasing art was derived. The complete copy was long lost, so only incomplete copies were left. The incomplete copies gave birth to many movement techniques, and the 7 profound steps was one of them. The movement technique might only be a profound grade, but it was comparable to ordinary spiritual grade movement techniques because it had a high requirement on comprehension. It was hard for people to even reach lesser mastery, not to mention greater mastery. In the history of the Sword Firmament Pavilion, the number of those who reached complete mastery could be counted on one hand. There were none who reached the manifestation stage, so Lin Yun had created another legend without him knowing. Furthermore, no one in the Great Qin Empire had brought a profound grade movement technique to complete mastery. But the shock Lin Yun brought to everyone wasn't only because of the manifestation stage. Who would dare to say that Lin Yun was here to be killed now? 3 years was too long of a wait, and he expressed that to everyone with the sword in his hand. He proved that he could also shine brightly in this Dragon Gate competition. Qin Yu's face flashed with killing intent, and the faces of the primal origin sex elders also turned unsightly. They hated Lin Yun deep in their bones. When Yanbo spoke out, "He's just lucky. I don't believe that he can turn the tables around since he revealed all his trump cards." The other titled figures also wore a complicated expression when they saw this scene. No one had expected that Lin Yun would turn the tables around with his movement technique. As for the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party, they were naturally happy to see this. "Junior brother." Twilight hugged Luo Yuhang's corpse with a dark face. He knew that Luo Yuhang couldn't be saved because Lin Yun had also cut his heart into 2. "Lin Yun, it's fine if you beat him, but why did you have to kill him?" Twilight looked at Lin Yun with coldness flickering in his eyes. His gaze was like swords stabbing into Lin Yun, and the aura he gave off was terrifying. Normal people would be frightened to death by this gaze, but Lin Yun did not have any change in his expression as he replied, "Death is nothing to be surprised by in the Dragon Gate competition. Are you saying that your junior brother is special? Even if you're one of the 8 titles, aren't you being a little too demanding? One must be prepared to kill or be killed. So no one would go easy just because Luo Yuhang was Twilight's junior brother. Why would Lin Yun be bothered about a titled figure when he was fighting to be the champion? I'm looking forward to encountering you on the stage." Lin Yun's words actually made Twilight's eyes flare with flames and rage. "You're welcome to challenge me any time," replied Lin Yun as he left. His words shocked everyone. No one had expected to see such an exciting show after the battle. Lin Yun faced a titled figure's threat head-on without taking a step back. That was just a short episode as the competition resumed. All the participants were divided into 8 groups, and 4 participants would emerge from the 8 groups at the end of the day. Only the 32 who made it into the second stage were qualified to compete for the titles. Lin Yun observed that the groups were divided equally in terms of strength aside from the 7 titled figures. Out of the 7 other groups, there were 3 rather strong participants, and they came from the Heavenly Profound Sect, the Divine Guards, and the Heavenly Qin Institute. All of their cultivation was in the pinnacle 10th stage of the profound martial realm, and there was a possibility that they also had trump cards up their sleeves. They weren't any weaker than Luo Yuhang. Then again, that didn't exclude the possibility that there were other dark horses among the 8 groups. 8th group, Lin Yun versus Luo Yin. Lin Yun descended on the stage with his 7 profound steps when he heard his name being called. Luo Yin was only in the 9th stage, and he wasn't particularly eye-catching in the 8th stage. Luo Yin's eyes flashed with decisiveness when he saw Lin Yun on the stage. His opponent was a legend, who went from crippling his profound vein to killing Luo Yuhang. However, he wouldn't give up so easily no matter what. "Excuse me." Luo Yin moved the moment the judge called start. He gathered his origin energy into his palm and hacked down. This attack was accompanied by a terrifying momentum that could even split a mountain into 2. The moment he attacked, his aura actually reached the 10th stage. Anyone could tell that Luo Yin had reached high attainment in this attack and that he could easily split his opponent into 2 if he ran into someone else. But it was a pity that he ran into Lin Yun. Luo Yin had high attainment in this attack? So what? Lin Yun could just suppress Luo Yin with a punch. As a dragon and tiger roar echoed in the air, Lin Yun leaped into the sky. He first formed an ancient seal with his hands before pushing the seal forward. It was naturally the undying Vajra seal. In just one encounter, Luo Yin was sent out of the stage throwing up blood. The judge was briefly stunned before he announced, "Lin Yun wins. That's the Dragon Tiger Fist. He's not even using his sword? This Lin Yun is unfathomable. He's not even using his sword." The spectators were disappointed by how quickly Lin Yun ended the fight. The fight was so swift that Lin Yun hadn't been given much time to rest. Before he knew it, he was on the stage facing his 3rd opponent. His 3rd opponent was also a nobody with a cultivation in the 9th stage. If it was in the past, Lin Yun would have to take some time to defeat an opponent in the 9th stage, but this was nothing to him after he restored his profound vein. At the same cultivation, he could suppress anyone. Lin Yun wins. Lin Yun wins. Lin Yun wins. Lin Yun continued this series of wins, and before he knew it, he had already accumulated 8 consecutive wins. Only those at the level of the titled figures could achieve this. The spectators were even more shocked because Lin Yun had only been using the Dragon Tiger Fist to defeat his opponents after Luo Yuhang. The Dragon Tiger Fist that swept waves through the Great Qin Empire was actually being used by a Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciple. This made the Heavenly Profound Sect's elders and disciples' faces look ugly. Coincidentally, Lin Yun's opponent for the 10th round was a disciple of the Heavenly Profound Sect, Tong Yuan. The Heavenly Profound Sect was a Buddhist sect. They had ordinary disciples, Buddhist disciples, and half-Buddhist disciples. The Heavenly Profound Sect did not force their disciples to become monks. This was something widely known in the Great Qin Empire. But the genuine experts of the Heavenly Profound Sects were profound in Buddhist verses and were Buddhist. Even both Drifting Goblet and True Origin were both monks. There was another saying that the true inheritance of the Heavenly Profound Sect could only be bestowed to monks, and Tong Yuan was a monk of the Heavenly Profound Sect. Like Lin Yun, he also had 9 wins and had also used the Dragon Tiger Fist to defeat his opponents. His Dragon Tiger Fist was domineering, which was the true profundity of this fist technique. He had been cultivating bitterly in the Heavenly Profound Sect, so not many people knew about him. He was somewhat similar to the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Yifeng. "I don't believe that this brat still dares to use the Dragon Tiger Fist before Tong Yuan." The elder who led the Heavenly Profound Sect's party spoke out. He couldn't accept that the Heavenly Profound Sect's ultimate technique was being used by an outsider. In fact, Lin Yun's victories so far were slaps to his face. Lin Yun landed on the stage and his eyes blazed with flames as he looked at his opponent. The aura of a dragon and tiger also started to emit from his body. "It's the Dragon Tiger Fist again. Haha. Look at the faces of the Heavenly Profound Sect. Isn't he a little too arrogant? To use the Dragon Tiger Fist to fight Tong Yuan. It'll be hilarious if he manages to win." Looks like we're finally going to determine the dark horse for the 8th group. Dark horse versus dark horse. The battle between Lin Yun and Tong Yuan had attracted everyone's attention. But strictly speaking, they couldn't be considered dark horses. First, everyone already knew of Lin Yun. After all, he had proven himself during the wedding. It was just that people had underestimated his strength because he crippled his profound vein. As for Tong Yuan, he had a high status in the heavenly profound sect. His status was comparable to Yi Feng's status in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. It was just that not many people knew about him because he had been in seclusion. But no matter what, the two had already proven their strength, and their battle was something no one had expected, especially since both of them used the Dragon Tiger Fist. Tong Yuan frowned his brows on the stage, making an ugly face. He was unhappy that Lin Yun had belittled him. An outsider actually dared to use the Dragon Tiger Fist against him. It was akin to slapping his face. Lin Yun, are you looking down on me? Tong Yuan? Or are you looking down on the entire heavenly profound sect? Tong Yuan was furious as he continued, draw your sword. I'll wholeheartedly accept my loss if I'm defeated by your manifestation stage Aquaselenic sword. I'm sorry, but I don't intend on using my sword. Lin Yun wanted to explain that he didn't look down on Tang Yuan. It was precisely because Tang Yuan was proficient in the Dragon Tiger Fist that Lin Yun wanted to use the Dragon Tiger Fist. He wanted to fix his flaws. But he knew that it wouldn't be easy to explain, so he gave up thinking about it. Why should he, Lin Yun, care about what others think? Arrogant. Lin Yun's words had thoroughly enraged Tong Yuan. Tong Yuan's bones began to crackle and his already robust body grew by another size. His muscles looked as if they were forged with metal, which made him look like a golden statue. Looking at Lin Yun, Tong Yuan continued, Lin Yun, you're not going to explain yourself? Why should I? Replied Lin Yun with a hint of annoyance in his eyes. All right, go and die then, Tong Yuan roared. When he placed both his palms on his chest, a Buddhist glow radiated from his back along with a symbol. In that split second, Tong Yuan's aura had reached an unbelievable height. That's the Vajra battle physique. It's the body-refining technique of the heavenly profound sect. This Tong Yuan has probably reached the level of invulnerability height. Tong Yuan is enraged. After all, it makes no sense for him to reveal this trump card so early on. The spectators were shocked by this scene. Let's see how arrogant this brat continues to act. The heavenly profound sect's elders sneered at Lin Yun. However, there weren't any changes in Lin Yun's expression as a resounding sword buzz rang out from his body. He released his sword intent to perfectly fuse with his tiger and dragon aura. In that split second, he looked like a sword standing on the stage. Undying Vajra seal, dragon tiger steps, roared Tong Yuan. His hands swiftly formed an ancient seal as he took a step out at the same time. Every step he took caused the stage to tremble. It even felt like the entire world was shaking. Great! Lin Yun also used the undying Vajra seal, dragon tiger steps. Unlike Tong Yuan, he didn't emit a Buddhist aura, but instead, he emitted the aura of a peerless sword. The face-off caused the 8th stage to tremble violently. It was so strong that the ripples could even be felt from the spectating stage. Those two. Just which one is the authentic Dragon Tiger Fist? The spectators were shocked because they couldn't tell which was the authentic one. When the two took 9 steps out, their auras manifested into a soaring dragon and leaping tiger as they punched each other. When the two punches clashed, Lin Yun felt his entire hand going numb. At the same time, Tong Yuan's aura also started to crack under his sword aura. This is only the beginning. Come again. Gaining a small advantage from the clash because of his cultivation, a cold smile rose on Tong Yuan's lips. Flying dragon, leaping tiger. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Yun also used the same move. The two of them were like dragons soaring into the sky and clashing into each other. However, before they landed on the ground, they both turned around and unleashed the real killing move of this attack. The Buddhist aura clashed with the sword aura in the sky. It looked as though a sword had transformed into a dragon as it fought with a golden Vajra. With a darkened face, Tong Yuan's aura became murky as ink, but so did Lin Yun's. This made all the spectators confused. What's going on? Holy shit! Why can't I see anything? What are the two of them doing? Many people were anxious because this was the most exciting battle since the Dragon Gate competition began. Tong Yuan and Lin Yun's figures suddenly became blurred, and the spectators could only sense a horrifying power brewing on the stage. Just when everyone was baffled, the scene began to clear up as Tong Yuan unleashed a roar with his dragon painting. A painting unfolded behind him with a dragon that pounced at Lin Yun from Tong Yuan's fist. The terrifying aura of this attack made the atmosphere on the stage feel suffocating. Die! Tong Yuan's face became sinister. Dragon painting. A painting also appeared behind Lin Yun, but his was dazzling like a sword. Tong Yuan's painting was a dragon, but his was a sword. A sword that would destroy everything that stood in his way. The two punches clashed and they were evenly matched. Damn it! Tong Yuan cursed inwardly. He was shocked to realize that cracks started to appear on his dragon image. He instantly drew himself out from the clash and swung his fists forward with the soaring dragon. Lin Yun wasn't bothered by this and faced Tong Yuan head-on with the same attacks. In their hands, the Dragon Tiger Fist had manifested into powerful moves. Every single clash was accompanied by a resounding boom. Finally, when they unleashed the last move of the Dragon Tiger Fist, the vanquishing dragon and tiger, Lin Yun was sent flying with a groan and landed on the edge of the stage. When the dust settled down, Tong Yuan landed on the ground with his upper clothes ripped, revealing his sturdy muscles and a dragon and a tiger that was deeply imprinted on his body. Dragon Tiger Empowerment. Could it be that Tong Yuan has reached complete mastery in the Dragon Tiger Fist? I heard that upon reaching complete mastery, you'll manifest a dragon and a tiger, which you can use to fight. No wonder Lin Yun lost. Yeah, he's not a monk, so he can't achieve that. A roar rang out from the crowd when everyone saw the tattoos on Tong Yuan's body. The Dragon Tiger Fist is truly profound. Lin Yun muttered inwardly with his eyes narrowed into slits. It seemed like he still had a ways to go in this technique. He instantly changed his strategy and wandered around on the stage with the 7 profound steps. He gave up on facing Tong Yuan head-on and started using the advantage in his movement technique. He landed a countless barrage of punches on Tong Yuan's body. However, all his punches felt as though he was hitting a metal wall. In fact, Tong Yuan stood on the stage, unmoving. It's useless, don't you know? I've already reached the stage of vanquishing dragon and tiger. You won't be able to harm me with your Dragon Tiger Fist, but I can harm you with mine, snickered Tong Yuan as he threw a punch out. The dragon and tiger tattoos on his body looked as though they had come to life as they coiled around his hand and enveloped Lin Yun. There was no way Lin Yun could dodge this attack. He was sent flying with blood dripping from his lips. I already said that you're courting death to use the Dragon Tiger Fist before me. Tong Yuan didn't give Lin Yun any time to recover and dashed over before Lin Yun landed on the ground. As he ran, he formed seals with both his hands, overlapping the Undying Vajra Seal, Sky-Breaking Seal, and Vanquishing Demon Seal together. When the 3 seals overlapped, Tong Yuan's aura had reached the Violet Palace realm, and he emitted a golden glow. Holy shit! 3 combined seals. That's the 3 combined seals. He's going to kill Lin Yun. Many people's faces changed when they saw this scene. Lin Yun was already injured by Tong Yuan, so he would surely lose his life if he was hit by the 3 combined seals. Although Tong Yuan was powerful, it wasn't enough to kill Lin Yun. Then, Lin Yun's aura began to fluctuate as he formed the 3 seals as well. He emitted a powerful sword aura once he finished forming the 3 seals. But that wasn't all. His origin energy manifested into 33 swords, which opened up behind him like a fan. That's the Heavenly Seal. No! The Heavenly Profound Sex Elders all stood up from their seats with shock on their faces when they saw this scene. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, his eyes became bloodshot as he unleashed his attack, the 4 combined seals. Lin Yun emitted a shocking aura when the 4 seals overlapped. Like a volcano eruption, he emitted a dazzling brilliance. How is that possible? Tong Yuan was completely shocked. He couldn't understand how someone who wasn't a Buddhist disciple could comprehend the fourth seal. No. Tong Yuan's face changed. He wanted to hold back his attack, but it was too late. The power of 4 combined seals wasn't something Lin Yun could control. The 2 figures clashed in the sky and created a resounding rumble, which struck everyone's heart. 10 breaths later, the weaker cultivators fainted because of the pressure. Tong Yuan was nothing in front of the 4 combined seals, so he was instantly and heavily injured. At the same time, a crack echoed in the atmosphere that sounded like some had shattered. When the shattered phenomena swirled together, it formed a violet turbulent energy on the stage. Just when everyone was shocked by the clash, a cold snort sounded out from the stage. Within the turbulence of energy, a blurred figure waved his sleeve that swept away the dust from the stage. When the figure was revealed, it was Lin Yun who stood on the stage with dominance. The heavenly seal. Holy shit, an outsider was actually able to form the heavenly seal. That's a seal that not every elder can form. How frightening. Not only was Lin Yun able to form the heavenly seal, but he was also able to achieve the 4 combined seals. With Tong Yuan defeated, who can stop him on the 8th stage? The spectators were all shocked. They all felt that Lin Yun was going to die. But Lin Yun had suddenly turned the tables around and crushed Tong Yuan with the heavenly seal. The faces of the elders and disciples of the heavenly profound sect were unsightly. They knew how hard it was to comprehend the heavenly seal, and only 2 disciples managed to grasp it. One was Drifting Goblet and the other was True Origin. The former spent 2 years grasping it, while the latter spent 3 years and only to barely grasp it. But how long had Lin Yun been practicing the Dragon Tiger Sword? 1 year at most. Damn it! How did that brat manage to do it? The elder who led the heavenly profound sect's party trembled. It was humiliating that a heavenly profound sect's disciple was defeated by the Dragon Tiger Fist. Is that all the heavenly profound sect has? If this sword slave dared to use the Dracophant battle physique before my primal origin sect, death would be his only outcome, sneered Wen Yanbo. He might have an enmity with the Sword Firmament Pavilion, but he was also unhappy with the heavenly profound sect, who claimed to be the strongest sect in the empire. So he was naturally happy to see the heavenly profound sect get humiliated. He's stronger than I imagined, but he's only courting death if he dares to compete with me in the Dracophant battle physique, commented Heartcliff. His gaze was grave when he looked at Lin Yun, but his pride didn't allow him to consider Lin Yun his opponent. Lin Yun stood proudly on the stage, emitting an indescribable dominance that briefly stunned the judge. He never imagined that Tong Yuan would be defeated by the Dragon Tiger Fist. After all, Tong Yuan grasped the Vajra battle physique. However, he was even more shocked that Lin Yun actually managed to use the heavenly seal, manifesting the heavens with his sword. No one in the Great Qin Empire's history managed to accomplish such a feat using the heavenly seal with Buddhism and sword were 2 completely different concepts. The latter was 10 times harder than the former. On the 8th stage, Tong Yuan was lying on the ground. His skin had also returned to normal since his battle physique was destroyed by Lin Yun. Then again, he would be dead if it wasn't for his battle physique. You said that I'm courting death to fight you with the Dragon Tiger Fist? I don't think so, said Lin Yun as he looked at Tong Yuan. I have nothing to say since I lost. But do you have to humiliate me? So what if you won? You still won't be able to escape death. If you run into Flying Feather, Twilight, Heartcliff, or my sect's True Origin, which one of them will let you live? Tong Yuan gnashed his teeth with reluctance in his eyes. On the stage, Lin Yun instantly felt 4 cold gazes on him. The 4 gazes naturally came from the 4 titled figures that Tong Yuan mentioned. The 4 titled figures merely used their gazes to tear apart Lin Yun's sword aura, as though they wanted to imprint him deeply in their minds. Haha, don't get conceited. You're just a clown. Do you think that you can really soar into the sky? Tong Yuan was pleased to see the 4 titled figures looking at Lin Yun. Now that he had lost, he could only try and get a win with his words. What's the matter? My words hit a nerve, didn't they? You're still a dead man even if you beat me. Even if I lost, I can always come back 3 years later to get a title. In the end, I will still be the last one laughing. But before he could finish, a boundless origin energy pulled him over. Before he knew it, Lin Yun was already grabbing him by his neck. "Who gave you the courage to speak before me? You're just a loser. 3 years later, what can the heavenly profound sect do to me if I kill you here?" Mockery appeared on Lin Yun's face. Tong Yuan struggled with fear in his eyes. He wanted to surrender, but he couldn't utter a word since his neck was grabbed by Lin Yun. Get lost. In the end, Lin Yun spared Tong Yuan's life on behalf of Drifting Goblet and threw the latter out of the stage. Tong Yuan fell onto the ground as he gasped for his breath. When he raised his head and saw Lin Yun looking at him, he stumbled and ran away. He no longer had the courage to utter another word. Lin Yun wins. Lin Yun appeared back in the Sword Firmament Pavilion's ranks. This battle had given everyone a whole new understanding of him. He was someone who dared to draw his sword at the Crown Prince's wedding. So if anyone thought that he had a good temper, then Tong Yuan would be a good example for them. "When did you grasp the heavenly seal?" Xianxia looked at Lin Yun with splendor in her eyes. "A few days ago," said Lin Yun. He didn't hide anything from Xianxia. "I never knew you had such a fiery temper." "I like it," chuckled Xianxia. Tong Yuan was acting like a fool to say those words when he lost, which made Xianxia so furious that she even wanted to go on the stage to beat him up. "Lin Yun, you'll be able to make it into the second round with another win." Although Tong Yuan's words didn't sound nice, they still made sense. "Surrender immediately if you sense that something isn't right." "Understood," Luo Feng said as he looked at Lin Yun with a grave expression. "I understand." Lin Yun nodded his head. As the Dragon Gate competition progressed, the situation became clearer. It was already sunset when everyone noticed the time. At that point, the Dragon Gate Plaza was dyed with a crimson color. The participants who made it to the second round emerged and all the popular candidates had successfully made it in. However, there was one person that no one had expected, the 100 Beast Gate's Feng Yi. The 100 Beast Gate was located at the border of the empire. His performance was nothing surprising in the previous competition, but no one had expected that he would be so strong in this competition. He was simply like a humanoid beast with his physical strength. It made sense since he was someone from the barbarian tribe. Because of the spiritual fruit that he ate in the Black Lotus Hall, his bloodline underwent an evolution. He had now become a popular candidate to become the 8th title. Looking at him, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he never expected Yifeng to have such swift growth. 8th group, Lin Yun versus Wu Mohan. The judge announced Lin Yun's last battle while he was in deep thought. Lin Yun was surprised that Wu Mohan of the Primal Origin sect was his last opponent. This person did not have any stunning fights and his victories had been difficult to obtain. Even Lin Yun wasn't optimistic for him. In fact, he didn't even pay much attention to this person. To his knowledge, the strongest group from the Primal Origin sect were Heartcliff and Zuyun. However, neither of them were in the 8th group. He initially thought that there weren't any Primal Origin sect's disciples in the 8th group, so he never expected Wu Mohan to be from there. When Lin Yun suddenly thought of something, a smile rose on his lips. If Wu Mohan had only won several times, then it was doubtful. But coincidentally, none of Wu Mohan's wins were easy. Once or twice was a coincidence, but consecutive wins were a little fishy. The first round was an elimination battle, and there wouldn't be any coincidences as the battle progressed. They ran into each other? A cold smile rose on Wen Yanba's face. The scene he was expecting had finally come. The other elders, along with Heartcliff, wore sinister smiles because they were looking forward to this battle. On the other hand, Zuyun appeared concerned. He could only hope that Lin Yun wouldn't underestimate Wu Mohan's strength. "And here I thought that I wouldn't run into you. What a coincidence for us to meet in the last match," said Wu Mohan as he looked at Lin Yun. "You'll regret running into me," smiled Lin Yun. He knew that this person was probably the Primal Origin sect's hidden chess piece for the Dragon Gate competition. "You seem rather confident about your strength. Then again, everyone from the Primal Origin sect has heard about you," replied Wu Mohan. His tone sounded calm, but there was something unusual about the calmness behind his tone. Lin Yun had been on his hit list ever since Lin Yun killed 3 of the Primal Origin Sect's core disciples in the Demon Lotus realm. So there was vague killing intent hidden in Wu Mohan's calm tone. Start your attack. This is the last fight, so there's no need for you to beat around the bush. The winner will stay and the loser will leave, replied Lin Yun coldly. As you wish. Wu Mohan took a step forward. When he stepped out, he suddenly unleashed a torrential aura that signified his cultivation had surpassed the pinnacle 10th stage. Quasi-violet palace realm. Lin Yun's face turned grave when he felt the aura. Clearly, Wu Mohan had been putting on an act all along. Holy shit! What's wrong with this fellow? No one was optimistic about him before. But he actually has cultivation in the quasi-violet palace realm? His schemes run deep. Everyone was confident that Lin Yun would win this battle. After all, Lin Yun had crushed his opponents along the way. So no one had expected that Wu Mohan would appear out of nowhere. If Lin Yun didn't run into him, he could probably continue his consecutive victories. The Dracophant energy spread out on Wu Mohan's body. When he stomped on the ground, the sheer force shook the entire stage. Wu Mohan was seen clenching his fist as an ancient cauldron slowly enveloped his fist. The cauldron was engraved with the ancient Dracophant, which emitted a violent aura. He was unleashing the Primal Origin Sect's strongest martial technique derived from the Dracophant battle physique, the Dracophant battle fist. Focusing all his energy, Wu Mohan threw a punch at Lin Yun. The sheer force behind this punch could easily kill an elite in the 10th stage. You think killing me is that easy? Lin Yun's strength was definitely not as it appeared on the surface. He might be in the pinnacle 9th stage, but he could already kill cultivators in the 10th stage and was comparable to a quasi-violet palace realm. So there was no need for him to be nervous. Raising his brow, Lin Yun suddenly emitted a crystallized luster that bloomed like a bright sun. In his dantian, the iris flower also bloomed as it slowly revolved. When his sword aura reached the pinnacle, the golden crow seal appeared behind him and he soared into the sky. He was swinging both his fists at the incoming cauldron. With an earth-shaking clash that echoed in the surroundings, his fist that was enveloped with his sword aura smashed into the cauldron. He threw out over 100 punches to destroy the cauldron. Take a move from me too. Lin Yun started to form seals and manifested the Undying Vajra seal and Sky-breaking seal. With an aura that wasn't any weaker than Wu Mohan's, he attacked with the seals. Looking at the 2 seals coming at him, Wu Mohan pointed his finger out with an indifferent expression. His Dracophant energy focused into a crimson beam that pierced through the seals. Vajra-breaking seal. But the moment the Vajra-breaking seal was destroyed, Lin Yun took 7 steps with the 7 profound steps and appeared beside Wu Mohan. The combination of 3 and 4 seals might be powerful, but it was too taxing on his origin energy, so he couldn't use them casually. In an actual fight, it was more suitable for him to mix and match the 4 seals. Relying on the 7 profound steps, Lin Yun circled around Wu Mohan as he kept throwing out different seal combinations. He used the Vajra Vanquishing Seal, Vajra Breaking Seal, and Heavenly Vanquishing Seal combinations Aro envelop Wu Mohan. After fending off 10-odd moves, Wu Mohan finally lost his patience and yelled, "Dracophant War Spear!" His origin energy gushed out from his body and formed into a crimson spear that looked like a ferocious dragon. Holding the spear with both hands, he swung it in a circular motion. Break! The seals began to shatter in front of his spear. After Wu Mohan dealt with all the seals, he stabbed his spear at Lin Yun. As for Lin Yun, he could only watch as the spear swiftly approached. "You won't be able to escape," sneered Wu Mohan as he watched Lin Yun trying to dodge with the 7 profound steps. It was impossible for Lin Yun to dodge this attack even if his movement technique was powerful. Lin Yun could be proud that he managed to last so long under his attacks. How powerful! Lin Yun had never been forced to this step in the competition, and he couldn't tell how much power Wu Mohan poured into this attack. The Primal Origin sect isn't like the Heavenly Profound sect. So what if you've learned the Dracophant battle physique? You're still forced into a dead end. When Yanba stroked his beard while watching. Damn it! The faces of the Heavenly Profound sect's elders and disciples turned dark, but they could only hold their rage inside. This old fellow. True Origin's eyes flashed with displeasure when he looked at Wen Yanba's smug face. The spear that he couldn't dodge was swiftly approaching, so Lin Yun made a decision. He suddenly came to a stop which confused many people. "You're courting death if you dare to take the Dracophant war spear from a quasi-violet palace realm head-on," snorted Wen Yanba. Without any warning, Lin Yun threw his punch out at the spear. His vitality surged like a violent wave as he threw out a Dracophant from his punch. Under his punch, the terrifying attack from Wu Mohan was forcibly stopped. At the same time, saintly music echoed out from the stage. This was the sign of the Dracophant battle physique reaching the pinnacle of the 5th stage. Under his punch, the spear began to crack before it shattered into pieces. "Damn it! How is this possible?" When Yanba was dumbfounded. The number of those in the sect who could reach the 5th stage were few in number. How exactly did Lin Yun manage to do it? Although the spear cracked, the energy contained in the spear was still horrifying as the energy gushed at Lin Yun like a volcanic eruption. However, before Wen Yanba could rejoice, the energy bounced off from Lin Yun's body. Standing on the stage, Lin Yun was currently donned in a purple armor. The armor was covered in Dracophant runes and emitted a violent aura. It was thanks to this armor that Lin Yun came out unshattered from the clash. The Dracophant war armor. The Primal Origin sect naturally recognized the armor. "Now, this is interesting. If my eyes aren't fooling me, this should be your sect's secret art, right? So why is it in the hands of an outsider? The Primal Origin sect is truly formidable. It looks like only the Dracophant war armor could block the Dracophant war spear," mocked True Origin. His mockery instantly raised a laughter from the heavenly profound sex party. Just what the hell is going on? When Yanba's facial expression was brilliant. He never imagined that the Dracophant war armor used by Lin Yun was even stronger than the one summoned by many elders. "Bright out all your strength. It's impossible for you to kill me with just this much. Don't embarrass the Primal Origin sect," said Lin Yun coldly. "I have indeed underestimated you. But it's time for this little game to come to an end." Wu Mohan laughed with cold killing intent gushing out of his eyes. At the same time, a terrifying aura began to emit from his palm. "Martial soul?" Lin Yun frowned his eyebrows. A crimson radiance bloomed from Wu Mohan's palm before it condensed into a crimson spear. When the spear appeared, it brought Wu Mohan's aura to a whole new level. At the same time, the ferocity in his eyes made him look like a demonic beast. "Profound grade martial soul," the spectators exclaimed when they saw the spear. Martial souls were separated into the following grades: Sky, Earthen, Profound, and Amber grades. Each grade was further divided into 9 stages. The symbol of an amber grade martial soul was the yellow brilliance it emitted when summoned. Although the spear in Wu Mohan didn't show any color signs, everyone could tell that it wasn't an amber grade martial soul. Generally speaking, it's hard even for cultivators in the Violet Palace realm to promote their martial soul to the profound grade. Just how did he manage to do it? Could it be that he was born with a profound grade martial soul? If that's the case, then isn't he a little too strong? The Sword Firmament Pavilion's party frowned their eyebrows. Clearly, no one had expected that someone so insignificant would be so powerful. Not only was his cultivation in the quasi-Violet Palace realm, but he even had a profound grade martial soul. This meant that his strength was comparable to the Violet Palace realm and that Lin Yun would be in danger. The crimson spear emitted a bloodlust that enveloped the entire stage. Wu Mohan narrowed his eyes into slits and he looked at Lin Yun coldly. "This is my martial soul, the Purgatory Spear." Lin Yun's face also turned grave when Wu Mohan brought out his marital soul. Guardian Plum had told him that he needed to protect his martial soul from being damaged if he wanted to reach the Heavenly Soul realm. So other sects' elites should understand it as well. After all, it was fine if you lost the competition since you could come back 3 years later. But if your martial soul was damaged, then you would lose the chance to reach the Heavenly Soul realm in your lifetime. So this meant that Wu Mohan must be confident about killing him since he brought out his martial soul, which meant that there must be a secret to this spear. I was planning to use this when fighting the titles, so you can be proud that you forced me to bring it out. Wu Mohan's words reeked of bloodlust that instilled fear in the hearts of those who heard his words. He didn't give Lin Yun any time to think, and the spear in his hand began to emit a buzzing noise. Under the buzzing noise, Lin Yun felt as though his soul was about to leap out of his body. There was something peculiar about the buzzing noise. In the next moment, Wu Mohan's Dracophant energy turned into a crimson streak as he stabbed his spear at Lin Yun's heart, mouth, eyes, forehead, and other vital spots. Heavenly Seal! Lin Yun snorted, and 33 swords opened in a fan-like formation behind him to resist the peculiar buzzing noise. Then, Lin Yun threw out his punch like a sword at the spear. The clash between fist and spear produced a metallic collision and left behind a bizarre ripple in the air. When the two leaped into the sky and clashed once more, one figure was sent flying. The figure skidded across the ground for over 100 meters. Even though his face was pale, everyone recognized that the figure was Lin Yun. This outcome made the faces of everyone from the Sword Firmament Pavilion become grave. No one had expected Wu Mohan to be so powerful after summoning his martial soul. Purgatory Cage. Wu Mohan didn't let Lin Yun off so easily, and formed a complicated seal with his hand. At the same time, the bewitching radiance on the spear began to revolve and formed into a cage. When the cage appeared, Wu Mohan infused all his Dracophant energy into it and threw it down at Lin Yun. When the cage fell down, the entire stage's gravity increased to the point where it was hard to even use a movement technique. When the cage slowly expanded in Lin Yun's eyes, he could smell a dangerous scent coming from it. He knew that his movement technique was being restricted by this cage. Die! Looking at the struggling Lin Yun, a brutal smile appeared on Wu Mohan's lips. Lin Yun no longer dared to hold anything back and activated the painting within his body. In the next second, a gigantic tiger palm descended down on the stage. This is... Mo Wuhan was shocked. He recognized this because Lin Yun had used it when he disrupted Qin Yu's wedding. When the palm descended down, the cage instantly shattered. When the palm fully landed on the ground, the ancient stage began to shake violently and cracks started to spread out. It felt like the entire sky was trembling under this attack. Damn it! Isn't that created by an artifact? Wu Mohan's body trembled with deep shock in his eyes. That's none of your concern. Lin Yun soared into the sky, appearing before Wu Mohan in a split second. Combining 3 seals together, Lin Yun emitted a terrifying aura. He could use the 4 combined seals to withstand Tong Yuan's 3 combined seals. But that didn't mean that anyone else could take his 3 combined seals unscathed. The radiance emitting from Lin Yun reached over 300 meters, but it didn't stop there because the seals were still absorbing his origin energy. This greatly shocked everyone, especially the heavenly profound sex party, because they could tell that these 3 combined seals were clearly stronger than the one used by Tong Yuan. Furthermore, Lin Yun had complete control over it. One must know that combining 3 seals of this power was hard to control even for cultivators in the Violet Palace realm. As the 3 combined seals roared in the air, Lin Yun slammed them towards Wu Mohan. Take an attack from me too. You're courting death. Wu Mohan's eyes turned cold and the Dracophant energy he poured into his spear began to ignite. At the same time, his face turned pale as if he had paid some price for this action. Purgatory Soul. When the crimson flames blazed on the spear, a seal seemed to have broken as a gigantic crimson image enveloped Wu Mohan. When Wu Mohan was enveloped by the image, Lin Yun's 3 combined seals had also descended. Break! Along with torrential bloodlust, Wu Mohan stabbed his spear forward. The image that enveloped him also unleashed a roar and stabbed Lin Yun with its spear. When the 2 figures overlapped together, they faced the 3 combined seals. In the next second, an earth-shattering collision took place as the entire ground trembled from the clash. This made everyone shocked because no one had expected such a ferocious clash in the first round. Once again, Lin Yun was sent flying out. His face was pale as blood dripped from his lips. The Dracophant war armor on his body had also shattered and he was covered in wounds. However, His gaze was staring at the figure within the cloud of dust. He had to admit that Wu Mohan was strong. He thought that he could defeat Wu Mohan with the painting within his body and the 3 combined seals, but he had still underestimated his opponent. But it was lucky that he didn't put all his origin energy into this attack, or he would lose from origin energy exhaustion. You're really a tough nut. I've already unsealed my spear, but I still can't kill you. Wu Mohan slowly emerged from the cloud of dust. This demonic soul is your true martial soul. Lin Yun looked at the colossal image that enveloped Wu Mohan. Hehe, you're right. Now then, the victor has emerged, so you can die now. The demonic soul that enveloped Wu Mohan revealed a sinister smile and pounced towards Lin Yun. The demonic soul was colossal and it practically enveloped the entire stage. There was no way Lin Yun could avoid this attack. It was a terrifying scene. It looked as though Lin Yun was going to be devoured by that demonic soul. Indeed, the victor has emerged. But you're the one going down. A yellow brilliance exploded from Lin Yun's body, accompanied by a ferocious roar in the next second that even caused the entire sky to turn dark. It seemed as though something ominous was going to make its appearance. When the yellowish golden brilliance bloomed, a beast began to form behind Lin Yun. The beast was over 30 meters in height and its body was blurred. When it appeared, it released a terrifying aura that shocked everyone present. Martial soul. Lin Yun also summoned his martial soul. Is he going to retaliate now? There was an uproar when everyone saw Lin Yun summon his martial soul. Everyone was filled with expectation to see if Lin Yun could create another miracle. Just when the demonic soul was about to devour Lin Yun, the beast behind Lin Yun gradually cleared up in everyone's eyes. It had a human face, 2 curved dragon horns, and a serpent body that emitted an ancient aura. What the hell is that martial soul? Many people were shocked. They could tell that this martial soul wasn't simple, but they couldn't call out its name. It's an Aurora Dragon. When Yanba's face was covered in shock and his entire body began to tremble. When the Aurora Dragon appeared, it gazed down upon the demonic soul, which made the latter tremble in fear. Lin Yun instantly knew that he had succeeded as a confident smile rose on his face. There was nothing he could do about Wu Mohan if his martial soul was a demonic spear. But it would be different if his martial soul was this demonic soul before him. After all, how could a demonic soul compare to a primordial chaotic soul? Damn it, what's going on? Wu Mohan was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He couldn't believe that his demonic soul was actually trembling in fear under Lin Yun's martial soul. The reason why his martial soul could reach the profound grade was because it could devour its opponent's martial souls to strengthen itself. But when Wu Mohan saw how terrified it was, he immediately called out anxiously, "Come back!" But how could Lin Yun allow Wu Mohan to withdraw his martial soul? When the Aurora Dragon gazed upon the demonic soul, its eyes shone with brilliance as it began to tremble in excitement. Like a bolt of lightning, it soared into the sky and opened its hideous mouth at the demonic soul. A powerful suction force exploded from the Aurora Dragon's mouth and the demonic soul wasn't able to put up any resistance as it was devoured. The moment the demonic dragon was devoured, Wu Mohan threw up a mouthful of blood and cracks started to spread out on the spear in his hand. This bizarre scene left everyone shocked. The demonic soul was eaten? No! Wu Mohan couldn't accept this fact and went insane. With his face distorted and he charged towards Lin Yun. "You're courting death," snorted Lin Yun as he threw a punch at Wu Mohan's spear casually. This caused the spear to shatter into pieces and Wu Mohan threw up another mouthful of blood. Get lost! Wu Mohan was already crippled, so there was no need for Lin Yun to kill him. He merely pushed his palm out and sent Wu Mohan off the stage. As for his martial soul, the Aurora Dragon, it returned to his body after devouring the demonic soul. "Lin Yun wins," announced the judge as he took a deep glance at Lin Yun. With that, the first round of the competition had come to an end. Proceeded like everyone thought it would. All the popular participants made it to the next round. At the same time, the battles in the 8th group exceeded everyone's expectation. After all, it was a group without any titled figures and it actually ended up being the most exciting stage. Everyone felt that Wu Mohan was qualified to make it to the next round. No one had expected that he would hide his strength in the first round by making his wins seem like luck. If it wasn't for Lin Yun, everyone would still be fooled by him. As for Lin Yun, no one had expected that he would participate in the competition, but he proved everyone wrong and killed Luo Yuhang in the first round. After that, he swept through all his opponents with consecutive wins. In fact, he defeated Tong Yuan with the Dragon Tiger Fist and crushed Wu Mohan without drawing his sword. On the guest seats, the strongest participants from the various sects were observing Lin Yun. They were trying to look through Lin Yun because the strength Lin Yun displayed had exceeded everyone's expectations. They initially thought that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to go far with his 9th stage cultivation, but he made it to the end and even possessed an Aurora Dragon for his martial soul. Since the Aurora Dragon could devour the demonic soul, did that mean that it could also devour other martial souls? Just the thought of it sent chills down everyone's spines. After all, that would simply be too horrifying. What's the origin of this sword slave? Qin Yu's face became dark as he seemed to have discovered that Lin Yun had many secrets. When the sky gradually turned dark, Emperor Qin looked up at the sky and spoke out faintly. "It's getting late. Let's start with drawing lots. Bloom Phoenix, you'll host it." Bloom Phoenix Princess nodded her head. She wasn't old, but the atmosphere coming from her was powerful. Even the titled figures and various sects elders all felt a great pressure when they faced her. The lot drawing was simple. Everyone would draw lots and you could draw anyone aside from those in the same group as you. The princess would casually pick 2 plaques and she would draw again if they were from the same group. Otherwise, the 2 participants would fight 3 days from now. When the box was prepared, the various sects elders who came to supervise the event stood behind the princess nervously. None of them hoped that their disciple would run into a titled figure in the first fight. The elder who came to spectate from the Sword Firmament Pavilion was naturally Luofeng, and he was more nervous than anyone else. The Sword Firmament Pavilion had Bai Lixuan, Yifeng, and Lin Yun who made it to the next round. This made him rejoice because it was a decent result. Simultaneously, he was worried that Lin Yun would run into Qin Yu for his first match. After the elders checked the box, the princess began the drawing. Reaching her hand into the box, she retrieved 2 plaques and immediately announced the results. 3 days from now, the Sword Firmament Pavilions by Li Xuan will fight the Primal Origin Sects Zhuiyun. Her announcement instantly caused a decent uproar because Bai Lixuan was first on the newly risen ranking and Zhuiyun was third on the newly risen ranking. Everyone could tell that this wouldn't be a simple battle. Zhuiyun. Bai Lixuan raised his brow and he looked in the Primal Origin Sect's direction. When his gaze met with Zhuiyun's, he gave an indifferent smile. On the other hand, Lin Yu knew that it wasn't encouraging for Zhuiyun to bump into Bai Lixuan. The Primal Origin Sect's Heartcliff vs. the Heavenly Profound Sect's Tang Yuan. The 100 Beast Gates Feng Yi vs. the Sword Firmament Pavilions Yifeng. The Divine Guards Yu Qing vs. the Bloodbone Gates Lu Yu. One after another names were being announced by the princess. The Heavenly Qin Institute's Everluck vs. the Demonic Moon Villas Situ E. When she made this announcement, an uproar instantly broke out. Situ E was a genius on the same level as Bai Lixuan, but no one had expected that his first opponent would be a titled figure. Wouldn't this mean that Situ E would lose? But standing with the demonic moon villa, Situ E looked calm and wore a casual smile on his face. He didn't look worried that his opponent was a titled figure. The royal family's Flying Feather vs. the Divine Guard's Egret. But before the commotion ended, this announcement caused an even bigger uproar because it was a battle between 2 titled figures. This meant that after the fight, there would be another quota among the 8 titles. It was rare to see 2 titled figures facing off against each other. At this moment, Luo Feng's expression had relaxed. Both of them were powerful, so it would be even better if Urgit could defeat Qin Yu. You should be feeling relieved, right? Yifeng sneered as he looked at Lin Yun. What does that have to do with you? Replied Lin Yun. I'm just showing my concern as the senior brother. Why are you so unfriendly? Laughed Yifeng. He was in a pretty good mood that his opponent was Feng Yi, whose sect was located at the empire's borders. This meant that his victory was already written in stone. The Sword Firmament Pavilions. When the princess said that, the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party became anxious. Bai Lishuan and Yifeng's opponents were already announced, so this meant that the princess was going to announce Lin Yun's opponent next. No one knew if she was doing it on purpose, but when she announced the Sword Firmament Pavilion, her gaze stopped at Lin Yun briefly. But a second later, she continued her announcement. Lin Yun vs the Sword Cloud Pavilion's Twilight. Her announcement instantly caused a sensation. Lin Yun is going up against Twilight? Isn't his luck a little too bad? His first opponent is already one of the 8 titles, Twilight. If I remember correctly, Twilight's junior brother died in Lin Yun's hands. Right? Hee, this is getting interesting. A battle between the new generation elites, and also a battle between elites. Lin Yun is really unlucky to run into Twilight. I wonder who will receive a title. The spectators were all excited by the announcement. They could already imagine the intensity of the battle in their heads, and they had to admit that the competition this time around was more exciting. Interesting. You didn't run into Flying Feather, but instead you ran into Twilight. In the end, you'll still die, snickered Yifeng after a brief shock. Senior brother Yi, we're fellow disciples. Can't you watch your mouth? Frowned Xianxia. I'm just speaking the truth. Do you think Lin Yun can defeat Twilight? Smiled Yifeng. You! Xianxia's face turned dark, but she was stopped by Lin Yun just when she was about to flare up. Senior brother Yi, you should be concerned about yourself instead. The 100 Beast Gates Feng Yi isn't that simple, said Lin Yun. Is that so? He's just a barbarian and I have experienced more things than you in my journey, sneered Yifeng. Lin Yun didn't say anything else and sneered inwardly. If Yifeng really thought that way, then he would surely suffer greatly 3 days from now. He was warning Yifeng out of goodwill, but it was fine if Yifeng didn't appreciate it. Elder Luo. Yifeng collected himself when he saw Luo Feng coming back. You guys already know your opponents, right? Asked Luo Feng. Yes, they responded. Luo Feng first looked at Bai Lishuan and said, Bai Lishuan, your opponent is the primal origin sex Sui Yun. I saw this person back in the princess banquet and he's definitely not simple. Maybe. Bai Lishuan smiled because he didn't place Sui Yun in his eyes. Yifeng, your opponent is Feng Yi. This person had a fortuitous encounter in the Demon Lotus realm, so you can't underestimate him. Luo Feng wasn't too worried about Bai Lishuan. After all, Luo Feng could tell that Bai Lishuan was hiding something and the Saint Physique was definitely not as simple as it looked. On the other hand, Yifeng might be in the Quasi-Violet Palace realm, but his opponent was a monstrous genius of the barbarian tribe. He was worried that Yifeng would look down on his opponent. I won't look down on him, but I'm pretty confident in winning. Yifeng was more tame in front of Luo Feng, but everyone could hear the arrogance in his tone. That's for the best. Luo Feng nodded and then his gaze fell onto Lin Yun. Lin Yun, your opponent is, I know, Twilight of the 8 titles. There are also rumors that he could kill cultivators in the Violet Palace realm, smiled Lin Yun. You're still in the mood to smile? Can it be that you're confident in winning? Smiled Luo Feng. I'm 50% confident. At least 50%, replied Lin Yun with a serious tone. His answer made everyone feel dazed. Luo Feng was only asking Lin Yun his question casually, so they never expected that Lin Yun would give a serious reply. How could someone who could even kill a Violet Palace realm demonic beast not even have a 50% chance of defeating a titled figure? Elder Luo Feng, don't underestimate our junior brother Lin here, smiled Bai Lishuan mysteriously. His words made Lin Yun's face change as he replied, I knew it. You're the one who peeped on my training. He could sense that someone was watching him in his fight with the demonic beast back then, but that person was well hidden, so Lin Yun thought that it was a misperception. I'll take my leave first, Elder Luo, said Bai Lishuan. I'm also leaving. Yifeng looked at Lin Yun before he left. He was rather surprised by Bai Lishuan's words. But did Lin Yun think that he had a 50% chance of defeating Twilight just because he could kill Violet Palace realm demonic beasts? Twilight was someone who could slay a genuine Violet Palace realm cultivator. In his view, Lin Yun didn't even have a 20% chance of winning. Then again, he wouldn't say it out loud with Luo Feng present. Very quickly, everyone began to take their leave waiting for the battle 3 days later. Luo Feng wasn't too bothered by Li Xuan's words, and he advised, Lin Yun, it's best if you stay in the Sword Firmament Pavilion's branch for the next 3 days. Understood. Although no one would try to assassinate him publicly in the capital, it still wasn't safe here. Big brother, let's go to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion first. Li Wuyo looked at Lin Yun, and he continued, the bet was 1:2 on you not appearing in the competition. I placed my bet on you, so I've earned quite a bit. Then what's the rate of my becoming the champion? Asked Lin Yun casually. If I remember correctly, it's nearly 110. Qin Yu has the lowest rate, and it pisses me off. As if he'll become the champion for certain. That high? Lin Yun was shocked. He never imagined that his rate would be so high. Then again, it made sense if he thought about it. The 7 titled figures were the popular choices, and among them, Qin Yu naturally had the highest popularity. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion wasn't optimistic that he would show up for the competition, not to mention him grabbing the championship. Then again, who would believe that he could become the champion? Although the rates were high, not many people placed their bets on it. After Lin Yun gathered his thoughts, he replied, I won't be going. I want to pay the Sword Burial Woods a visit. Senior sister, Wuyo, are you two coming with me? Nah, I'm tired. Just don't be late, said Xianxia as she narrowed her eyes into slits. The Sword Burial Woods? Count me out. Li Wuyo was clearly afraid of Lord 13. Darkness enveloped the sky of the Sword Burial Woods that was located on a cold lake in the capital. Riding the dragon-blooded horse, Lin Yun was filled with emotions, and a grave expression was on his face. Xianxia must know that Xianju was buried in the Sword Burial Woods, but she still couldn't come to face it yet. She might be smiling, but Lin Yun knew that her scar had yet to heal. Even he didn't have any courage to face Xianju, facing someone who died to protect him. However, he knew that he ultimately had to face reality. After all, running away was for cowards. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Lin Yun spoke out, Let's go! The dragon-blooded horse turned into a bolt of light and ran on the surface of the water. Along the way, the mist slowly dispersed, and Lin Yun could see an old man donned in a hood that was fishing on the water. You're here. The old man's voice sounded out. He didn't need to look to know who had arrived. I just finished the first round of the competition, and there's 3 days before the next battle. Naturally, I'm here to pay you a visit, said Lin Yun as he guided the dragon-blooded horse in Lord 13's direction. It had been some time since they met, and Lord 13 looked even older than before. Lord 13, your hair became white, said Lin Yun with concern on his face. You're rather considerate. A smile rose on Lord 13's lips as he continued. The Dragon Gate competition is held once every 3 years, and no one is optimistic that you can reach the end with your cultivation in the 9th stage. I believe many people have advised you to wait for the next competition. So what are you so anxious about? I'm keeping a promise I made, said Lin Yun in a calm tone. I don't want to leave behind any regrets and let those I care about suffer for another 3 years. He had to become the champion to save Xianxia's relatives and allow her regain her surname. This was a thorn stuck in Xianxia's heart all these years, and Lin Yun knew that she was in pain about it. Furthermore, 3 years was too long. Not leaving behind any regrets? Asked Lord 13. Yeah, I want to fight for the present. The starlight fell onto Lin Yun's face. Looking at the cold lake, a reminiscing smile rose on his lips, and he said, No regrets left behind. Lord 13 turned his head around, and he looked at the purple mark on Lin Yun's forehead. This was the brand of a slave that would follow Lin Yun for his entire life. But under the sunlight, Lin Yun's mark dazzled like a bright star in the sky. Those words were arrogant, and Lin Yun was still young. But so what? It was precisely because he was young that he was doing this. Lord 13, there's a bite. Lin Yun looked at the fishing rod in excitement. Yeah. I've been fishing for this king for a decade, and it ran off 2 times. This is already the 3rd time, so if I can't get it this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to get it anymore in my lifetime. Brat, do you dare to take this rod on my behalf? Lord 13 revealed a youthful smile. Why wouldn't I? Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he stepped forward and took the rod. Fishing? But since it was the king, this meant that there would be a battle. This piqued Lin Yun's interest, and he didn't even hesitate to accept Lord 13's challenge. Brat, I like your confidence. But don't blame me when you suffer later on. Lord 13 stroked his beard with a playful smile as he handed the fishing rod over. Isn't it just fishing? Can the fish even eat me? Smiled Lin Yun as he wasn't too bothered by Lord 13's words. It was just as he said, he was the one fishing, not the other way around. Could the fish come around and eat him instead? Who knows? Smiled Lord 13. The snow dragon carp really tastes great. Since it's the king, I bet it tastes great. Smiled Lin Yun as he took the fishing rod over. But the moment he grabbed onto the fishing rod, he could sense how incredibly heavy it was. It was so heavy that he nearly fell over from the weight. Damn it! The smile disappeared from Lin Yun's face, and he immediately circulated his origin energy and Dracophant energy to tighten his grip on the rod. However, Lin Yun's face changed when the boat started to shake. He had 5 cauldrons worth of strength, which was equivalent to 250,000 catty. He could even beat a Violet Palace realm demonic beast with his fists. He realized that he couldn't overpower the Fish King, and he was barely able to stabilize his figure. Lin Yun's face became grave. He tightened his grab on the rod and barked, "Get out!" With an explosion of origin energy from his body. A terrifying aura emitted from Lin Yun's body. His pull made the water shake, and a colossal being was slowly being pulled out from the surface of the water. When Lin Yun looked at the colossal being that he pulled out of the lake, he was shocked. How was that a fish? It was clearly a dragon. It had a serpentine body that was covered in fish scales and 2 curved horns on its head. It also emitted a powerful aura that contained a wisp of dragon aura. Lord 13, it's up. It might be powerful, but it was still ultimately a fish. Lin Yun was emotional when he finally pulled it up, but before he could even react, the fish revealed a cunning smile, and it dove back into the lake with a greater force. In that split second, the surface of the water splashed everywhere. This made Lin Yun's face change as an irresistible power instantly pulled him off the boat, and he fell into the lake head first. When Lin Yun was under the water, he could see a huge shadow approaching him. The huge shadow instantly cast fear onto him because he knew that he was about to be eaten. But before the fish could get close, an even more powerful suction force pulled him back up. When Lin Yun was back on the boat, his face was pale from fear. It felt as though he had just passed by the gates of hell. Brat, I've been using the beast cores of Violet Palace realm demonic beasts as bait for the past decade. Recently, it won't take a bite if it's not a Violet Palace realm beast core. Do you think that it won't eat you? Haha. It'll bite the head off a Violet Palace realm cultivator. Lord 13 sneered as he drank his wine and continued. I can only help you this once. I can tell you honestly that you won't live for a second if you fall into the lake. So, do you still dare to grab the rod? Eating Violet Palace realm beast cores for the past 10 years. Lin Yun could imagine just how powerful this fish was. When he held onto the fishing rod, his hands were trembling because he could still recall his experience in the water. He knew that Lord 13 wasn't exaggerating. Why wouldn't I? Lin Yun's eyes became decisive. He refused to believe that he couldn't tame this fish. Let's hurry up then. It won't bother you anymore after it eats the bait, chuckled Lord 13 with his eyes squinted. Lin Yun got back on his feet, concentrated, and gradually calmed himself down. According to Lord 13's words, this fish wouldn't be easy to deal with. After he adjusted his mood, Lin Yun grabbed onto the fishing rod tightly. With that, he began his fight with the fish. Lin Yun wasn't without an advantage because the fish had to be cautious if it wanted to eat the bait. Suddenly, Lin Yun's eyes lit up as a faint smile rose on his lips. Lord 13 already told him the key information. The fish wouldn't give up unless it eats the bait completely. Since that was the case, then he could use it against the fish. Left. Lin Yun swung the fishing rod to the left, and he could sense the undercurrent beneath the lake. Right. Before the fish swam to the right, Lin Yun swung the rod again, which caused the fish to bolt to the left. After Lin Yun gradually grasped the rightum, He tightened his grip on the rod and yanked it backwards. In his hand, the fishing rod began to dance and Lin Yun swung the fishing rod out like a sword. For a split second, he was so submerged in it that he forgot he was holding onto a fishing rod. It felt as if he was fighting someone with a sword instead. The fish began to feel annoyed under the water and unleashed a powerful pull. This again. A smile rose on Lin Yun's face and he poured his origin energy onto his feet to stabilize his footing on the boat, resolving half of the pulling force. Let's teach you a lesson. Lin Yun controlled the fishing boat and the boat shot out like an arrow on the lake. Under the two opposite forces, the string became tightly stretched. It's not time yet. Lin Yun calmed down. He knew that he had to wait for the fish to lower its guard after it ate the bait. Right now, he could only give the fish pressure, but he can't force it into putting up a desperate struggle. The boat made a circle around the lake and the fishing pole sank down. Interesting. Lord 13 was smiling from the back of the boat. Compared to the torrential waves earlier, he knew that Calm Lake was even more dangerous. The two of them were fighting with their wits and courage. After all, using brute force would only end in miserable failure. Suddenly, Lin Yun felt the pull disappearing and his face changed. Was the fish going to leave? But it hadn't eaten the bait yet. It was almost like it had clearly predicted Lin Yun's thoughts. You think you can go so easily? Just when Lin Yun was about to explode with all his strength, he suddenly felt something amiss. This fish was greedy and it had never let go of the bait even when they were having a tough fight earlier. So would it really let go of the bait now? There might not be much of the bait left, but it was the essence of the beast core. Lin Yun quelled the emotion in his heart and suppressed the urge to explode with all his strength. He allowed the fish to break free from the hook and sink into the water. Brat, you're going to pay me back one, smiled Lord 13. The Fish King was clearly intelligent, so Lin Yun wanted to give it a try. He wanted the fish to underestimate him so he could catch it by surprise. Is that so? Then I'll pay you back with one Fish King then. A smile rose on Lin Yun's lips and he yanked the fishing rod back. Just when Lord 13 was feeling baffled, a ferocious undercurrent rippled beneath the water, and the Fish King bolted out of the lake. This damn fish! Lord 13 slapped his thigh. So it turns out that this fish had no intentions to give up in the first place. It knew that Lin Yun was waiting for it to devour the bait, and it pretended to leave to lower Lin Yun's guard. However, Lin Yun had already expected that move. When the Fish King flew out of the lake, Lin Yun swung the fishing rod out like a sword. He soared into the sky and spun. In that split second, his hair fluttered in the wind and he unleashed the sword intent that he had been accumulating within his body. A huge wave swept out on the lake, and when Lin Yun landed back down, 18 water geysers shot out from his back. Gazing at the fish, Lin Yun stabbed the fishing rod forward at the fish's throat, killing it instantly. As water splashed down from the sky, Lin Yun stood on the boat with the Fish King hanging from the fishing rod. With a sunshine-like smile, he said, "Lord 13, here's the Fish King." Lord 13 was dazed for a long time before he burst out laughing. "Haha! Nice one. You've won me over." He didn't sound like a senior at all. After all, he was saying everything from the bottom of his heart. He was initially trying to provoke Lin Yun, but now that Lin Yun managed to do it, he was only filled with admiration for Lin Yun. "Let's go." Lord 13 laughed and he patted his hand on the air. Under his control, the fishing boat soared into the sky and landed on the shore. When the boat fell down, the impact nearly made Lin Yun fall down. "Leave this beast to me. It's time to taste it after feeding it for 10 years, laughed Lord 13. In the next second, the Fish King on the fishing rod flew over to him. Every part of the fish was a treasure. The scales could be refined into artifacts, the bones could be used to brew wine, the meat could nourish the body, and the horns could be made into weapons. The most valuable of all was its pair of eyes and beast core. According to Lord 13, the fish already possessed traces of a dragon, so its eyes could be called dragon's eyes. As for its beast core, its worth naturally went without saying. After all, the fish had been eating Violet Palace Realm's beast cores over the past decade. Furthermore, the snow dragon carps were a nourishment to the body to begin with. Lin Yun fell into thoughts before he suddenly smiled when he thought of something. When Lord 13 saw this, he glared. "Brat, what are you laughing at? I suddenly thought of a senior like you. Who is it?" "The Sword Firmament Pavilion's pavilion master. He spent 10 years observing a flower and cut it with his sword in the end. Just like you, who killed the fish that you kept for a decade." However, there was one thing that Lin Yun didn't say. He thought that the two of them were awfully similar. They were both sarcastic with their words and they both had an odd temper. At the same time, they were both people who were driven by their emotions and they were purer than other old men who were full of schemes. "I'm like him." Lord 13 was briefly stunned before he smiled and tossed the beast core over. "Well, that's true at times. But don't mention him to me again. Here, you can have this. You look broke." Although it was a beast core, it didn't have any demonic aura. Rather, it was transparent and full of spiritual energy. When Lin Yun held it in his hand, he could sense a boundless surge of spiritual energy flowing out. "It doesn't have any demonic aura?" Lin Yun was shocked. "That's for sure. The snow dragon carp might be a beast, but it's also spiritual. The beast cores it refined had no impurities. They would only leave behind the essence in its beast core." "Shouldn't you use this yourself?" asked Lin Yun. "It's nothing. I can't be bothered with something like this. But don't be in a rush to refine it. Come with me," said Lord 13 as he walked to the sword burial woods. Lin Yun was baffled, but he still quickly followed behind Lord 13. Without Lin Yun knowing, Lord 13 brought him to the core of the sword burial woods where he once comprehended his sword. The depths of the woods were filled with killing aura and sword intent. "You must be baffled about the difference between your quasi-Scientian sword intent and the complete Scientian sword intent," said Lord 13. Lin Yun's heart throbbed when he heard that because it was what he was stuck on. His sword intent had reached a bottleneck, preventing him from reaching the complete Scientian sword intent. "What's the difference?" asked Lin Yun. "You have to find a sword that belongs to you. In Buddhist terms, it means finding your true self." Lord 13 turned around and continued. "The Dragon Tiger Fist and Aquaselenic sword that you've learned belong to others. No matter how much you practice them, they still belong to others." "You're saying that I have to find my own sword?" asked Lin Yun. "It's best if you can create one yourself. Even if you can't, you need to know what kind of sword you are," replied Lord 13. "You'll take that step out sooner or later with your comprehension. But it's impossible if you want to achieve it before reaching the Violet Palace realm. With your current cultivation, you'll die in the competition. Rather than dying a pointless death, why don't you take a trip in my sword burial diagram?" "Sword burial diagram?" questioned Lin Yun. "That's right. The woods you're in right now is a diagram. When the ancestor Jian Wuming created the Sword Firmament Pavilion, he left behind 2 paintings. This is the other one," said Lord 13. "The sword burial diagram, as the name implies, will kill you if you aren't careful." Lord 13 made a seal and a gale started blowing through the sword burial woods. The sky suddenly turned dark and a spatial path appeared before Lin Yun. The distorted space was an entrance to a mysterious world, and within the world, there was lightning flickering around along with a sharp sword buzz. "This is the sword burial diagram?" Lin Yun looked at the distorted space with a grave expression. Compared to the other painting back in the sect, the aura coming from this painting was terrifying. "Lord 13, you seem to think that I won't reject you," said Lin Yun. "You bore so much hatred. So do you have a choice?" That was right, Lin Yun didn't have a choice. When he suddenly thought of the snow dragon carp's beast core, Lin Yun asked, "Then this beast core?" "That's right. It's for you to protect yourself so that you won't die in there. When facing danger, you can get out by refining this beast core," said Lord 13 without any ripples on his face. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he revealed a smile and entered the diagram. When he went through the entrance, he ran into obstructions, but he broke them all apart with his sword intent. The obstructions weren't easy to break unless your sword intent wasn't strong enough. When he entered the sword burial diagram, Lin Yun could sense the spatial fluctuations that felt as though there was an ancient beast lingering around. When he was fully through the entrance, Lin Yun could clearly sense that the surroundings had turned dark. Shortly after, his sword intent manifested into bolts of lightning as they flew out. Lin Yun was shocked when he saw thunderclouds tumbling in the sky. The thunderclouds and the lightning flickering in the thunderclouds were made of sword intent. They were also both filled with violent killing aura. This place was truly fitting of the name Sword Burial Diagram. God only knows how many people have died here. At the same time, there were many floating stone platforms. Lin Yun landed on one of them and figured out that it was probably intended for people to cultivate on. This means that this diagram should also have 9 levels, and each level is probably a whole new world. The further I go, the harder it will be. Lin Yun looked up at the thunderclouds. Let's give it a try. With his movement technique, Lin Yun soared into the thunderclouds. At his cultivation, the lightning in the sky made of sword intent might be terrifying, but he wasn't too bothered by it. He knew that he wouldn't be able to temper himself if he cultivated here. Activating the 7 profound steps, Lin Yun leaped on the platforms. It didn't take long for him to reach the deepest part of the thunderclouds. As the thunderclouds spread out, he easily made it to the 2nd level. The 2nd level wasn't much different from the first, except that the thunderclouds were even more violent. Shaking his head, Lin Yun soared into the sky, and it didn't take long for him to reach the 4th level after half an hour. The 4th level had a violent storm made of sword intent, and the lightning in the sky were like pythons that lit up the sky. Lin Yun's face changed when he sensed the lightning because he felt fear from the thunderclouds even before he got close to them. I'm almost at my limits now. Lin Yun landed on a floating platform. The platform was covered in ancient marks that looked like spiritual runes and sword marks, but he couldn't clearly differentiate them. When he reached the platform in the center, a voice sounded out, "Intruder, draw your sword." Waving his hand, Lin Yun summoned the flower burial sword without any hesitation. The sword then left his hand and plunged itself into the ground. Just when Lin Yun was feeling baffled, a bolt of lightning roared down and struck the flower burial sword. Simultaneously, the ancient platform emitted a faint glow like an awakened beast. When the lightning dissipated, the flower burial sword was enveloped by a sword image. In the sword burial platform, you die if your sword breaks. A cold voice rang out again when Lin Yun sat down. Just when Lin Yun was feeling baffled from those words, the rumbling lightning in the sky soon attracted his attention. In the next second, a silver lightning bolt tore through the thunderclouds and descended in his direction. Is this a test? But in Lin Yun's eyes, the silver bolt of lightning looked more like a sword instead. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun circulated his origin energy to protect himself. When the lightning struck his body, he trembled, and he could also feel the shake in his internal organs. When the bolt of lightning made of sword intent coursed through his body, it felt like countless swords were smashing into him, and the pain he felt came from the sword intent in the lightning. Lin Yun was shocked to realize that the sword intent contained traces of pure spiritual energy. However, since this place was created with sword intent, it wasn't surprising to find spiritual energy here. The bolt of lightning was a test, and at the same time, it was also his opportunity. When he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, the purple origin energy coursing through his body violently was swiftly being devoured. When the iris flower sensed the sword intent mixed with spiritual energy, it seemed rather excited. It was just like how Lin Yun refined the sword cloud cores back in the Union Alliance battle. Lord 13 is right. This place is an opportunity for me, except that it's a little painful, smiled Lin Yun bitterly. The name Sword Burial was well-deserved. After being struck by the bolts of lightning several times, Lin Yun gradually calmed down. He realized that the sword intent here was extremely nourishing to the Iris flower, and he had no idea when he last made a breakthrough in the Iris Sword Sutra. He even refined 2 Violet Palace Realm Beast cores. But his Iris Sword Sutra still showed no signs of making a breakthrough. He had no idea how much resources he needed to make a breakthrough, but this place was an opportunity for him. However, the spiritual energy contained in the sword intent was too little. Lin Yun soon turned his mind to his cultivation instead. He was already in the pinnacle 9th stage, and he would have a higher odds of winning if he could reach the 10th stage. If he couldn't make a breakthrough with the Iris Sword Sutra, then he would rather give his cultivation a try. After Lin Yun made his decision, he absorbed the spiritual energy in the sword intent into his 9 profound veins. As he guided the spiritual energy charged through his 9 profound veins. But the spiritual energy from the sword intent was too dangerous and it wasn't easy to control. In addition to being careful, he also had to maintain the origin energy to protect his body. So Lin Yun was practically multitasking. Sensing the violent sword intent, Lin Yun took a deep breath and continued to activate the platform beneath him. The platform continued to guide bolts of lightning down from the thunderclouds, which would continuously light up this dark world. When the lightning exploded on the surface of Lin Yun's body, he could sense the endlessly spiritual energy entering his body. He gnashed his teeth and bore the pain. Simultaneously, he used his origin energy to refine the spiritual energy to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. This isn't enough. The reason why Lin Yun was able to make a breakthrough previously was because he was already in the 9th stage before he crippled his profound vein. But making a breakthrough to the 10th stage was an entirely different concept. It wouldn't be any easier than making a breakthrough in the Iris Sword Sutra. I just have to go for it. Lin Yun made a decision. Just when more bolts of lightning were about to descend, Lin Yun removed the origin energy he maintained to protect himself and used his physical body to withstand the violent lightning. If anyone was here to see Lin Yun, they would definitely be shocked. Out in the Sword Burial Woods, Lord 13, who was busy cooking the fish, frowned his eyebrows when he saw a bamboo snapping all of a sudden. What's that brat doing? Lord 13 instantly felt a headache as he wondered if the beast core he gave to Lin Yun could save Lin Yun's life. Logically speaking, it should allow Lin Yun to come out of the secret realm safely, but it was a different thing if Lin Yun pushed himself too far. Then again, if he knew how to control himself, he wouldn't have come this far. A bitter smile appeared on Lord 13's face. Back in the secret realm, Lin Yun was practically on the edge of fainting from the bolts of lightning that were descending. However, he was able to withstand them with his powerful physique. Without any origin energy to protect his body, he could sense the sword intent and spiritual energy entering his body from all directions. The amount was 10 times more than what he absorbed previously. I need to go for it. Otherwise, I won't be able to make a breakthrough to the 10th stage. After Lin Yun made up his mind, he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra and guided the massive spiritual energy into his profound veins. As he continued the process, he could sense a crack in his bottleneck. With more spiritual energy entering his body, his physical body was healing at a rapid pace in order to prepare for the next bolt of lightning. He knew that it would all be easier after he endured the first batch. 2 days later, on top of the platform, Lin Yun was covered in a purple glow. His eyes were closed, but the purple light emitted from him was solely from sword intent. It wasn't from the bolts of lightning, but it was because there was too much sword intent within his body that was starting to leak out. It wasn't this obvious in the beginning, but 2 days later, it was quite evident that his body had been enveloped like a cocoon. But even so, the bolts of lightning still continued to deliver spiritual energy into his body. Just when the energy within Lin Yun's body reached the limit even for the Dracophant battle physique, Lin Yun opened his eyes by a small gap. Time to make a breakthrough. Regardless of success or failure, Lin Yun knew that it was time for him to make a decision. When Lin Yun completely opened his eyes, lightning coursed through his pupils and the sword intent around him was so dense that it could even pierce through the clouds. Looking at the thunderclouds tumbling in the sky, Lin Yun no longer felt the same fear from the first day. He merely glanced at the thunderclouds before he closed his eyes to circulate the massive origin energy gathered within his body into his profound veins, shattering everything that stood in his way. It didn't take long for him to reach the final hurdle. With all the petals in bloom, the iris flower emitted a dazzling radiance that made Lin Yun seem like an ancient sword stabbed into the ground. When the iris flower blossomed, it resonated with the heaven and earth, emitting a ferocious roar that belonged to the flower. With a crack, the final hurdle shattered, and his profound veins lit up before the massive energy within Lin Yun's body condensed into the 10th profound vein. Facing the surging energy, the 10th profound vein devoured it greedily. It took half an hour for Lin Yun to stabilize his cultivation in the 10th stage. At the same time, the violent sword intent and spiritual energy disappeared. Even the iris flower was beginning to close its petals. Basking in the overflowing purple light, Lin Yun finally reopened his eyes. His gaze was sharp and his eyes were like the dazzling stars in the night sky. In the next second, powerful energy coursed through his body. Lin Yun let out a long breath and he could clearly sense that the origin energy stored in his body was twice the amount it was before. He knew that he had finally made a breakthrough, so he was more confident for the competition. The arc of a smile slowly rose on Lin Yun's lips. After all, he was glad that he was able to make a breakthrough. It was also thanks to the Dracophant battle physique that strengthened his body greatly. The amount of energy he absorbed previously was so massive that anyone else in his position would be torn into pieces. Looking at the sky with a playful gaze, Lin Yun knew that the 4th level could no longer provide any form of training to him, and he seemed to be able to proceed to the next level. But right at this moment, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation coming from the iris flower in his dantian. Was it a sign of a breakthrough, or was there something from the 5th level that was attracting it? The bizarre sensation fluctuated from the iris flower. At this moment, the crystal-looking flower didn't seem like a flower, but a violet ice sculpture instead. Looking at the thunderclouds in the sky, Lin Yun fell into deep thought. At this moment, he felt that he could make a breakthrough in the Iris Sword Sutra anytime he wanted, which was beyond his expectation. As an ancient cultivation technique, the more Lin Yun cultivated, the more difficult it would be. Not only did he require an astronomical sum of resources, but he also needed comprehension and an opportunity to make a breakthrough. He was stuck in the pinnacle 8th stage for a long time now, and Lin Yun even wondered if the threshold to the next breakthrough required him to be in the Violet Palace realm. But now that he reached the 10th stage, the Iris Sword Sutra actually started showing signs of making a breakthrough. Is it because of this secret realm? Lin Yun muttered to himself while thinking. This secret realm was made of sword intent. Although this place was filled with danger, it was also an opportunity for swordsmen. Furthermore, the spiritual energy condensed by the sword intent here was more refined than the outside world. It looks like he was really able to make a breakthrough here. The more he thought about the possibility, the more excited he felt. There was a hurdle every 3 stages of the Iris Sword Sutra. The Iris Sword Sutra would undergo a transformation at the 6th stage, and he could only be considered reaching the threshold at the 9th stage when he could create a sword formation within his body. At the 10th stage, he could even summon an ice phoenix. The Iris Sword Saint once said that the sword box was sealed by him and that the Iris Sword Sutra was required to unseal it. So if he could make a breakthrough in the Iris Sword Sutra to the 9th stage, it would be more terrifying than the breakthrough that he just had. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Lin Yun sat on the platform and the flower burial sword returned to his hand. At the same time, the ancient platform beneath his feet gradually dimmed down as the array disappeared. Looking at the thunderclouds tumbling like a ferocious beast to prevent anyone from reaching the 5th stage, Lin Yun instantly made the decision and executed the 7 profound steps. Screw it. When he reached right below the thunderclouds, he could hear the thunderclouds emitting a deep roar. At the same time, bolts of lightning streaked across the horizon and came in his direction. Activating his quasi-sentient sword intent, he swung his sword out and shattered the bolts of lightning that obstructed him. Even when facing the black beast in the sky, Lin Yun showed no traces of backing down. Suddenly, the thunderclouds began to tumble and gradually formed into a demonic face that glared at him. However, Lin Yun faced it calmly and a radiance burst out from his body that hung in the sky like a bright moon. Luminous moon. In the next second, the dazzling lunar light turned into a streak of purple light and flew across the sky. With the Aquaselenic sword promoted to the manifestation stage, the streak of purple light blazed like a fiery flame that lit the darkness in the sky. The demonic face was severed before it dissipated into the air. After he was done with it, Lin Yun landed on an ancient platform as his launching point to charge into the thunderclouds once again. His vision was soon blurred by the darkness, and he could only hear the buzzing sword intent that lingered by his ears. Wielding his sword, Lin Yun charged straight up. It didn't take long before he saw a faint barrier that stood in his way. With a bark, Lin Yun stabbed his sword forward. Break! The flower burial sword roared as it stabbed into the barrier. The stab created a crack before it slowly spread out. In the next second, the barrier shattered into pieces and Lin Yun entered the 5th level. When he arrived at the 5th level, he could sense the distinct difference between this place and the 4th level. The most direct change was the thunderclouds in the sky. The thunderclouds were red and he could see hundreds of lightning bolts flickering in the sky. Whenever the crimson bolts of lightning struck the ground, they would create a loud booming noise. Lin Yun could sense his body shaking from just the booming sounds alone. Additionally, the floating platforms in the air looked wrecked. On the platforms, Lin Yun saw broken sword after broken sword. This scene wasn't on the 4th level, which meant that this was where many people lost their lives. Perhaps the thunderclouds were red because it was dyed red from all the blood. Lin Yun went around to look for a platform in a better state. When he found one, he plunged the flower burial sword into it to activate the platform. After that, he could sense the thunderclouds begin to rumble and the bolts of lightning swiftly started to strike down. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning struck Lin Yun's body. His teeth were clenched and a groan escaped his lips. He could sense the pain in every single one of his cells. But when the impact was gone, Lin Yun could sense a dense sword intent and spiritual energy flowing into his body through the flickering lightning on his body. It was worth it. A smile rose on Lin Yun's lips. No wonder this place could attract the iris flower. So it turns out that the spiritual energy here was 10 times denser than the 4th level. With that, he no longer hesitated and sat down with his legs crossed to allow the iris flower in his dantian to absorb the violent energy. As time gradually passed, Lin Yun was continuously struck by lightning. Simultaneously, he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra so he could finally make a breakthrough into the 9th stage of this cultivation technique. It seems to have slowed down. Lin Yun frowned his brows as he opened his eyes. According to his speculation, he would probably make a breakthrough in 10 days, but he was already here for 2 days. This meant that the competition would take place tomorrow. Frowning his brows, he made a decision and took out the beast core. It was the beast core Lord 13 left for him to leave the place. However, Lin Yun stared at the beast core for a long time before he popped it into his mouth. This meant that he would die here the moment he was in danger and would become one of the many broken swords that were left behind. This also meant that he was taking a huge risk. He was gambling that he could make a breakthrough in 1 day. A violent storm suddenly swept through the sword burial woods outside and the bamboos were snapping in patches. This made it difficult for Lord 13 to keep his eyes open. It also caused the fire he was using to boil the fish to grow even more ferocious. I knew he wouldn't behave himself. Lord 13 frowned his brows, but he soon revealed a smile when he discovered that the fish was already cooked. What an aroma! An old man suddenly appeared in the woods of broken bamboo, staring at the pot of fish with a smile. He found himself a seat and started to pick up a piece of fish, but Lord 13's chopsticks smacked his hands. Lord 13 glared at the plump old man. You're really shameless to come uninvited. That's the best part of the fish, the crescent moon meat. It was a piece of meat that came from in between the snowdragon carp's gills, and it was shaped like a crescent moon. The plump old man revealed an embarrassed smile and he retrieved a jar of wine. I'm naturally not here empty-handed. When he removed the lid, a fragrant aroma drifted out. The surface of the wine had several flower petals and the fragrance was intoxicating. Cold pool dew. Lord 13's eyes lit up. He looked at the plump old man and smiled. You kept a flower for a decade just for this jar of cold pool dew. You did the same thing. You raised that fish for a decade, smiled the plump old man. It's practically impossible to grasp Xianxia's sword intent before reaching the Violet Palace realm. Is that why you sent him to the sword burial woods? Asked the plump old man. You're pretty knowledgeable, replied Lord 13. Haha, his grudge with Bai Lishuan was formed back in the Azure Sun realm. Back then, we both practically flipped the entire Azure Sun realm for the Iris Sword Saint's inheritance. Anyone can guess that the brat obtained it back in the Azure Sun realm as long as they're not stupid. Then again, you might be an exception, said the plump old man. Humph, you think you're the only smart one? But crippling a profound vein just because he killed a Wang clan's descendant. This is something that I would never do, snorted Lord 13 with disdain. As they chatted, they didn't stop their hands and their chopsticks flew into the pot like swords. They were fighting among themselves, but neither of them went for the crescent moon meat. When the dragon-blooded horse smelled the fragrance from afar, it rushed over and stared at the pot, drooling. But it was a pity that both Lord 13 and the plump old man could kill it with a finger. So the dragon-blooded horse didn't dare to do anything. After all, it didn't know if the two old men would suddenly act moody. Speaking of which, where are the dragon's eyes? Asked the plump old man. The dragon's eyes were the greatest treasure on the snow dragon carp. I naturally preserved it. I'm planning to refine it into a fish dragon pearl to give it to that brat when he becomes the champion, said Lord 13. Haha, you're really generous. If I remember correctly, you were planning to cultivate the dragon's word gaze with it, right? The plump old man was surprised. Humph, I naturally have to treat someone who caught my eye well. Unlike you, stingy miser, retorted Lord 13. This made the plump old man, who would usually rebut those words, fall into silence out of guilt. Right at this moment, a dazzling brilliance exploded from the sword burial diagram's direction that attracted both of their attentions. Lord 13 and the plump old man's faces gradually became grave. A brief moment later, the plump old man smiled. That brat just can't settle down. It looks like you won't have a chance to give out the fish dragon pearl. Leave it all to fate. He should know the consequences since he made his choice, said Lord 13. With their cultivation, they had already sensed a violent energy fluctuation in the sword burial diagram. The fluctuation was 10 times stronger than normal, and even the two old men wouldn't dare to underestimate it despite their cultivation. Without a doubt, Lin Yun was at the crucial moment of making a breakthrough, and the platform he was on was enveloped with all sorts of phenomena caused by sword intent. If someone looked at the platform from afar, the platform would look like a dazzling sun. It was all because Lin Yun was about to finish refining the beast core that he swallowed. At this moment, the core was the size of his nail and was emitting a dazzling light. In the end, Lin Yun had underestimated the power contained in this beast core. This beast core belonged to a Violet Palace realm demonic beast that Lord 13 groomed for 10 years. So this meant that the origin energy was extremely refined. The thunderclouds continued to tumble in the sky, while the sword intent brewed within the clouds and emitted a terrifying aura. Aside from the tumbling violent energy, the entire world was quiet. When the pressure spread out in the tiny world, Lin Yun's face became grave. He had a feeling that if he couldn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation technique, he would be reduced to ashes. With the radiance enveloping Lin Yun, his expression became grave as he frantically tried to refine the beast core. He knew that the beast core was his only chance. Suddenly, the iris flower began to emit a violent sword intent from its petals and devoured the beast core. It felt as though the iris flower had a consciousness of its own, and it had also sensed the incoming danger. Within the flower, the beast core was swiftly being refined. When the sword intent in the sky started to tumble around violently, the suffocating pressure got even heavier. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was anxiously waiting for the beast core to be refined. When the last bit of the beast core was completely devoured by the iris flower, Lin Yun could sense his meridians lighting up as they gathered towards the iris flower. When all the radiance was gathered in the iris flower, Lin Yun saw the iris flower breaking apart before coming back together again. It didn't take long for an entirely new iris flower to be formed. The new iris flower was like a violet crystal, and it looked more detailed than before. In addition to that, there was also a tiny crimson rune at the center of the flower that made the flower look alive. Lin Yun's mind was blown because he couldn't describe the sensation he felt after seeing the flower. If he had to find a word to describe it, He could only say that it was bewitching. It was bewitching and noble, like the king of all flowers looking down on all others. When the petals bloomed entirely, an ancient voice shuttled through the ages of time and resonated in his mind. A purple-clothed old man appeared in his mind. When the old man appeared, he swiped the body of his sword with his fingers and he stabbed out, "In the name of my sword, bloom!" A mysterious sword seal bloomed from the old man. A terrifying sword intent was emitting from the old man along with a gigantic iris flower that manifested behind him. The iris flower then slanted forward and bloomed in the direction of the sky. In the next second, a terrifying vortex was created. It felt as if everything in this world was being sucked into the flower and the demonic being that was charging at the old man disappeared. Lin Yun was shocked by this scene and he was filled with emotions in his heart. He figured that this purple-clothed old man was the Iris Sword Saint. When the old man's image appeared within his mind, he suddenly gained enlightenment. What the old man used was the dazzling moment which Lin Yun had already grasped. But the dazzling moment would drain all his origin energy the moment he used it, so he could only use it as his ultimate move. This meant that the move was a gamble, either his opponent dies or he dies. Lin Yun constantly pondered the mysterious sword seal that the Iris Sword Saint used. Suddenly, a purple radiance bloomed from Lin Yun's body on the platform. Right at this moment, a bloodthirsty roar suddenly appeared within this world. When the thunderclouds continued to tumble, they slowly formed a crimson figure that looked like a demon. Then the demon slashed down at Lin Yun's platform. In front of the demonic being's sword, everything was being destroyed. Even the platforms that were here for thousands of years were like paper in front of the sword. When Lin Yun opened his eyes to see the scene, his face changed. The crimson being was like a mountain, while he was just a small raft in the middle of the ocean. Damn it! Lin Yun didn't have the luxury of time to think about a solution and summoned his flower burial sword. But for some reason, his heart finally calmed down when he held onto the flower burial sword. "Old friend, I'm counting on you again." He had undergone too much with his sword and his heart was already linked with it. Even without him uttering a word, the sword released a buzz that resonated with Lin Yun's feelings. A smile rose on his lips briefly before it was replaced with the courage to face death. Lin Yun won't be dying here. Just when the crimson sword was about to reach him, Lin Yun swiped his fingers on his sword. At the same time, the iris flower in his dantian bloomed and emitted an unparalleled sword aura. "In the name of my sword, bloom." When the iris flower bloomed, a bizarre scene took place. Lin Yun actually managed to block the demonic being's sword, but his face turned pale and blood seeped out from the corner of his lips. Cracks also began to spread out on the platform. "Get lost!" roared Lin Yun. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Yun bolted out to dodge the attack. With that, the crimson sword no longer had anything stopping it and stabbed into the ground. Lin Yun managed to land on another platform. He was kneeling and gasping for breath. His state was terrible, with his hair scattered and blood oozing out from his nose, eyes, and ears. He was barely able to take that sword, but even so, his injuries were pretty heavy. However, there was a smile on his lips because he knew that he had survived that attack. Back in the sword burial woods, the two old men were briefly shocked. After a long while later, Lord 13 stroked his beard with a smile. "How lucky!" Taking a sip of the cold pool dew, the plump old man smiled. Yeah, he practically snatched his life back from the heavens. The sword burial diagram is filled with bones, but he actually managed to survive. The pot was filled with snowdragon carp's meat. The two old men already ate 1/3 of the meat, but neither of them touched the crescent moon meat that contained the essence of the snowdragon carp. The two were looking at each other and would strike each other's chopsticks if either of them dared to touch it. Not far away, the dragon-blooded horse laid on the ground looking at the pot pitifully with its drool all over the ground. "You guys eating fish? Count me in." Lin Yun was in a terrible state when he came out of the woods, but he wore a smile on his lips. This left the two old men surprised because they never expected Lin Yun exit so quickly. But before they could even react, Lin Yun picked up the crescent moon meat with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. That feels great. Lil read, come and have some too. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when the crescent moon meat melted in his mouth. He had never tasted such a delicacy in his life, and it even made his injuries feel much better. When he raised his head and looked at the dragon-blooded horse looking at him with a pitiful gaze, he lifted the entire pot with a smile. Stop! The two old men yelled while their faces turned dark. But they were already too late because the rest of the pot went into the dragon-blooded horse's stomach. When the dragon-blooded horse raised its head to look at the two old men, it started to chuckle and revealed its buck tooth. The two old men were furious when they saw the dragon-blooded horse's goofy chuckle. It was bad enough that Lin Yun ate the crescent moon meat, but the dragon-blooded horse actually devoured the rest of what was in the pot. Are you trying to eat the pot as well? Lin Yun smiled bitterly when he saw how the dragon-blooded horse gobbled down the food. When Lin Yun placed the pot down, he could sense an irritable heat rising up in his body that sped up the healing of his injuries. To Lin Yun's shock, he had actually stabilized his cultivation at the initial 10th stage in such a short period of time. But when the heat started to get more intense, Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he saw the jar of wine on the ground. Stop! The plump old man immediately called out. But Lin Yun couldn't be bothered at this moment and started gulping down the jar of wine, which instantly sent a chill coursing through his body. When he placed the jar back down, the pale look on his face disappeared. With a satisfied smile, Lin Yun chuckled, Lord 13, what wine was that? Give me another one. Another one? Can't you see that someone is on the verge of throwing blood? Laughed Lord 13. His words made Lin Yun's face change, and when he turned his head over, he could see the plump old man's face turning entirely black. Give it back. The plump old man snatched the jar back, only to discover that it was entirely empty. I'm sorry about that, Pavilion Master. I'll pay you with 10 of them if there's a chance in the future, smiled Lin Yun embarrassedly. 10? I spent 10 years brewing one jar. How are you going to pay me back? Said the plump old man with indignance. That's enough. It's just a jar of wine. Lil Lin, try and throw a punch, smiled Lord 13. Throw a punch? Lin Yun was baffled as he mustered his origin energy and threw out a punch. When he did, a huge booming echoed in the sword burial woods and destroyed a patch of bamboo before him. Mid-10th stage? How is this possible? Lin Yun was shocked by his power. He had just reached the 10th stage and all he did was eat a piece of meat and drink a jar of wine. Yet he somehow reached the mid-10th stage so easily? Why not? The plump old man sneered. You ate the essence of the snow dragon carp, the crescent moon meat, and drank the cold pool I spent a decade on. It's equivalent to 5 years of cultivation. Don't think too much about it. Rest well. I bet you never rested well in the sword burial diagram, smiled Lord 13. Sleep? What do I dash? Lin Yun collapsed on the ground before he could even finish his words. When night came, the two old men looked at the sleeping youth with a gentle expression. In the end, Lin Yun was still a young lad. We'll both leave after the competition. I won't have any regrets if I can see him becoming the champion, said Lord 13. Do you think that's possible? Said the plump old man as he looked at the youth. Who knows? At least he's more outstanding than the both of us when we were at his age, responded Lord 13. Even if he becomes the champion, I'm afraid someone might not let it go so easily. After all, those people even dared to kill Xianxia. Compared to Lord 13, the plump old man's face was grave. Is that so? Then they can't blame me for flipping the table, declared Lord 13 with a cold flicker across his eyes. When Lin Yun woke up the next day, he felt energetic and bade farewell to the two old men. The Dragon Gate competition was starting soon, and the plaza was filled with people before dawn arrived. A nearby inn, the Idle Cloud Pavilion, was also filled with people since the early morning. This was because the Myriad Treasure Pavilion cooperated with the Idle Cloud Pavilion to set their bets here. On the first floor of the Idle Cloud Pavilion, there was a massive stone table engraved with pictures of beasts. On the table, there were sets of names which reflected the 32 candidates in the Dragon Gate competition for people to place their bets on. His Highness bets are getting lower and lower. It looks like the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and other commerces are optimistic of him beating Egret. Yeah, Egret's rate was only 1:2, but it shot to 1:4 after bumping into His Highness. The champion's rate is even higher. It's actually 1:6. The Crown Prince was the most popular candidate for obtaining the championship without Drifting Goblet's participation, even when facing Egret. But even so, there were still some who placed their bets on Egret. In their opinion, Egret was a genius from the Divine Guards, so that means that he might not be entirely helpless in front of Qinyu. Furthermore, he also had such a high rate. The other bets that received the most attention were by Li Xuan against Zui Yun and Heartcliff against Tong Yuan. More and more people came to place their bets after seeing that the Dragon Gate competition was starting. Lin Yun's rate against Twilight is actually 110. Another word for 10 is death. Does the Myriad Treasure Pavilion think that Lin Yun will die? Haha, this rate is interesting. Lin Yun's performance was brilliant and he practically swept past everything. I never imagined that his rate would be so high against Twilight. Everyone was discussing Lin Yun's fight with Twilight. Lin Yun had attracted everyone's attention in the first round and he didn't let anyone down. But it was a pity that he ran into Twilight. Aside from the battle, Lin Yun's rate of making it into the quarterfinals, finals, and championship was horrendous. He was just like Heartcliff, but Heartcliff would be gratified if he was here because his highest rate stopped at 9. On the other hand, Lin Yun's rate reached 10 and the rate of him reaching champion even exceeded 10. Right at this moment, a figure squeezed through the crowd and placed 102nd grade spiritual jades on the table, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. He then pushed it towards Lin Yun's name and said, "All in. Hey brother, you're going to lose. You're practically giving money to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion." Someone laughed out loud when they saw this scene. Then he pointed out, "I advise you to bet on Twilight instead. The rate might not be high, but a win is still a win." "Heh, I can bet on whoever I like with my money." The youth was naturally Li Wuyo. He won quite a bit from the previous bet, so he would definitely not give up on this opportunity. What an idiot. I bet 102nd grade spiritual jades on Twilight. Lin Yun will die. A snort sounded out as Tong Yuan appeared. He took out the spiritual jades and placed them on Twilight before looking at Li Wuyo with mockery on his face. His appearance instantly caused an uproar. He might have lost to Lin Yun, but his strength left a deep impression on everyone. In many people's view, it wouldn't be an issue for him to make it to the quarterfinals as long as he didn't bump into Lin Yun. "I know you, so it's someone who lost to my big brother. What's wrong? The loss 3 days ago wasn't bad enough for you?" rebuked Li Wuyo. "Am I wrong? So what if he defeated me? He'll still die after running into Twilight," sneered Tong Yuan. "Bet on Lin Yun, 302nd grade spiritual jades." A clear voice sounded out right at this moment. It turned out that the voice belonged to Lu Yu. She first took out 302nd grade spiritual jades to place it on Lin Yun before taking another 102nd grade spiritual jades to put on Egret. With that, the bets on Lin Yun suddenly increased by 402nd grade spiritual jades. "Why are you betting so much? Don't tell me that you've fallen for my big brother?" chuckled Li Wuyo. "It's none of your business," snorted Lu Yu. Many people knew about her grudge with Lin Yun, so Li Wuyo couldn't help feeling curious. "How busy?" A bald head suddenly appeared, which shocked everyone. The bald head belonged to a monk who was holding onto a jar of wine and wearing a big smile. Drifting Goblet. He was the champion of the previous competition. Taking a sip of the wine, he smiled. "Let me join in as well." Flicking his finger, a perfect spiritual jade flew out from his hand, which left everyone shocked. A perfect spiritual jade was a 3rd grade spiritual jade. 2nd grade spiritual jades were rare enough and you could only see them in the hands of clan's descendants and sect's disciples. Some people might not even see it once in their entire lifetime. The spiritual jade flew and fell onto the bet that Lin Yun would become champion. This made everyone suck in a cold breath. Even Lu Yu and Li Wuyo didn't place any bets on the champion, but Drifting Goblet actually bet on Lin Yun becoming a champion with a 3rd grade spiritual jade. Champion it is? 111? What an incredible rate. smile-drifting goblet as his eyes narrowed into slits. In the Sword Cloud Pavilion's branch located at the capital, Twilight was donned in black as he faced 3 opponents by himself. His opponents were the deacons from the Sword Cloud Pavilion, and they were all in the Quasi-Violet Palace realm. Even though they were Quasi-Violet Palace realms, they possessed the battle prowess of a Violet Palace realm. With the 3 of them combined, it wasn't difficult for them to kill Violet Palace realm cultivators. But they only barely managed to defend themselves against Twilight's sword. When Twilight swung his sword that radiated like a dazzling sun, an explosion occurred and the 3 deacons were sent flying away. Each of them threw up mouthfuls of blood. Twilight's sword easily crushed them all. Haha, Lin Yun will never imagine that Lil Yi has already achieved quasi-Shintian sword intent, and that he also reached complete mastery in the Supreme Radiant Sword. Although it's still far from the manifestation stage, it's more than enough to suppress Lin Yun. Furthermore, the explosive prowess of the Supreme Radiant Sword attacks through sending shock into the opponent's body. Not even that brat's physique can handle it, sneered the elders who were watching the battle. When Twilight sheathed his sword, a heroic aura exuded from him. Right at this moment, a masked man appeared all of a sudden and sent his palm towards Twilight without any warning. The terrifying aura emitted from the masked man was in the Violet Palace realm. This shocked many people and the spectators exclaimed, "Watch out!" However, Twilight did not have any changes on his face and sent out his palm. The pressure Twilight emitted wasn't any weaker than the attacker. When the 2 palms clashed, cracks began to spread out on the ground and a shockwave reverberated out. But that wasn't all, as Twilight was enveloped in a radiance formed by his sword aura. When the 2 sword rays crossed together, they formed a gigantic, and Twilight pushed against it with a roar. Taking the attack head-on, the masked man was sent flying away while Twilight remained where he was standing. When the elders saw this scene, they exclaimed, "Lil Ye's Supreme Radiant Sutra has reached the 8th stage. Ha ha ha! Great!" The elder who led the team, Luo Han, walked out with a burst of laughter. "Lil Yi is truly worthy of being the genius of the millennia in our sect, since he is able to face such a situation so easily." When the masked man removed his mask, a familiar face was revealed. He cupped his hands together with a smile. "Lil Yi, congratulations for reaching the 8th stage in the Supreme Radiant Sutra." At this moment, everyone finally realized that the sudden assault was a test, and they all smiled. With Twilight's current strength, it was more than enough for him to kill Lin Yun. Luo Han walked up and asked, "Do you know what today is?" "The day I kill Lin Yun and take revenge for junior brother," said Twilight calmly. "Back then, Jian Wuming chased us out of the heavenly Qin County and created the Sword Firmament Pavilion to replace us. It's time for us to get back at them," said Luo Han with indignance. A cold smirk rose on Twilight's face and he replied, "If he's smart, he'll surrender. Otherwise, if he dares to show up on the stage, I'll kill him and embarrass the Sword Firmament Pavilion thoroughly. You don't have to dwell too much on Lin Yun. You have a high chance of obtaining the top 3 in this competition. That's right. You might even be able to become the champion if you're lucky," echoed the other elders. All of them considered Lin Yun a dead man. "Let's go. It's time to get going." Not only the Sword Cloud Pavilion, but the other sects also started making their way to the Dragon Gate Plaza. It only took half an hour for the plaza to be filled with people. When Emperor Qin made his appearance, the princess and prince also appeared by his side. As for the 32 disciples who made it into the second round, they were prepared for a while now. Emperor Qin swept his glance out and the princess stood up from her seat when Emperor Qin nodded in her direction. She announced, "The rules of the second round will be the same as the first. It is an elimination round to determine the best 16. At that time, the envoy will personally host the quarterfinals." Everyone's eyes flashed with a peculiar light when they heard about the envoy. Everyone knew that the mysterious envoy was the person presiding over the competition, and that his authority far exceeded the empire and the 4 major sections. But the envoy would only show up at the quarterfinals. What tempted everyone was the fact that the champion of the competition could make a request to the envoy, and the envoy would fulfill it as long as it was reasonable. Someone once made a request for a cosmic artifact and the envoy took out dozens of them for the champion to pick from. Another person wanted his clan to be promoted to a prince clan, which the envoy fulfilled as well. The envoy's words were more useful than Emperor Qin in the Great Qin Empire. After the princess explained the rules, Li Wuyo whispered, "Big brother, how confident are you in defeating Twilight? You went to place a bet again?" asked Lin Yun. "And no, definitely not. I only went there to take a look, but you will never imagine that someone bet a third-grade spiritual jade on you becoming the champion." "Who was it?" wondered Lin Yun. "Drifting Goblet," replied Li Wuyo. Li Wuyo's words made Lin Yun stunned briefly before he smiled. Drifting Goblet has always acted unexpectedly. The fact of the matter was that Lin Yun even had someone betting something as precious as a third-grade spiritual jade. It would be a pity to lose it in a bet. But Lin Yun was happy that Drifting Goblet believed in him. According to his knowledge, his rates were horrendous and no one was optimistic about him defeating Twilight, not to mention becoming the champion. "But big brother, how confident are you?" asked Li Wuyo. This made everyone else from the Sword Firmament Pavilion perk their ears. "I'll only know when we fight." Lin Yun felt that his odds of winning were at least 50%, but he couldn't confirm anything until they fought. They were both at their strongest state, except Lin Yun's Aurora Dragon had gone into a deep slumber after devouring the demonic soul. This meant that he wouldn't be able to use it in this fight. "Let the second round begin," the princess continued. "The first battle will be between the Primal Origin Sex Heartcliff and Heavenly Profound Sex Tong Yuan." Two figures descended on the stage. Tong Yuan was a core disciple of the Heavenly Profound sect and he had his own encounter in the Demon Lotus realm that greatly boosted his strength. But no one felt that he could compare to Heartcliff, so there was no suspense in this battle. The result was just as everyone had expected. After 10 moves, Heartcliff began to unleash his Dracophant energy and threw out a punch with 10 cauldrons worth of strength and saintly music echoing in the air. He used his brute strength to crush Tong Yuan's Dragon Tiger Fist. Since Heartcliff only used 10 moves to defeat Tang Yuan, no one was sure about his exact strength. He gave off an unfathomable feeling because he didn't even seem to have used half of his strength. "Heartcliff wins," announced the judge. Heartcliff's lips rose and he looked down at Tong Yuan on the ground with a smile. "Is that all the Dragon Tiger Fist has?" Shortly after, he turned to look at the Sword Firmament Pavilion's direction. Lin Yun could sense his gaze, but he wasn't too bothered by it. "It's a pity that I can't end that brat personally," muttered Heartcliff as he left the stage. "This fellow makes it seem like junior brother will lose to Twilight," snorted Xianxia. "That's what everyone else thinks," replied Lin Yun, but he wasn't able to see through Heartcliff's strength. 10 cauldrons worth of strength? Could it be that Heartcliff's Dracophant battle physique was at the 6th stage? But it didn't seem possible to Lin Yun. After all, the prerequisite to reach the 6th stage was a Heavenly Soul Realms beast core. It was impossible for the Primal Origin sect to kill such a powerful demonic beast for Heartcliff. So Lin Yun could only conclude that Heartcliff had a fortunate encounter. As the battles continued, many of the fights were filled with suspense down to the very last minute. Of course, this excluded the fights of the titled figures because they could suppress their opponents. This not only proved that the titled figures were powerful, but this also proved that everyone who made it to the second round was strong. Even if the titled figures could suppress their opponents, they were only able to do it after about 10 moves. It was no longer like the first round where they could instantly sweep through their opponents. 8th battle. The Sword Firmament Pavilions by Li Xuan vs. the Primal Origin Sex Zhuiyun. This announcement instantly caused an uproar. Besides Qin Yu's fight with Egret and Lin Yun's fight with Twilight, this was one of the main events. The two were newly risen geniuses. Bai Li Xuan even had the saint physique and was known as the strongest beneath the 8 titles. However, Zhuiyun wasn't weak and was the strongest among the Primal Origin Sect's youngest generation. Many people felt that he was qualified to fight Bai Li Xuan and that their fight would be interesting. 2 figures landed on the stage under everyone's gazes. Bai Li Xuan advanced smoothly in the first round and he didn't even reveal his saint physique. But there was no question that he was the center of attention in the Great Qin Empire. After all, who wouldn't be curious about the Saint Physique's power? As for Zui Yun, many people only felt that he was qualified to fight Bai Lishuan. Everyone was more curious to see how far Zui Yun could force Bai Lishuan. Sensing all the gazes, Zui Yun maintained his calm composure. He knew what everyone was thinking. When he slowly stretched his hands out of his sleeves, his palms were filled with calluses. This was a sign of someone who put great effort into his training. Bai Lishuan, I'll be fighting with all my strength no matter what the outcome. Watch out. Bai Lishuan slowly opened his eyes and nodded at Zui Yun. The sword firmament pavilions Bai Lishuan understands. In the next second, two massive surges of origin energy exploded out on the stage. The two of them didn't face off for too long before Zui Yun stomped his foot on the ground, leaving an afterimage behind while he drew out his saber. When he drew out his saber, he left behind an afterimage in the sky and then disappeared. His movement technique was so fast that it couldn't be followed by the naked eye. Looking at Zui Yun, who disappeared, Bai Lishuan's eyes became serious and he dodged to the side. In the next second, a saber stabbed through Bai Lishuan's afterimage along with a huge explosion. What speed! The speed of that attack startled everyone, and those who were weaker couldn't see how Bai Lishuan managed to dodge that attack. Zui Yun's saber was fast, but Bai Lishuan's sword was faster. When Bai Lishuan landed on the ground, a sword ray flew out, stabbing at the wrist of the hand Zui Yun used to wield his saber. But just when the sword ray was about to stab Zui Yun's wrist, the saber turned around and stabbed at Bai Lishuan's wrist instead. Sparks flew when the sword and saber clashed together, and the two weapons were aimed at each other's throat as killing aura filled their eyes. The ferocious clash made everyone suck in a cold breath because the two of them were too ferocious. This was only just beginning, but they were already fighting with their lives on the line. Neither of them were taking a step back, which meant that they would both die if their attacks connected. Were they betting on who was faster? But the price was too great if either of them lost. This instantly silenced the bustling plaza. But just when the two weapons were about to reach each other's throat, Zui Yun and Bai Lishuan used their left hand to knock the opponent's weapon away. The two palms exploded with great power, but Bai Lishuan clearly had the upper hand because of his cultivation. He stood still under that palm, while Zui Yun was sent flying. When Zui Yun was mid-air, he summoned his Dracophant energy and started emitting the ferocious aura of a beast. After another clash, the two were evenly matched and they both took 3 steps back. But they soon dashed forth and clashed again, leaving behind booming sounds in the air. They were both using all sorts of techniques that blinded many people's eyes. The spectators were all focused. They didn't dare to miss any details. The saber and sword were all aimed at each other's lethal spots, and this battle was more exciting than anyone could have imagined. They're still probing each other? Lin Yun fell into deep thought. In his view, this ferocious clash was just the two of them probing each other's strength. But the two were truly powerful to cause such a commotion from probing alone. You're worthy of being the only person who achieved the Saint Physique in the past millennia, said Zui Yun when he landed on the ground. You're not too bad yourself, said Bai Lishuan. Zui Yun was stronger than the rumors said, especially his saber technique. I've said that I'll go all out to fight for the victory, said Zui Yun with a grave expression. He clearly wasn't willing to stop at the best 32. Fiend Cloud Seal. Zui Yun roared, and his Dracophant energy suddenly released a crimson glow that covered his body. Simultaneously, his aura instantly reached the Violet Palace realm. When the crimson glow stabilized, Zui Yun's eyes flashed coldly, and he dashed forward with his saber. Infusing his origin energy into this attack, his saber tore through the air and created a ghostly howl. This move shocked everyone because Bai Lishuan's sword aura was actually being suppressed by this attack. Bai Lishuan took several steps back from the clash, and after he took 4 steps back, the thunderclap sword finally unfolded and he finally held his ground firmly. This shocked Lin Yun because he never expected that Bai Lishuan would actually choose the same sword technique as Xianxia. Lin Yun could tell that Bai Lishuan had reached deep attainments in the thunderclap sword, but even so, his aura was still slightly weaker. On the other hand, Zui Yun was like an ancient beast after using the Fiend Cloud Seal. This proved that you couldn't underestimate anyone in the Dragon Gate competition and that everyone had their own trump cards. The slightest act of carelessness would just get you eliminated from the competition. Zui Yun's saber became even more ferocious, which caught Bai Lixuan by surprise and sent him flying. From this, Zui Yun finally saw an opportunity and his aura reached the peak. Before his saber even descended down, the entire stage was already dyed red. This made Bai Lixuan, who was sent flying, feel threatened. But he landed on the ground calmly and shook his head. A secret technique is ultimately a secret technique. Thunderclap Crusher. Bai Lixuan's eyes lit up and his aura surged all of a sudden. Facing Zui Yun's attack, he stabbed his sword out. It shot through the horizon like a bolt of lightning. The spectators were only able to see a bolt of lightning flashing across the stage. While in mid-air, Zui Yun threw up a mouthful of blood with disbelief in his eyes. A sword had cut through the demonized skin on his chest and blood was splattering out. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't swing his sword down at Bai Lixuan. When Bai Lixuan sheathed his sword, Zui Yun's chest was torn apart and he was sent flying. When Zui Yun landed on the ground, he returned to his normal appearance and clutched his chest while looking at Bai Lixuan with reluctance. He clearly had a chance to win this fight, but the tables were turned all of a sudden. He still couldn't figure out how he failed. You still don't understand. It's just like I said. Strength brought to you by secret techniques doesn't belong to you. You lost the moment you used it, said Bai Lixuan. His tone was indifferent and his words were ruthless. This made the spectators side because they felt pity for Zui Yun. After all, Zui Yun was just one step away from winning. Weird. Was that sword a move from the Thunderclap sword? Why doesn't it look like one to me? I also don't remember there being a Thunderclap Crusher in the Thunderclap sword. It isn't. Many people have cultivated the Thunderclap sword, but no one has used that move before. Many people looked at Bai Lixuan with shock. Did that mean Bai Lixuan used a move that he created? A self-created technique? Lin Yun fell into deep thought because he didn't recall a Thunderclap Crusher in the Thunderclap sword technique. This meant that Bai Lixuan had created his own move. Bai Lixuan's saint physique is shocking enough, so how strong is he now that he had created a move himself? Bai Lixuan's performance caused everyone to look at him with shock in their eyes. Ninth battle. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lin Yun vs. the Sword Cloud Pavilion's Twilight, announced the princess. This caused the atmosphere that had just calmed down to become rowdy once more. Finally, Twilight practically hates Lin Yun deep to his bones because Lin Yun killed his junior brother. I wonder if Lin Yun can survive this ordeal. Lin Yun will certainly die unless he surrenders. Interesting. Let's see what he will choose. He shouldn't have come to the competition to begin with. He should be proud that he made it into the top 32, so it won't be embarrassing for him to surrender. Everyone was filled with anticipation for the battle. Two figures descended on the stage. They did not pay any attention to the surrounding discussion, but simply stared at each other. Twilight was donned in black and he looked at Lin Yun like he was looking at a prey. He didn't even bother concealing the rage and killing intent in his eyes. I told you 3 days ago that you better not run into me. If you're tactful, you should surrender. Otherwise, no one can save you when the battle begins. This fellow is trying to provoke junior brother on purpose. Xianxia instantly detected Twilight's objective. The judge also looked at Lin Yun, waiting to see if he was going to surrender. No need, said Lin Yun. The judge no longer spoke and left the stage. Then, he made his announcement. Begin! Twilight harumphed coldly and unleashed a powerful aura from his body. He was like a sword that dazzled in the darkness like a star. As he began to release the sword intent from his body, his aura began to rise, which soon enveloped the entire stage. What power! He's planning to end this battle quickly, without giving Lin Yun any chances. How terrifying! I can't imagine what kind of pressure Lin Yun is facing to stand before Twilight. Twilight is truly worthy of his title. Just by unleashing his aura, Twilight had displayed the terror of a titled figure to everyone. When Twilight's aura reached the pinnacle, he drew his sword and took a step forward. His sword ray was like a comet that streaked across the horizon. Paired with his terrifying sword aura, his attack was fast and ruthless. Facing the attack, Lin Yun tightened his grip on the flower burial sword. When he drew it out, the sound of the sword's body rubbing against the sheath rang out like a ferocious roar. At the most critical moment, he blocked Twilight's sword and their clash rocked the entire stage. Lin Yun managed to block the attack, but what shocked everyone was the fact that Lin Yun didn't even take a step back. When Twilight's sword ray shattered, he frowned his brows. Then he stabbed his sword out. However, Lin Yun faced the attack calmly and activated the 7 profound steps. In the next second, he was like a golden crow dashing around the stage, and every step of his was like a painting. However, Twilight was chasing Lin Yun closely and shattering all of Lin Yun's afterimages. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged over 10 moves. Twilight was like a mountain, who made use of his advantage in his cultivation to suppress Lin Yun. You're strong. Even a Violet Palace Realm cultivator might not be able to gain an upper hand fighting you. Lin Yun fell into deep thought because Twilight was truly terrifying. Twilight was stronger than Wu Mohan, who Lin Yun fought previously. Although both of them were in the Quasi-Violet Palace realm, they weren't on the same level. Glad you know. Now die. Twilight sneered and stomped his foot on the ground. His stomp instantly left cracks on the ancient stage. Die? You must be dreaming, replied Lin Yun with a blank face. The iris flower in his dantian bloomed, and he finally unleashed his cultivation in the 10th stage. 10th stage of the profound martial realm? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked by this scene. After all, Lin Yun was still in the 9th stage 3 days ago, but he was already in the 10th stage now. Furthermore, it didn't look like he was in the initial 10th stage judging from his aura. Dual moon. 2 moons appeared. One hung in the sky and the other was on the ground. The flower burial sword in Lin Yun's hand also emitted a radiating light as he swung his sword, shattering Twilight's sword aura. However, Lin Yun didn't stop there as he spread his arms apart and dashed forward like a golden crow. Without any hesitation, he swung his sword down at Twilight's head. You're courting death. Twilight was enraged that Lin Yun actually dared to come up to him. Luminous starlight. Twilight poured his origin energy into his sword, which made his sword seem like a dazzling star in the sky. Luminous moon. Lin Yun sneered and a moon appeared on his sword. When the star and moon clashed, the turbulence of energy instantly devoured Lin Yun. The explosions from the clash rang out in everyone's ears. Is he dead? Everyone began to feel worried for Lin Yun, who was devoured by the violent energy. Suddenly, a crisp crack sounded out. Shortly after, a ray of moonlight descended and swallowed up the entire stage. Within the moonlight, Lin Yun stood in the air holding onto the flower burial sword. It was like the moon was descending to the earth. A firefly dares to compete with the moon? Twilight's gaze was full of shock. Then he was sent flying. Is this a so-called title? Commented Lin Yun as he looked at Twilight, who was sent flying. How arrogant! Yelled Twilight. Arrogant? So what? Lin Yun raised his brow, looking at the enraged Twilight. He pointed the flower burial sword at Twilight. Before Twilight could react, a terrifying chill emitted from Lin Yun. The chill was so cold that it felt as if it could seal everything. It was naturally the Aquaselenic sword's myriad frost. Twilight's face changed when he sensed the terrifying sword aura devouring him. Without a second thought, he used his sword to defend himself. He started pouring his origin energy into the sword. Crisp shatters could be heard on the stage once again, but this time, icicles were falling onto the ground. Twilight's face turned pale as he was blown away once again. This time he was throwing up blood. This made everyone shocked because Twilight was the one being injured. No one dared to believe what they saw. They even wondered if they were seeing it correctly. Is Lin Yun really not the one who was being injured? I have to admit that I underestimated you. Twilight wiped the blood off his lips, and a ray of light suddenly descended down from the heavens that enveloped him. Shortly after, 2 radiating sword rays formed and Twilight emitted a dazzling brilliance. But like I said, you're going to die if you don't surrender. When the was formed, Twilight took a step forward. That's the cross seal. That means the Supreme Radiance Sutra reached the 8th stage. Lin Yun is finished. The 8th stage of the Supreme Radiance Sutra is comparable to the Violet Palace realm. But before the clamor could settle down, an iris flower bloomed behind Lin Yun, and he stabbed his sword forward. Under Lin Yun's attack, Twilight's attack was completely crushed. When Twilight touched his forehead in disbelief, he was stunned because there was blood in his hand. In the next second, he was blown off the stage and his body was mutilated. From today onwards, there will be no Twilight among the 8 titles, declared Lin Yun as he swept his glance around. Lin Yun's words were like a bolt of lightning that rumbled in everyone's heart. All of them were too shocked to utter a word. They still couldn't believe that the once-in-a-millennia genius from the Sword Cloud Pavilion died just like that from Lin Yun's sword. Just a second ago, Twilight was still declaring that Lin Yun would die if he didn't surrender. But in the next second, he was severed into pieces. His strongest attack was completely crushed when the iris flower bloomed. His attack couldn't even put up any resistance before Lin Yun. Many people still couldn't accept that Twilight had died. However, if they were to calm down and think about it, they would realize that Lin Yun was never in the disadvantageous position throughout the fight. No matter how ferocious Twilight's attack was, Lin Yun was always calm and composed. On the other hand, Lin Yun began to gain the upper hand in the fight when he revealed his cultivation in the 10th stage. Everyone would soon realize that the level of their swords weren't on the same level. The power of the Aquaselenic sword had been entirely brought out under the brilliant moon. The outcome was decided once that happened. In the spectator seats, Qin Yu's face changed. He was just as shocked as the crowd had been. His emotions were going for a roller coaster ride, and he couldn't calm himself down. In his view, there was no way Lin Yun could be compared to the 8 titles no matter how strong he was. In fact, there was no way Lin Yun could pose any threat to him. However, everything changed once Twilight was killed by Lin Yun. Just what did Lin Yun do for the past 3 days? Even after Lin Yun sheathed his sword intent lingered on the stage. At this moment, his aura had reached the pinnacle. He gave everyone the impression of being arrogant and overbearing when he slew Twilight. However, Lin Yun didn't do that on purpose, it was just a part of his nature. He was Lin Yun, not a toy for the titled figures. The so-called titles weren't that impressive in his eyes, so killing Twilight had merely exposed Lin Yun's ambition. He was here for the championship and 3 years were too long for him to wait. When he noticed Qin Yu looking at him, he looked back at Qin Yu coldly. He had never intended on avoiding Qin Yu in this competition. Qin Yu wanted to kill him and he also wanted to kill Qin Yu. He was practically certain that Qin Yu was the mastermind behind Xianxia's death and that Wang Yan was just a lackey. Everyone knew about this allegation, but no one dared to say it out loud because Qin Yu was the heir to the throne. But that didn't bother Lin Yun. Since death wasn't a surprise in the competition, he would get revenge for Xianxia's death, as well as get back Xianyan's surname. The two of their gazes clashed in the air, and the intensity made many people swallow their saliva. Anyone could tell that their clash was inevitable. But until today, no one felt that Lin Yun could threaten Qin Yu. However, after his performance against Twilight, it seemed like Lin Yun had a chance. Impudent, sneered Qin Yu. If Lin Yun thinks he can fight me because he killed Twilight, then he's being ignorant. The battles continued, but the shock from Twilight's death lingered in everyone's heart. The faces of the Sword Cloud Pavilion's elders were also dark. Both Luo Yuhang and Twilight had died to Lin Yun, which made them feel like they were cursed. The Sword Firmament Pavilion was still the Sword Firmament Pavilion, and there was no way they could stand out with the Sword Firmament Pavilion around. The 10th battle, the demonic Moon Villa's Aquaselenic vs. the heavenly profound sex Su Yen. Aquaselenic was the only female among the titles and her sword was smooth and clear like the moon. She had already reached a high attainment in the Cloud Mist sword a long time ago. She had an outstanding appearance and her temperament underwent a total transformation when she unleashed her sword aura. It seemed like she was unleashing an endless cold wind. She didn't even use the Cloud Mist sword that she was famous for. On the contrary, she used a domineering sword technique to suppress her opponent. Because she fought in this way, she didn't seem like a woman. Through her domination, There was no suspense, and Su Yen surrendered after taking a few swords. The heavenly profound sex performance in this competition was terrible, unlike in the previous one. This made everyone begin to doubt them. On the contrary, the Sword Firmament Pavilion had two underdogs. When True Origin went on the stage and killed his opponent in 3 punches, this made the entire atmosphere grow silent. Many people knew that the heavenly profound sect couldn't take it anymore, and the elders would become anxious if True Origin didn't show a strong front. The 13th battle. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's Yi Feng vs the 100 Beast Gates Feng Yi. Upon hearing the princess announcement, Luo Feng instructed, "Be careful. Don't underestimate Feng Yi." He was in a rather good mood since both Bai Lishuan and Lin Yun made it to the top 16, not to mention that Lin Yun even killed Twilight. If Feng Yi could make it into the top 16, then the Sword Firmament Pavilion would have a satisfactory performance in this competition. "Don't worry, I'll win for sure." Yifeng also felt pent up from how Lin Yun stole the limelight. If he couldn't defeat Feng Yi, then he would be totally embarrassed. But he was rather confident about winning since he was in the Quasi-Violet Palace realm. It was more than enough to suppress that barbarian. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's momentum seems strong. "But I wonder how strong you are," grinned Feng Yi. "Why don't you come and try?" replied Yifeng. "So be it," laughed Feng Yi as he dashed forward. Although Yifeng told his opponent to come and try, he instantly brought out his ultimate move. Normally, this would seem despicable, but this was the Dragon Gate competition. As long as he could win, nothing else mattered. When Feng Yi came over, the sword in Yifeng's hand started dancing like a whip, manifesting itself into countless swords that enveloped Feng Yi. "You!" cursed Feng Yi. An azure radiance soon burst out from his body and enveloped him. Meanwhile, he threw both his fists forward. Every single one of his punches were accompanied with great power, which made the entire stage tremble. But despite this, he wasn't able to land any hits on Yifeng. "What thick skin this barbarian has." Yifeng frowned his brows. He never expected that Feng Yi would have such a shocking defense. Felt like he was hitting a mountain made of metal. "Hee, caught you." Feng Yi grinned and he threw out a punch. This punch had instantly locked onto Yifeng, so there was no way Yifeng could avoid this attack. A barbarian will always be a barbarian. "Can't you see that I'm giving you an opportunity on purpose?" Yifeng sneered inwardly. He suddenly retracted his aura and stabbed his sword at Feng Yi. The sword aura coming from him also enveloped Feng Yi in an instant. Yifeng was actually holding back all along. With his cultivation, it's impossible for him not to injure Feng Yi. This Feng Yi was too impatient. Many people noticed Yifeng's tricks, so they shook their heads. Coming this far, there was no longer any suspense in their fight. Only Lin Yun had his brows tightly knitted. Feng Yi might be irritable, but he didn't seem to be such a reckless fellow in his memory. This meant that there was something unusual going on in the fight. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out from the stage, which instantly robbed everyone of their hearing for a short moment. Many people even fainted from the explosion. 10 cauldrons worth of strength. Lin Yun's face changed when he heard the explosions. Shortly after, Yifeng was blown out with his chest caved in. When he fell onto the ground, he threw up a few mouthfuls of blood and nearly fainted. Raising his head, he could see Feng Yi looking at him with a grin. "You fooled me," Yifeng said with his teeth gnashed. He would have surrendered immediately if he knew that his opponent had 10 cauldrons worth of strength. After all, only Heartcliff had such a terrifying strength in the entire capital. "So what? Killing you is just as easy as raising my hand," smiled Feng Yi. Yifeng was immediately terrified, so he got up on his feet and jumped off the stage. "I surrender." When he turned back, he noticed that Feng Yi didn't even flinch. He only stood in the same spot with a mocking smile, which instantly made Yifeng's face turn black. At this moment, everyone knew that there was another underdog. This competition was a lot more intense than the previous ones. After all, who would have thought that Feng Ye's brute strength was comparable to Heartcliff? The 14th battle. The demonic Moon Villa's Situ EVS the Heavenly Qin Institute's Everluck. The next match instantly caused another commotion because everyone was also looking forward to this fight. In the beginning, no one was optimistic of Situ Yi's chances. However, after Lin Yun had defeated Twilight, they couldn't help but wonder if Situ Yi could also win. Lin Yun fell into deep thought. He naturally knew about Everluck, a monstrous genius nurtured by the Heavenly Qin institution. On the other hand, Situ Yi was also the one who forced him into the Yin Windstream back in the Azure Sun Realm. His fame had reached Bai Lishuan's level a long time ago, so Lin Yun had no idea how far Situ Yi had grown. Situ Yi landed on the stage with his fan. He was donned in white and his long hair was tied up. His presence was like a star as he attracted many people's attention. Many ladies were captivated by him and his appearance wasn't any weaker than drifting goblet. So girly, commented Li Wuyo. Xianxia smiled. Women aren't even as pretty as him. Junior brother, do you think he can win? Back at the princess banquet, he had offered you a cup of wine. Although you guys were evenly matched back then, I don't think his talent is any inferior to yours. Those words weren't false and Xianxia had even exaggerated Lin Yun's accomplishment. Back in the princess banquet, Lin Yun was still weaker than Situ Yi. The latter clearly didn't use all his strength since Lin Yun had just undergone a series of battles. I don't believe that he can defeat a title just like Big Brother did. Furthermore, Everluck is a lot stronger than Twilight, replied Li Wuyo. Twilight might have a title, but he was ranked far behind Everluck. Let's just watch, said Lin Yun. He also glanced at Bai Lishuan. After all, Bai Lishuan had interacted with Situ Yi more than he had. It only made sense that Bai Lishuan should know more about Situ Yi's strength. However, he knew he would receive a cold shoulder if he went up and asked. A figure descended on the stage. It was Everluck who was wielding a spear. He immediately gave a warning. This spear's name is Black Abyss, and it is a transcendent profound artifact. It might not be a cosmic artifact, but it's comparable to one. Brother Situ, watch out for it. Cosmic artifacts were forbidden in the competition, so he was rather frank to tell Situ Yi about his transcendent profound artifact. It doesn't matter. Everyone will only think that it's normal for you to defeat me. So it doesn't matter what weapon you're using, smiled Situ Yi. My apologies. Everluck was more honest than everyone had imagined. He didn't have any arrogance as a title and he charged the instant he finished speaking. Like a comet. He arrived before Situ Yi in a flash and his spear enveloped Situ Yi with great pressure. Situ Yi smiled and waved his fan forward. However, Everluck suddenly retracted his spear and jabbed it, causing it to fly out like a dragon. Raising his brow, Situ Yi avoided the jab. Although the jab missed, the noise it produced in the air was loud. Everyone could tell how powerful this attack was. But before the power in the spear dissipated, Everluck infused more origin energy into it and swung it at Situ Yi. What a beautiful spear technique, praised Lin Yun. Everluck's spear technique might seem ordinary without any fancy tricks, but it made full use of his strength. In fact, the next attack was stronger than the first. The power of the spear would constantly overlap and compound. The power was great, so he could crush his opponent with the momentum sooner or later. 10 moves later, the pressure emitted from Everluck's ordinary spear technique was close to the Violet Palace Realms level, which was suffocating. After another 3 moves later, the power in his spear grew to an unbelievable level. Seeing that it was impossible to avoid this attack, Situ Yi smiled. Just when the spear was about to hit him, he suddenly jumped and landed on the tip of the spear. This scene instantly drew many people's gasps because Situ Yi would be killed if he was any slower. But then again, it was foolish for Situ Yi to stand at the tip of the spear because he would still be dead if Everluck threw him off of it. But the next scene exceeded everyone's expectations. With a faint smile on his lips, Situ Yi spread his arms apart and flew around on the tip of the spear, which made Everluck's face change. He immediately retreated and his wrist began to tremble violently. Instantly, the spear felt like an erupting volcano. Situ Yi was still flying around the spear, and no matter how Everluck tried to shake Situ Yi off, he was still continuing to advance forward. Get lost! Everluck roared and yanked his spear upwards. With that, Situ-yi had no other choice but to land on the ground. But before his feet touched the ground, he stabbed his fan forward like a sword at Everluck's throat. Facing this attack, Everluck had no change to his spear, and he swung his spear as ferociously as before. No matter how ferocious Situ-yi's attacks were, he couldn't break through Everluck's defense. On the other hand, Everluck's aura began to rise the more he swung his spear. When Situ-yi saw that he wasn't able to get through Everluck's defense, he backed down after a series of ferocious attacks. "Let's end the playtime here," said Everluck as he flung his sword out. At this moment, the power contained in his spear had reached a terrifying level and the entire stage was trembling. When the spear streaked through the air, it drew sparks from how fast it was being swung. At the same time, the smile finally disappeared on Situ-yi's face and his expression became grave. Heavenly moon reflection. Right at that moment, an illusion finally appeared. It was a lake that reflected a moon with a pavilion by the shore. This was naturally Situ-yi's martial soul, which shocked Lin Yun. After all, martial souls capable of creating a phenomenon belonged to monstrous geniuses. When the phenomenon appeared, Everluck's spear finally slowed down and Situ-yi flew into the ethereal-looking pavilion. When the spear landed on the ground, it created a huge explosion on the lake. In reality, the tip of the spear was plunged into the ground and trembling. However, Situ-yi looked elegant as he stood on top of the pavilion and he threw out his fan, stopping Everluck who was trying to retrieve his spear. Basking in the elegant moonlight, Situ-yi descended down the pavilion and landed on the spear. The spear was trembling violently like an enraged dragon. It trembled so much that it even made the entire stage tremble. However, once Situ-yi landed on it, the spear instantly calmed down. Situ-yi waved his hand and summoned his fan back. Opening it to fan himself, Situ-yi spoke up, "Everluck, the victor has been decided." There was a wound on Everluck's chest with blood constantly flowing out from it. The wound might seem dreadful, but it wasn't deadly. Everluck took a deep glance at Situ-yi and said, "Return me my spear. It doesn't like to be stepped on." "Sure," smiled Situ-yi as he jumped off the spear while fanning himself. This blew the spear back into Everluck's hand. Everluck looked at his spear before looking at Situ-yi with reluctance. In the end, he turned to the judge. "I lost." He looked desolate with his spear, but no one paid any attention to him at this moment. Everyone's attention was on Situ-yi, who had just defeated Everluck. They knew that another underdog had emerged. Right after Lin Yun defeated a titled figure, another person did the same thing. No one would have expected this scene before the competition. After all, titled figures were invincible in the eyes of many, and it was impossible for them to lose unless they bumped into another fellow titled figure. Everluck was strong, especially his spear technique. However, Situ-yi was stronger and his strength far exceeded Everluck the moment he brought out his martial soul. Wasn't Twilight also strong? He was because he could easily defeat an ordinary cultivator in the Violet Palace realm, but Lin Yun was stronger with his cultivation technique in the 10th stage. Many people sensed that a new era was coming. This competition wasn't like the previous one and there were too many surprises. With the appearance of so many underdogs, anything was possible. No one was sure who would be the champion. Very quickly, the final battle started. It was the battle between Flying Feather and Egret. Two figures descended on the stage at the same time when the princess made her announcement. This was the battle that everyone was looking forward to the most. "Qin Yu, our battle won't end the moment it starts. Why don't we decide our victory with one move? This way, we can also save our trump cards for the later part of the competition," suggested Urgit. "It doesn't matter to me since you'll be the one losing anyways," smiled Qin Yu with a confident look. Egret furrowed his brow and then smiled. "Well, aren't you arrogant? Aren't you afraid that this is a trap? I have always been this way. I will become the champion and no one can stop me. Not True Origin, not Heartcliff, and not you. Cut the crap, you can decide how we fight," said Qin Yu with an arrogant tone. He was giving off great pressure. If it were someone else, the crowd would have thought he was too arrogant. But he was Qin Yu, the most popular candidate in the Dragon Gate competition. No one dared to say anything because he had the strength to back up his words. Let's go with palm techniques then. The loser will surrender, said Urgit. I'll give you some friendly advice, change it to another technique. You might have some chance of winning if you were competing with someone else. However, you won't have a chance against me if it's a palm, smiled Chinyu. I'll only know after we fight. Egret decided to stick to palm techniques. There's no need to compete. You've already lost. Chinyu suddenly raised his brow and appeared before Egret. Without any hesitation, he threw out his palm. In that split second, he emitted a crimson radiance that had a domineering aura. This made Urgit, who was initially confident, shocked. He never expected that Chinyu would be so powerful. The blazing aura alone made Egret feel like he was being refined in a cauldron. Without a second thought, Egret threw his palm forward. When the two palms clashed, Egret was sent flying out. When he fell onto the ground, he threw up 3 mouthfuls of blood as Chinyu's origin energy raged in his body. The profound Yang art. Egret looked at Chinyu in disbelief. This is an Earth-grade cultivation technique. How the hell are you able to practice an Earth-grade cultivation technique? Nothing is impossible in this world. I told you that you can't compete against me in terms of palm techniques. You can get lost now, said Chinyu indifferently. He raised his palm and the blazing energy sent Egret off the stage. The entire plaza was silent from the shock. No one had expected that a battle between two titled figures would end so quickly. Even True Origin needed 3 moves to defeat his opponent, but Chinyu had settled the fight in just 1. Standing on the stage, Chinyu domineeringly looked around and gave off powerful pressure. Holy shit, the rumors are actually true. Chinyu actually practices an Earth-grade cultivation technique. It's weird that he hasn't run amok yet. He must have his secrets. After all, he is the prince. This means that the championship belongs to him. An uproar burst out from the spectators as all of them looked at Chinyu with fear. With that, the best 16 had emerged. Junior brother. His gaze was filled with ill intent when he looked at you, whispered Chan Xianjun. Chinyu's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations, so Chan Xianjun couldn't help but be worried for Lin Yun's safety. Everyone already knows that he plans to kill me in the competition. So what? I'm standing here, aren't I? I'm not afraid of him, replied Lin Yun. Have the best 16 been determined? An elderly voice sounded out in the plaza. Emperor Qin's face changed and he immediately stood up. Lord Envoy, the best 16 have emerged. According to the rules, you will be presiding over the rest of the competition. No need. This competition is rather interesting. There's still suspense in the competition and I'm not in a hurry to show up. Work hard, brats. All of you can receive a gift from me if you reach the quarterfinals. The higher your ranking, the more precious the gift will be. For the top 3, you will be bestowed with 1 cosmic artifact. For the champion, I will personally agree to one of your requests. The elderly voice rang out in the plaza, which made everyone's blood boil. This was the reason why the Dragon Gate competition was so attractive to everyone. But since the envoy said that there was still suspense in this competition, did that mean that Chinyu wasn't going to become the champion? This filled everyone with even more expectation for the competition. Since the envoy had already said those words, there must be those who still have hidden trump cards. You can continue to preside over the competition as long as you're able to ensure fairness, said the envoy. I won't take any sides, replied Emperor Qin. Very well. The envoy's words made many people disappointed. Emperor Qin looked around and announced, I believe all of you have heard Lord Envoy's words. The rules will stay the same. We will rank everyone in the top 16 according to the speed with which you ended your fight. The first will fight the last, the second will fight the second last, and so on. This is how we will determine the best 8. Lin Yun was rather surprised when he heard that because he never imagined that the fight would be determined in this manner. This meant that Chinyu would be the first seed and True Origin would be the second seed. This also meant that they would get into the best 8 with no problems. The higher your ranking, the weaker your opponent. Then again, many people were naturally unhappy with the rules. After all, Anyone who was going to face Qin Yu and True Origin would certainly be defeated. Then again, this method was extremely effective in determining the best 8 as quickly as possible. Lin Yu knew that his ranking wouldn't be high since his opponent was Twilight and he used over 200 moves. A long time later, Luo Feng returned with a dark face. He first looked at Bai Lishuan and said, "Bai Lishuan, you're ranked 8th and your opponent is Zhou Hong who is ranked 9th. "Zhou Hong," muttered Bai Lishuan. Zhou Hong was the direct descendant of the Zhou clan and was an expert in the Heavenly Qin Institute. His opponent was average, so the pressure wasn't great on Bai Lishuan. "Zhou Hong's strength is comparable to Zuyun, so there should be no problem for you to get into the top 8, said Luo Feng. Being promoted to the best 8 meant that Bai Lishuan would receive a title and would be qualified for the Draconic Banquet. But Bai Lishuan's face was calm without any joy. He replied, "I would still make it into the top 8, even if Zhou Hong wasn't my opponent." Luo Feng squeezed out a smile and his expression turned grave when he looked at Lin Yun. The atmosphere suddenly became tense because everyone could sense that there was something amiss. Yifeng, who had been eliminated, also wore an odd expression. He naturally didn't wish for Lin Yun to make it far in the competition since he was eliminated. After all, it would be a great blow to his pride if Lin Yun made it into the top 8. "You're ranked 11th and your opponent is Heartcliff," said Luo Feng as he tossed a jade token over to Lin Yun. Lin Yun wasn't too surprised that he was ranked 11th. When he grabbed onto the jade token and raised his head, he coincidentally met Heartcliff's gaze. Heartcliff stared at Lin Yun with an indifferent yet sinister grin. Everyone wondered if Lin Yun was lucky or unlucky. First, he encountered Twilight. Now, he had to face Heartcliff. It went without saying that Heartcliff was a lot stronger than Twilight. Not only was the Primal Origin sect one of the 4 major sects, but they also had a deeper foundation than the Sword Cloud Pavilion. Furthermore, Heartcliff had only revealed the tip of the iceberg in terms of what he could do. In the previous battle, he obliterated his opponent with 10 cauldrons worth of strength. After Emperor Qin made the announcement, the plaza was immediately overtaken by a roar. Everyone had to admit that those who were ranked high were lucky. There was practically no pressure for them to make it into the quarterfinals. Then again, it was without question that all of them were strong. After all, Qin Yu defeated Egret with a palm and True Origin killed his opponent with only 3 punches. In the end, no one could say anything about their strength. "Heartcliff, that brat has to die," said Wen Yanba. The Primal Origin sect had a deep feud with the Sword Firmament Pavilion and Lin Yun had long become a thorn in Wen Yanba's eye. After all, the core disciples he sent into the Demon Lotus realm to assassinate Lin Yun were all killed. Furthermore, Wu Mohan and Zui Yun both lost to Lin Yun and Bai Lishuan, which struck a huge blow to their reputation. "Don't worry. I'll make this sword slave regret coming to the great Qin Empire," smiled Heartcliff as he played with the token in his hand. Zui Yun hesitated briefly and ultimately mustered up his courage. "Elder One, Lin Yun is a good person in my opinion. As long as the sect doesn't go after him, he won't come after the sect. It's enough for senior brother to teach him a lesson. There's no need to kill him, not to mention that the Sword Firmament Pavilion won't let this matter rest." But the moment he spoke out, he received a slap from Wen Yanba, who roared, "What the hell are you talking about? The sect provided so many resources for you and yet you lost to Bai Lishuan. Now you want to speak up for the sword slave? Shut it." Heartcliff sneered and started to reprimand him. "Junior brother Zua, you're still too young. It makes no sense to go easy on an enemy. Quick, apologize to Elder One and refrain from speaking such things in the future." Zui Yun's face turned red and he apologized. But Wen Yanba no longer bothered with him as he looked at Lin Yun with hatred burning in his eyes. The various sects might be seated far away, but they were all experts so they could naturally eavesdrop on the conversation. Hence, many sects turned their attention to the Primal Origin sect. However, everyone knew about the feud between the 2 sects, so no one spoke a word. At the same time, this caused a decent commotion as many people whispered among themselves. "That old geezer is pretty tough on his own people." Luo Feng frowned and gave his advice. "Lin Yun, be careful. Surrender if you're not able to defeat him." But when he looked at Lin Yun, He noticed that there was something unusual about Lin Yun's expression. He could notice a chill on Lin Yun's face. "You know Zui Yun personally?" asked Luo Feng. "Not really. But we cooperated once outside the sect and hunted some demonic beasts together." Lin Yun wasn't willing to speak more as killing intent flickered in his eyes. He might not have a deep relationship with Zui Yun, but he respected the latter. This had nothing to do with the feud between the two sections. But Lin Yun was shocked that Zui Yun would speak up for him. Then again, Zui Yun probably thought he would be killed by Heartcliff, which would be a pity. However, he never expected that when Yanba would be so unhappy that Zui Yun lost to Bai Lishuan, and that he would slap Zui Yun for speaking up for Lin Yun. "Don't worry. I won't die anytime soon. After all, I still have to step on when Yanba's face and slap his face." When Lin Yun closed his eyes, killing aura brewed within his heart. With Emperor Qin making the announcement, the quarterfinals had finally begun. The first fight was between Qin Yu and Lin Xian. Lin Xian decisively admitted defeat, and with that, the first winner emerged. When True Origin faced his opponent also surrendered immediately. As for Aquaselenic, she didn't even need to draw her sword to defeat her opponent. The fourth battle was between Feng Yi and the demonic moon villa's Shui Wuhan. Feng Yi emerged victorious and the 100-Beast Gate became ecstatic. With more winners emerging, more titled figures were starting to appear. In the next 3 years, their names would sweep through the Great Qin Empire and they would enjoy the limelight. When Bai Lishuan defeated Zhou Hong, a clear voice echoed out in the plaza. The eighth battle, the Primal Origin Sect's Heartcliff vs the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lin Yun. Lin Yun and Heartcliff both opened their eyes. A cold flicker flashed across their eyes and they both looked at each other. Everyone could sense the sparks coming from them and they hadn't even begun to fight. This instantly made the atmosphere feel heavy. It's coming. This is the last battle. I wonder who will emerge victorious. Both the Primal Origin Sect's trump cards, Wu Mohan and Zui Yun, lost to the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples. Didn't you see that when Yanba was so agitated that he even slapped someone? Yeah. Speaking of which, Lin Yun has been a steady fellow and rarely revealed his killing aura. What's wrong with him now? You noticed it too? And here I thought my eyes were messing with me. Lin Yun's eyes looked terrifying. I've never seen him in this state. The spectators were discussing among themselves heatedly. The 7 who made it into the quarterfinals directed their gazes away. Lin Yun finally stood up from his seat carrying the sword box on his back. He was an underdog who managed to come this far. He even killed a titled figure in the competition. The strength and potential he showed in this competition had attracted many people's attention. What a surprise. I never expected that a sword slave like you would be friends with that garbage junior brother of mine, provoked Heartcliff with a grin. Lin Yun's face was cold, and he paid no attention to Heartcliff as he slowly climbed onto the stage. What arrogance. You'll die soon, snorted Heartcliff as he flew towards the stage. Seeing Heartcliff's actions, Lin Yun, who was walking over to the stage, raised his brow and executed the 7 profound steps. One was like a sharp sword that tore through the horizon, while the other one was like an ancient beast. This was the last battle to determine the best 8. Naturally, they were the center of everyone's attention. When they landed on the stage, they looked at each other with cold gazes and their auras clashed. The moment their feet touched the stage, they both launched their attacks at the same time and they disappeared from everyone's sight. What's going on? Where are they? The spectators were baffled. But all of a sudden, explosions rang out from the stage that caused the entire plaza to tremble. The ear-deafening explosions nearly made people throw up blood. But when they recovered from their shock, their faces changed as they looked at the stage. There was a sword emitting a purple glow that was clashing against a violent fist. From their point of view, a visible shockwave could be seen rippling out in the air. Everyone was shocked by the clash, and many people could barely open their eyes from the violent gale. Some of the weaker cultivators were even struggling to remain seated. One must know that the observation stage was nearly 1,000 meters away from the stage, so one could imagine how powerful the clash was. No one could imagine how many people would be injured if they were too close to the ripples. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly, and his quasi-Shintian sword intent surged even further. A phenomenon was created around him. Lin Yun had created a lake that was shrouded in a mountain range. The densely packed sword rays flew out from the flower burial sword like countless rocks being thrown into the lake, which caused a violent ripple. Each of his sword rays were terrifying, and in just the blink of an eye, Lin Yun had swung out over 90 sword rays with the Iris Sword Sutra. Each sword ray could suppress any genius in the 8th stage. Interesting. Heartcliff frowned at the attack. He could sense that Lin Yun was a lot stronger than 3 days ago, and even he was feeling rather pressured from Lin Yun's sword technique. Dracophant Battle Fist. With saintly music sounding out, Heartcliff threw out a barrage of punches. Each punch was like a charging Dracophant, and after 10-odd punches, Heartcliff suddenly retreated. Meanwhile, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a killing intent, and he swung his sword down. This made Heartcliff frown as he avoided the attack. When Lin Yun's sword smashed into the ground, it created a long cut on the ground that stretched beyond the stage. When the sword ray landed on the ground outside the stage, it instantly created a huge crater that caused the entire plaza to tremble. The spectators were dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine how powerful this attack was. After all attacks were restrained on the stage with the use of an array. However, Lin Yun's sword actually split the stage into 2. They couldn't believe it. Heartcliff squinted his eyes into slits when he saw this scene. He knew that Lin Yun wanted his life. He sneered, "Your improvements are shocking. Not only did you reach the 10th stage, but your origin energy can even contend with mine. But you're still too tender. Let me show you the true meaning of power." Berserker Rage. Heartcliff's Dracophant energy suddenly turned red, and his bones began to crackle like rumbling lightning. The violent aura emitting from him instantly caused the entire sky to turn dark as he leaped into the sky and threw a punch down. It was like a mountain was crashing down, finally bringing out 10 cauldrons worth of strength. In the name of my sword, bloom! An iris flower bloomed behind Lin Yun, and his sword aura instantly reached a terrifying level. When he stabbed his sword out to clash with the Crimson Fist, it suddenly caused the entire ancient stage to begin crumbling. The entire stage was covered in a cloud of dust, and everyone sucked in a cold breath at this scene. Heartcliff had previously used 10 cauldrons worth of strength to obliterate his enemy, but no one had a clear sense of how powerful it was back then. But when they saw how the stage collapsed, their faces were replaced with shock. Only a power at an equal level could display how powerful a titled figure truly was. How terrifying! I heard that not even a Violet Palace realm can deal any damage to the stage. They're monsters. Are they really only in the profound martial realm? Many of the cultivators turned pale with shock. There was only one quota left in the quarterfinals, so everyone had expected an intense fight from Lin Yun and Heartcliff. However, no one was expecting that the battle would be so ferocious. They're truly worthy of being called monstrous geniuses. Some of the Violet Palace realm elders sighed when they saw this scene. They could naturally tell that this was no longer a battle at the level of the profound martial realm. Even those in the initial Violet Palace realm wouldn't be able to cause such a huge commotion. This meant that Lin Yun and Heartcliff had both exceeded the levels of ordinary Violet Palace realm cultivators. They were shocked when they realized this fact. They weren't surprised that Heartcliff would have such strength, but Lin Yun was also this strong? Just how deep did Lin Yun hide himself? The battle between the sword and the fist continued on the stage. 10 cauldrons worth of strength. Lin Yun could sense that Heartcliff's strength was genuine and not from any secret techniques. Lin Yun had also cultivated the Dracophant battle physique, so he was shocked by Heartcliff. He knew that he would be dead if his cultivation technique hadn't reached the 9th stage. He only had 8 cauldrons worth of strength, so there was no way he could compete with Heartcliff. After all, 10 cauldrons worth of strength was a whole new level. Little sword slave, are you feeling afraid now? Your Dracophant battle physique is nothing in my eyes. Ha ha ha. Heartcliff continued to rain his punches down amidst his frantic laughter. As more punches rained down on the iris flower, cracks began to appear. At the same time, many people on the stage had also seen something unusual about Heartcliff's strength. Interesting, Heartcliff actually really possesses 10 cauldrons worth of strength. Furthermore, it's not from any secret techniques. 10 cauldrons worth of strength is a transformation, just like Xianxia's sword intent is for swordsmen. He must have had a fortunate encounter. It must be related to the Dracophant Mountain in the Primal Origin sect. But even so, there was nothing Heartcliff could do to Lin Yun. Lin Yun's Aquaselenic sword had reached the manifestation stage, not to mention that he was pushing the Iris Sword Sutra to the limit. So even if Heartcliff held a slight advantage in the fight, he still couldn't help feeling fearful of Lin Yun's attacks. Die! Heartcliff roared, and his crimson fist manifested into an ancient beast that charged at Lin Yun, wanting to devour him whole. Spread out. Lin Yun focused his gaze and threw out a radiating moon that formed a purple sword ray. Heaven and earth trembled from the clash between the two attacks, and the stage was totally destroyed. Craters could be seen everywhere, and the violent gale made everyone squint their eyes. The clash was too terrifying. This shocked all the eliminated participants. They knew that it wasn't luck that Lin Yun and Heartcliff could make it this far. With another violent clash, the two separated from each other. Haha! I never expected that a sword slave like you would be capable of pushing me this far. But this is the end. You were doomed to die the moment you stepped on this stage. I'll use your life to cleanse the humiliation of the Primal Origin sect. Heartcliff's face finally began to look serious. Lin Yun raised his brow, but he didn't speak a word. However, the flower burial sword buzzing in his hand had already declared his determination.